believe. So I guess the
Claim.
entire world's
Okay, is there
lying
any
except
evidence for
for
that claim?
what?
Is there any evidence for that claim?
That
People claiming things isn't evidence. So.
I've never personally been to outer space, so I guess I gotta kind of take the word for it.
Okay,
we'll go
so
with majority rules.
It's a
on
belief
this
for you. Okay, it's just
we'll go with
belief.
majority rules on this.
Yeah,
one.
okay, right. Yeah, appeal to popularity fallacy. It's just a
Mhm.
belief that you have. All right, fine, fair.
Did you know that in a vacuum, if you drop a hammer and a feather, and they've experimented with this, they fall at the same time? Can you explain why that is?
Can you show that first?
Sure.
Yeah, okay, go ahead and show it. Because I can show you some vacuum chamber tests of different elements falling at different rates, but even then, so what?
It's displaying the consistency of gravity.
So? What's gravity?
Okay, good argument. So.
What's gravity? Is gravity the effect of things falling at the same rate, or is it the cause of things falling at the same rate?
Gravity is a result of mass.
Okay, so gravity is the
effect.
effect.
Something is, the more gravitational pull.
Okay, so gravity is the effect then, and you're making the cause claim of mass for it. How did you validate that?
Heavy.
Your mom.
I mean, but what's this guy's point? Hey, did you know that a hammer and a feather will fall at the same rate in a vacuum chamber? Yeah, okay.
Mass and weight are completely different concepts, so you can't say that.
Mass and weight are completely different concepts?
Hold on, I just want to respond to something that guy said, and then you guys can go ahead with that. He said, did you know if you drop a hammer and a feather in a vacuum chamber that they fall at the same rate? Okay, let's just take that for the sake of argument. They do.
Yeah.
So what? Does that tell me anything about an uncontained ball of gas being able to exist next to a vacuum without dispersing to fill that vacuum? What's your point?
What's making them fall?
That would be your claim of gravity. How did you validate that?
They clearly don't have the same mass. The feather's definitely not as heavy as a bowling ball.
Okay, so you have an idea of what made it do it?
Yeah, gravity, the law of attraction of the size of the Earth, and you wanting to go to center mass of that.
And so, what's the hypothesis? What's the hypothesis to validate that supposition?
I just said it to you.
No, you didn't.
Yes, I did. The hypothesis is
remove the air. Everything falls at the same rate because of gravity.
Yeah, because the air can affect the feather to float a little bit.
Okay, so if gravity, then all these things are going to fall at the same rate. Observed phenomenon, everything falling at the same rate. Independent variable gravity, how are you going to manipulate that?
In a vacuum. See, the cool part about the vacuum is that regardless of mass, things are falling at the same rate.
Okay, so it's completely disconnected from your claim of the atmosphere next to the vacuum. In that case, your observed phenomenon would be air next to vacuum. Now you're talking about things falling at the same rate. That's a completely different observed phenomenon. So it's totally non sequitur to the point you were trying to make.
No, like you asked, why does the atmosphere stay with the Earth? And I said, because of gravity. And you said, well, how do you prove gravity? And I said, well, there's experiments that have proven that gravity is a thing. The fact that you're sitting in your chair is testament to gravity. The fact that things fall is a testament to gravity. Like, I can't see what your explanation.
Dropping things isn't an experiment.
Why do you stay in your
aren't
chair?
experiments.
I would like to know what your explanation is for why you stay in your chair. Do you have one?
Circular reasoning isn't proof. What causes gravity? Gravity or mass? Does mass cause the gravity or gravity cause the mass? Circular reasoning doesn't prove anything.
Wait a second. Hold on. Wait a second. He said there was a scientific experiment that shows gravity is true or some such thing, and that sitting in your chair. So what is the experiment where you're sitting in your chair that proves gravity? Could you explain what would be the independent variable that you manipulated?
Can you please pull your mic away from your mouth? I can't understand you.
Okay, sorry. Can you tell me what the independent control variable is in your sitting in the chair experiment that proves gravity that you said out of your own mouth?
I think he said that was an example. I don't think he said that was an
experiment. He said experiment.
But
That's exactly what he said.
Can you please explain to me what your explanation for you being able to sit in your chair?
No, that's a burden reversal. That's also not an experiment.
No, actually it isn't, because you understand.
It is because you have the cause claim about it, right? So you're the one who would formulate the hypothesis and do the experiment to test your cause supposition about what you saw, right? Not sit here on Discord and ask us, hey, why do you guys think that happened? It's not our claim, it's not our burden, not our experiment, it's yours.
Yeah, stop trying to get us to explain your claim.
True, and it's not true until proven false. Because you have not provided.
You're sitting in your chair.
And what?
Let go of a helium balloon while you are sitting in your chair.
The helium balloon will float.
It'll go up,
but I won't float.
You asked what you and why? Maybe you can figure this out yourself.
Yeah,
because
it's
I weigh
supposed to.
I weigh more than the helium, and the helium's lighter than air.
Okay, so mystery solved. That's why you don't fly.
But that doesn't
Birds
explain. But then that doesn't explain the experiment that a hammer can fall at the same rate as a bowling ball.
That's not
an experiment.
Yeah,
That's
unless
not
you
an
can give us the
experiment?
hypothesis and the independent variable. We've got your effect, but what's the independent variable?
Okay, well then I'd ask, how did they get that to
Excuse me, you just turn around the burden on us again? You just ask us to do an experiment about how it happened? This is about you and your claims and the experiments that you're going to do to validate those. So what would be the independent variable?
I don't know what the independent variable would be.
Then it's not an experiment. Please stop saying that.
But then it did happen, right? Like we can all watch the video. It is there.
You don't know what science. You don't know what science is. You would fail.
Is that video
science?
Is the video?
Hold on, Brent. I didn't watch the video. So what happened in the video?
The guy goes into a vacuum chamber. He drops a feather and a bowling ball. They both fall at the same rate.
Okay, so things fall to the ground. Okay, yep.
At the same rate, though, dependent.
Okay, cool.
Independent of mass.
Cool. Yeah. Okay, sure. Then what?
Okay, well, did it happen or didn't it happen? And how did he do that? Is that a magic trick?
Okay, so what you're basically saying is that things that are more dense than the supportive medium will head towards the ground, right? That's what you're saying?
Well, it seems to be the case that they're both being attracted to the ground at the same rate in a vacuum.
And then?
I'm just wondering how that works.
It works. That's how it works.
That's your explanation?
I don't need an explanation. We're just talking about the phenomenon, right?
Oh, okay.
We all know things fall, right? We all know that resistance, they're going to fall differential to each other. It's not irrational that they would fall at the same rate. Well, the only thing would be the assumption that because they have drag and air, that somehow applies to a place with no air, which wouldn't make sense because there's no air there. So you haven't said anything irrational or that's not observable. Well, so what's your conclusion about that? I don't need a conclusion. I'm just witnessing it. It's what's happening.
Well, I'm glad you're witnessing it. I appreciate that. The reason why I bring that up is because the explanation that was given to me as to why I'm sitting in my chair and helium floats was because I weigh more than the helium. But in the case of the bowling ball and the feather, clearly the bowling ball weighs more than the feather, but they're dropping at the same rate in a vacuum. See, air makes the helium float, right?
The actual correct explanation, right, is that you're more dense or less dense than the surrounding medium, correct? It's not really weight as much as it is density, right?
So the bowling ball is more dense than the feather.
Right.
But they fell at the same time.
It don't matter, dude. What's the principle? The principle is if you're more dense than the surrounding media, right, you'll head towards the ground, right?
Yeah.
Okay, and if you're less dense than surrounding media, you'll head away from the ground, right?
Yes.
Okay, so if there's no supporting media, are you more or less dense than the supporting media?
You'd be more dense because there is no media.
And then which way would you go?
You'd fall down.
Okay, so we all agree. Hooray, kumbaya.
So then why does a feather fall slower without the vacuum?
Because of air drag, resistance, surface area.
I'm glad we agree. Now you know why the helium floats. Now you know why helium floats.
Right.
Thank you.
So everything that's been explained so far is media viscosity and resistance and a linear direction of up and down relative to the density relative to the supporting media. Mm-hmm. Right? That's what we all witnessed, right?
Which is an effect of gravity.
Well, so says you. So then the next question is, what's gravity?
Well, gravity is a force.
Okay, sure.
Okay.
That's like saying the how hot women look is a force.
Well, it seems to be the case that we can depend on this force, that we have been able to use it to our advantage.
What force? How does it work? Where does it come from?
Mass just creates gravity. They don't know that yet.
Okay, so what we just have is, at best, a tautology.
What's your big word?
Well, that's just a statement that's true in all instances. So things fall down because of gravity that is as yet unnamed, but we know they fall down because of gravity because we witness them fall down. So ergo, gravity is simultaneously, at best, the cause and the effect, or an unknown cause. So if it's unknown, right, and all we witness is the effect, we still don't have a validated cause claim. So what's your contention with gravity when you're talking in the flat Earth form? I don't get it.
I don't have a contention with gravity. I believe it exists. I'm just curious what in the realm of flat Earth that you guys use to replace gravity with.
What's it?
And
What's
so far, it's just mass.
Hold on, friend. What is it?
What is it? It would be the force of gravity.
What's the force of gravity?
Your force of gravity to work when like bubbles are cutting through it.
Plus, gravity is not a force, but it's considered to be a force. So, is gravity a force or isn't it?
Gravity is a force.
Well, what are things falling down? Hold on. What are things falling down called?
What are things falling down called? I guess in your sentence, they're called things.
Okay, but you said I do.
You're a big boy.
No, I do, because you need a little bit of shake-up here because you're not thinking clearly.
You just need to get it out of your system. I get it.
I know, yeah, I do. I have, you know how like women have to do their 5,000 words? I have to do like my 200 ad homs per day, okay?
Okay. How many more do you got?
So, I have an object here. I'm putting it on this flat surface, right? I'm pushing it, and it's traveling towards the wall. I can now go to the other side and pull it, and it still travels towards the wall. Now, if you couldn't see me and I was invisible, you wouldn't be able to tell whether I was pushing or pulling, and it's still traveling in the same direction. So you are wrong, sir.
No, see, the problem with your description there, your example, is the fact that you had to change your position. Once you changed your position, you've changed the force that you're applying. You had to adjust your position to the bowling ball to change it from a push to a pull.
Let's say that's true.
No, that's what you described. You said, I get up and I go to the wall.
Let's say that's true. Now let's bring that to your claim about gravity. Where did you validate which position is applying the force?
The center mass is where the force gets applied.
Oh, a claim. Okay, now validate that, please.
Validate center mass.
You are claiming that objects are pulled to the center of mass. Mm-hmm. You're claiming that is the cause of down that we see. That's your claim, sir. You're claiming a cause claim.
Yes.
Yeah, now validate that.
By the fact that we're all sitting in our chairs right now.
Oh, great. So if sit in chair, then mass attracts mass to the center of mass as a pulling force.
Well, more like
that's your claim?
More like if not floating away from planet Earth, then you are being constantly pulled to planet Earth.
Right. So you have no validation.
No, that's validation. I mean, the reality is you're not floating away, I assume, right?
Irrelevant. I asked you to prove your claim that you're being pulled to the center of mass.
No, it is relevant.
I asked you to validate your claim of being pulled to the center of mass.
And I explained to you the fact that I'm not currently floating away from the Earth is evidence that I'm being currently pulled to center mass.
No reasoning, friend.
It is a real life constant experiment that you can practice on your own at your own accord to witness the fact that you're not currently floating away from the planet Earth.
All that you've done, dude, is make unvalidated claims about a phenomena that we all experience. That's all you've done. And you've appealed to the phenomena in the first instance as proof of your claim of the cause. So you have a circular loop, friend. You're clueless.
I've got it. Well,
you have to have the sphere, right?
No. Gravity is
no, you don't have to have a sphere. Wait a minute. This is big news. You don't have to have a sphere to have your gravity. Is that correct?
Yeah. It works on both models. I don't know why we're talking about it in a flat Earth channel.
Show us when the radius was verified, validated in order for your
you got a good point, Sonny. Sonny's got a good point.
It's actually a terrible point.
No, it's not. Think about it. You're claiming mass attracts mass to the center of mass on a giant spheroid, right? But you're appealing to down.
I didn't say
you're
giant
appealing
spheroid.
To down.
I didn't say that.
Fair. Okay, fair.
You added that in. I said center mass of any object with weight. Any object with weight is not necessarily a sphere.
Fine.
A sphere doesn't necessarily have a radius, which is why
I would agree with you. Now, however, I can create the same loop. Watch how it works.
Go for it.
Gravity is caused by a singular directional vector, omnipresent on the entire surface of the flat Earth plane that goes down. I know this because I'm not floating out of my chair.
Correct.
Yep. So let's throw all that out the window and let's talk about the topic of the room, which is that there's no demonstrable Earth surface curvature necessary to conclude that you're living on a sphere, and gravity is highly irrelevant.
Well, technically speaking, even if it was flat, it would still have mass and therefore weight.
Who cares?
Well, technically speaking.
I gave you gravity without the need for the way in which you described it, and I proved it by claiming that I don't float out of my chair, which is the same proof you provided. So now that we've reached kumbaya status, that gravity is highly irrelevant to the shape of the Earth, let's talk about that sweet, demonstrable surface curvature.
Oh my! You mean the script that you want to get in on? Sure, let's go.
No, your globe Earth is what we're talking about, bro. How come you're missing the point now?
Yeah, listen. Somebody asked earlier. As Sonny said about the point that, hey, what's the title of this room?
That was me.
Right?
Yeah, he was complaining about it.
I wasn't complaining. I said you were making a statement.
Yeah, fine. It says 24/7 flat Earth. Okay, real quick. The alleged surface territory of the Earth is covered in water. If the physics of water causes it to seek equilibrium, and if water is flat and level, and it covers 70% of the territory, then the Earth can't possibly be a sphere. How to arbitrate that? How to arbitrate that is just go out and measure the water. There you go. You don't arbitrate that by talking about hypotheticals of a cause that you can't validate. Yeah, which is clearly what we're talking about here. So a good example would be let's put a drop of water on a glass surface and look at it and see that it's globular in nature. It has like a self-contained package to it, and then let's say, oh look, because of this, therefore the Earth could be a globe.
That's not why it's globular. Drops are round not because of gravity. It's because of
it has to do with gravity or not. We're not talking about that.
Well, I thought you were just saying that I'm making that claim.
You're so wary of gotchas that you just can't fall along.
No, I'm just telling you that waves don't prove the principle that the 70% territory of the water of the Earth is planar in nature, horizontally arranged.
Well, nature's doing a lot of heavy lifting there.
Well, I mean, nature does what it does.
Right.
It doesn't need to do heavy lifting unless you have an untoward view of it that's contrary to what it is.
The moon has a gravitational pull effect on the oceans.
Oh my
and
God.
It causes swells and peaks and dips.
Prove it.
Prove it.
The fact that waves exist.
Prove it.
The fact that waves exist, the fact that I'm sitting down, the fact that I have a foot, the fact that I have a nose.
It's like it's all related, isn't it?
Yeah, no, it's like, yes, it's like it's all your ad hoc, silly explanations that aren't validated.
Yeah, if it's not for gravity, how do you get waves?
You're in the weeds.
No, watch this, bro. Watch this, bro.
Okay, show me how you get waves.
Hold on, friend. You didn't validate your causal claim. When pressed, your answers, well, then how do you explain it?
Well, see, here's the thing. Gravity.
Listen, friend, just explain, and then validate your explanation through scientific verification, through the scientific method of the cause and effect relationship between the moon and the tides, like you claim. You're claiming cause and effect. There's a method to adjudicate cause and effect. So let's see that sweet proofsy.
Have you ever heard of high tide and low tide?
Okay, one more time. You claim to have a cause and effect relationship. Now validate that through the scientific method, which is the adjudicator of cause and effect relationships. Go ahead, please.
So you're not going to accept high tide and low tide?
in the proper form that carries the necessary conclusion with the premises proved in the first instance, and if it's a cause and effect claim, the scientific method followed to its conclusion. You just present that in a neat package, right? Nobody's denying that tides exist, right? We're just asking you to validate your causal claim.
Or show, or even show that somebody else has ever validated it, ever. It should be documented. It should be well documented.
Okay, well, based off of the position and the closeness
No, I'm going to stop you.
Why?
No, Your Honor,
Why?
Your Honor, no, we're not asking for your point of view. We're asking for the evidence.
It's not my point of view. It was scientifically observed.
You're saying from the position, Your Honor, no, we're not asking for your position.
Okay, fine. Listen, we do understand that he's about to make a corollary, not an actual scientific experiment to validate the claim. And that's why Sonny's cutting you off, because he's frustrated because he's sick and tired of correlations being mistaken for causations.
Oh, so I guess it's just a coincidence then that based off of the position of the Earth to the Moon, it just so happens to line up with the effects of high tide and low tide.
Your Honor, we're not talking about coincidences, Your Honor.
Is that just a coincidence? That's your
Your Honor, we're not talking about coincidence. Your Honor, we're not talking about coincidences.
Oh, dude, you can.
So then it isn't a coincidence.
Dude, look, it's a corollary, right? It could be coincidental. It could be causal.
Sure.
You have to validate the cause.
Well, it just seems to be growing evidence to the claim that gravity exists, right?
No.
When you say right,
Well,
who are you asking?
It seems growing evidence that the moon is around and the tides are around so far.
What did you say? The moon is round?
No, the moon is around. Like it's around. It's over here. It's over there. It does its thing. It goes here. It goes there.
Sometimes it's bigger. Sometimes it's smaller. Sometimes it doesn't go as high in the sky. Sometimes
disappears
it's
disappears. Hold on, disappears every month for 3 days.
So
sometimes it lands. Sometimes it lands on the Earth and speaks to us like a demigod and explains to us the curvature.
I don't think
to keep your dry toast status.
Mm-hmm.
But what on a windy day?
Stop talking. Hold on, dude. Just stop talking about ad homs. You're doing it too. You're just doing it more passive aggressive. So just quit it. It's a freaking joke.
It's okay,
dude.
dry toast. It's in your name. On windy day, big waves.
Bread's not in my name.
Dry bread.
That's not my name. There you go.
Cooked bread.
Can't get it, can you?
Sliced bread. I'm talking to you. I know you've probably not been to the beach, so you stay dry. So you remain the piece of dehydrated bread you are. Okay. But windy day, big waves. No wind, not big waves. But then other places, you can get in Hawaii, they'll have the surf tournament on a day where there's no waves. No wind and big waves. So just relax.
So you're content. Your hypothesis is,
I'm saying that sometimes the wind is the cause of the waves. Sometimes the cause of the waves is not solely the wind.
Okay, so then
why are you the one conflating waves and tides, or is it just water all over the place?
I appreciate your explanation, and I would just like to dive further into it if you'd be okay with that.
Well, why don't you go to the beach on a windy day and see if the waves are big as compared to a day where there's less wind?
Okay. Well, if I'm to believe you that wind is the cause of waves,
I said is not the. Then I gave an example of where you can have a surfing tournament where there isn't a lot of wind.
Right. Oh, but there is waves. Hello?
I don't know. I think he got vaporized. He'll be a Mandela effect by tomorrow.
I was going to ask him what causes currents under the ocean.
I just got dropped.
But sorry to hear
that. Don't waves need to bounce off something and be contained?
Well, every beach has an ocean. Every shore has a sea.
I'm just saying it sounds like it's bouncing off the ice wall.
Yes, you can
That's
make a correlation.
kind of an explanation there.
Okay, fine. I got dropped. Let me just finish what I was saying. You can make a correlation between wind and the waves. You go to the beach, check it out. But you can also have situations where there's not a lot of wind and you can have enormous waves. So
how does that work?
It must not be the only cause.
So what else can cause large waves?
Temperature, like how can you water, or all kinds of things. I don't know.
Seismic activity can cause large waves.
Tides can cause large waves. Tides going one way, tides going the other way. There's crisscrossing tides. There's all kinds of things going on. Wave patterns traveling across the
Godzilla rolling over while he's sleeping can cause large waves.
What I know doesn't cause large waves is lunar gravity pulling the water up, which is now down, at the simultaneously solar gravity pulling water up, which is now down.
Solar gravity?
There's literally rivers. There's literally rivers of water under the oceans that are like 100 times larger than the Mississippi.
Yeah, Dry Toast. I don't think you know the whole story behind tides right now. You might want to look at.
Get it, man.
Okay, do you understand that if you're in the story, they tell you that tides are also affected by solar gravity.
What's solar gravity?
Yeah, look this stuff up. See, you're coming in here asking a bunch of questions, and you don't even have the foundation principle of this stuff.
I got a question.
I don't know what solar gravity is.
What is the cause? Well, let's just leave that out since you're just talking about the moon. What is the cause of antipodal tides?
Of which tides?
Antipodal tides. What's the cause?
Antitotal tides.
Podal.
No, podal. P-O-D.
Antipodal tides. I've never heard of that.
See, you're lacking here. Let me post an image for you. This is why I think people like you should be on mute, because you don't even know what you're talking about, and you're running in here like you got all the answers when you don't even know the beginning premises.
Supported free speech, Crit.
What? Who says we support free speech?
Yeah, I support free speech. What I don't support is someone in here not listening. Free speech requires a speaker and a listener. If you don't have the listener,
I'm listening to you.
Okay, here's an image right here. I got distracted by the squawker.
Everyone has the freedom of speech, but you cannot be guaranteed the freedom of reach.
That's proving the pull effect of the moon on Earth.
And what's the other one?
No, it's not. Dude, it doesn't prove anything. It's a graphic.
Okay.
This is what you didn't know. See, you should have came in here with this. See, in your worldview, there was no high tide.
No, but hold on, Crit.
No, in my worldview, there is high tide. Absolutely, there's high tide and low tide.
Crit. Holy crap, dude! If cartoon graphic, then proof of something that exists in reality.
Yeah, that feels like a disqualify for me. I don't know. Does anyone else think that's a disqualify? Oh, never mind. He's already on mute. Okay, good riddance. See, this is where I was trying to take the piss on me about free speech.
Yeah, go ahead, brother.
If someone's not even listening to you and they're only using to shut down the conversation, then I call it disqualification.
I'm surprised no one brought up the fact that waves need to be contained and like how wave pools work. Like you guys should debunk them with that stuff. I feel like because it's almost like waves are flat Earth phenomena. Yeah, but you should, I don't think he should be muted. You guys should like just contest his argument and then go on. It's kind of like he's just trying to drag it out.
That's the problem. He didn't even have an argument. He didn't even know what he was talking about.
I don't know if he's muted or not.
Yeah,
did anybody mute him? Yeah, but did any of us mute him?
Guess not. It could have been like another server mute. I don't think he posted anything in the text. Right? We'll see.
He was clear that he got his point across. He was insisting that moon causes high tide. Then I asked him today, nothing. Yeah, he got his point across.
I mean, he's a lot more in depth than most globies, I would say. So I think his points are valid.
Well, I mean, if you don't know what causes the antipodal tides, you can't be saying, I know about the moon causing the tides.
Yeah, like he's missing major data points here.
Well, you can't just get him out of here for that. That's, I mean, not even.
I don't know why he's muted, so I'm not sure.
He's just
Didn't he say that like the tides happen from the moon? Didn't he say that? He said that.
He's here. He's just on listen mode, not instead of talk mode. Because now he'll have to listen to understand what he should have said had he known what he was talking about.
But he did say, he said the tides and the moon are related, and he said it's because of gravity. And so
because he can't that's gospel. No.
I'm sorry, like I didn't hear that. I think I lagged out.
I said, and because he chants that becomes gospel.
Oh.
When he was ignorant to other occurrences contrary to what he says.
So what made it gospel? I must have missed that part.
Thought that's what you were.
No, I'm just saying like he did say these things, and then like everyone kind of like said no, but then like argued about it.
Yeah, you want me to give you the advanced explanation? Just for
Yeah, I would love to hear that because I want to hear something that actually like goes somewhere, not somewhere that doesn't go anywhere.
Okay, so the way it goes like this. So you have this is just claims, right? This is a story. So the way it goes is like this. So you have what's known as the tidal forces, which isn't simply the moon pulling the apex of the tide up. It's also squeezing the sides of the Earth's water to create a hydraulic pressure that forces the bulge of water that you see in that graphic on the side closest to the moon. Okay, so that explains the side closest to the moon. So then you ask yourself, well, then how is there a bulge on the opposite side, the antipodal tide? So they need a reason for that since the moon isn't over there providing gravity for that. So the answer is that the moon actually pulls the Earth towards itself faster on one side than the other, and the differential acceleration leaves the water behind in free space because the Earth is going faster towards the moon than the water. So essentially you have a jerky motion where the moon is supposedly just jerking the Earth out from under the water, and that's how you get the antipodal tides. Make sense?
Wouldn't the moon be like rotating around the Earth so like the bulge moves constantly? Isn't that like what's happening? Isn't that what you're
well, that's what's claimed. That's what's claimed, sure.
Isn't that what you kind of explained right there, though? Isn't that?
I think the important part for this channel is like when all that stuff happens, there's an ice wall there to bounce off, you know.
Well, I mean,
Anything else?
we know
West Crash.
They're pretty much contained, yeah. But yeah, so we got a complex story, right, about what the moon is doing, right? It's a claim. That's what it is. It's not scientifically validated. It's just that simple. Now, if he can scientifically validate it, the cause and effect, I mean, by all means, he can present that info. Sure. What's wrong with that?
I missed the ice wall part. What's that about?
Well, it's kind of like if there's motion.
He's trying to troll, but
wait, you guys don't believe in ice wall? What the fuck?
It's not. Well, there's cliffs of ice places on Earth, but yeah.
Also, so Antarctic ice walls, we're just gonna leave that out.
Well, I'm sure there are. I'm sure there are northern ice cliffs too.
But to me, it's like there's motion, but if it was a globe and there was nothing to bounce off, then there wouldn't be waves, right? That makes sense to me.
Every beach has an ocean. Every sea has a shore. But
it bounces off, the shores of every continent. What's wrong with that?
Well, the other guy said, well, at what point did it become gospel? Well, it seems as if at the end of the day, you do think the telling of the story is what makes it gospel.
Yeah, you have an eloquent story, right? And it's cohesive story, right? You had multiple writers on the story, right? And then you have this nice story, and then you present the story, and then you say that's what's happening. And then you show everyone your physics degree, and then it's the gospel truth. There you go.
Wait, so do you guys subscribe to the firmament, or are we like separated on that, or split on that, or what?
Well, someone was having they were chanting about tides, thinking that was evidence of the globe. That's sort of where we're at.
No,
right
I heard
now.
that part. Yeah, but I'm just wondering.
Did you what did you gather from that?
I mean, I just think like it's proof of that we're in a container. You know?
But can you explain what the firmament? Like my English is not my.
What the firmament is? You guys never heard of that?
No.
Proof that we're in a container.
Yeah, it's like the top of the flat Earth, which would vacuum everything and close the system, right? It's like in the Bible and everything. This is how things work, like, and then because this is how everything's enclosed on the flat Earth model.
Yeah, you're talking about Rakia.
But I mean, if you believe in science, you know, you have like other natural occurring torus fields, right? That like people would believe in. But in my theory, it would be a firmament, which we don't necessarily know what it is or anything, but it's an enclosed energy system for sure. Is what I think.
You know, it's another way. You know, what's another way to stop anything from leaving a specific area? That
What's
most
that?
people don't.
Zero motion.
Oh, sure, that could be like if all motion stopped. But another way to leave someone from leaving an area of free available space is to have a definitive amount of free available space. So, in other words, you know, you can imagine it like in a video game. There's a map in the game, right? And when you reach the end of the map, the computer has to decide to render more stuff in front of you for you to walk into, or your character just sits there and stops and just keeps walking, but can't go forward because there's no available space to go into. Now, that's actually an interesting thing to think about, because when you think about, in regards to the flat Earth, if you posit the idea that the flat Earth is contained in a fixed amount of free space and there's no free space outside of that fixed amount, people will often look at you funny. However, if you think about the heliocentric cosmogony and cosmology, it has an undefined boundary of the universe where they don't know or can't even begin to speculate where it is and what's beyond it, if there even is space there. And even in their inflationary model, space itself is expanding, meaning that there is no available free space beyond the boundary of space. So much so does this rack people's brains that you can go read articles, and the titles of the article will go like this: the terrifying implications of what is at the boundaries of space. Right?
Now, what is it at the boundaries?
You tell me, brother.
The
great nothingness, the mind of God, chicken noodle soup. I don't know.
But so you guys don't think there's walls if you go like south enough?
Walls, shorelines, maybe. We've never been there to confirm it.
Well, Admiral Byrd was there, right? You guys don't fuck with him? I think he's kind of
story. I said it's an anecdotal story.
Oh, he's the only.
That would have to be verified. It's an anecdotal story that no one here is verified to be true or not.
Plus, you got to also consider that he's a government agent.
Yeah, I'm with you on that. I mean, I'm skeptical of the story, but maybe there's half truths in there, right?
But you'd have to verify it, though, wouldn't you? As in, you'd have to go there to verify it.
Okay, well, we're checkmated then. Fuck.
Exactly. There is some things that, right, like if you accept certain paradigms, right, there are within those paradigms knowns and unknowns, right? Whether the paradigm is true or not, just within the paradigm self-consistency, there's knowns and unknowns. Even in heliocentric cosmology, they don't claim to know everything about everything. There's knowns and unknowns. Right, but somebody asked me. Go ahead, friend.
Do you think like commercial space flights, like what Jeff Bezos did, would ever become affordable?
I mean, you mean high altitude flights?
Well, whatever, yeah.
Well, dude, high altitude is achievable, is it not?
To the altitude where like Bezos went?
Well, he did it, so it must be achievable, right?
I mean, I'm thinking like if they do become available, like commercially available, like jetliner flights, then people would actually be able to do like a first-hand like research.
Well, yeah, but the problem is that those heights aren't even high enough to see enough of the Earth to determine the totality of the shape, so it's highly irrelevant.
Sure.
And they've been saying that for like 10 years now, that's going to be a thing. They just keep delaying it. That's like pretty obvious in your face now. There's clearly a lot of hoops they got to jump through to like get that going, which is what I think is like they can only go a certain amount, right? High up, and they don't want to like give away all the bullshit like right there when they start taking normies up to space and they see everything.
Well, they don't see everything, which was AI's point. It's not even high enough. It's like, what, 2-3% of the surface of the Earth? From that altitude that's achievable, you shouldn't even see curvature from that point onwards.
Well, I mean, you see some stuff, right?
You might see some stuff, but it's not a high enough altitude above the Earth of a given radius to see the curvature of the Earth. For example, the International Space Station has been mathematically proven to not be high enough above the surface of the Earth to detect curvature. But they show it to you, right? But it's not high enough. So there's a problem there.
Is it the problem with a glass, like someone showed a picture of an airplane glass that shifts the perspective like a fisheye? Or is it the actual curvature of the Earth?
Wait, didn't Red Bull show us the curvature of the Earth with the fall, like the giant the highest base?
No, they had another camera that wasn't a fisheye. They fucked up.
Oh, so that didn't show us the curvature of the Earth. I swear to God, it did.
No.
Hold tight. If that was the curvature of the
Red
Earth
Bull.
and you were completely circled, then you would live on planet New Mexico. That would make the Earth really, really, really small. This is what Neil deGrasse Tyson was in contention with when this Red Bull air jump was proliferated to be curvature of the Earth. He turns around and said, which is what I said, you're not high enough above the surface of the Earth of a radius of 3,959 miles to see that curvature anyway. You're not far enough away from it.
I would very much believe a guy with like 200 concussions when he says anything.
But yeah,
How did Neil deGrasse Tyson get 200 concussions, bro?
Probably dropped his own mic on his head too many times.
Yeah. Right, continue the point by all means.
No, I'm just thinking, whoever like flat or globe will win.
So do you guys believe, are you guys like heliocentric here? And motionless?
Geocentric.
Let Jedi finish the point.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, yeah, you're geocentric, right? Okay. At least we're on board with that.
I've yet to meet a flat earther who thinks the Earth goes around the sun.
Well, you guys don't believe in the firmament and the ice wall. I don't know what's going on.
See, when we say
there's different levels of flat earthery, I feel like.
Here, listen to Jedi. He'll explain it, okay? Just really pay.
I have no idea. You
No, I know. I'm listening. I'm listening.
Oh, okay, there we go. Go ahead.
So every time you say firmament, that invokes a biblical cosmology. That's fine, but nobody's been up into the sky to press against the firmament to say here it is. But ultimately, the fact that we pressure and we're told that we live, that is the point in contention, because to have gas pressure, you need, because if you've got nothing and a vacuum of space, then the gas is going to pour vacuum of space. We wouldn't be able to achieve gravity. So the idea of believing in the firmament, we have gas pressure, kind of demonstrating that we lived within a closed, fixed volume.
But you don't think like didn't we shoot like rockets? Didn't the Russians rockets into the try and like blow up the firmament? Some shit.
Yeah, I think it is underneath Project Dominic with Operation Fishbowl and things like that, where both America and Russia shot stuff up into the sky and tried to blow the sky up. I mean, I wasn't there. This is again another anecdotal thing.
Well,
we're saying really trust the Russians. They tried to breed a human and a gorilla.
Okay, but real quick, we're saying that there must be containment because there's air pressure, right? But the firmament is a specific container claim, which we're not making. We're just saying that there must be containment because there's air pressure.
So, if there's like a lack of gravity, if we go like deeper into the ocean, close to the Mariana Trench and lower, the lower you go, the higher the pressure is. The G-force is what most people call it. I don't know what it would be in your thing, but like what makes things like live down there? I don't know. Just discuss that. I'm really curious because the lower you go in Earth, it's similar to the vacuum in space.
What? That's not true.
So
That's not true.
If you go
the lower you
to
go
the
in Earth,
floor
it's
of the
similar to
ocean-
vacuum space.
That's
not true.
I mean, in the process of acceleration away from the Earth, you have to hit G-forces similar to what we have underwater when you go deep down enough. See, some people pass out when they go at that like metric. So like, how does deep water work? Why are the animals in deep water so different and used to living under higher pressure than
pressure. There you go. You
animals in
answered it
higher
yourself.
water?
But pressure is not. It's not the same thing as space. You're saying that you get less pressure the higher you go, so it's the same because you get more pressure when you go to the core of the Earth. But the issue is the Earth is a ball that has limited space, whereas we call this concept space. Space because there's nothing on Earth of equal pressure. Wait, hold on. There's nothing on. Even if you go to the, you'd have to go to like the center of the core. You'd have to go to like the center of the core and experience that right there in order to even come close to what space is. So it's not the same thing, is what I'm just trying to tell you.
Yeah, but I can't
Hold
say
on.
like
I got a problem with that. I got a problem with that, Mr. Guy. Hold on.
That gravity exists.
Yeah. No, that's not the problem. The problem is that the core of the Earth only exists in pictures that are in books. So I'd like to find out how I can go to the center of a picture in a book.
That's not true. You just don't understand that we can guess what this. We make predictions, right?
Yeah.
I'm not saying that we all have to. I'm not saying that you can not be skeptical. You should be skeptical, right? I'm not saying that.
Levels as well.
What?
The deepest we went, like 7 miles, right? 7-something miles. That's all we went. It's as deep as we went.
Guys, because we have these things that we call
and then they
flesh.
predicted the other
No, hold
100,000
on. We
miles.
have these things called a body, right? And this body, sadly, needs to function. So we have like an internal temperature, right? And this internal temperature allows our skin to exist. We can't go that deep. So we make predictions through mathematics to learn something else that's besides our bodies, right? This is called mathematics. And the applied version of this is called physics.
Is it mathematics?
It's not magics. It's called mathematics. Because we still, whether you like it or not, you have a body.
So don't be mad that you're losing in your competitive video
I'm
game.
not losing anything. I'm telling you the truth.
Are you winning or losing in the game?
Is math physical?
Well, my question is like, why did
applied mathematics is what we call physics. It can be physical, yes.
Yeah,
it is physical. Because, no, when you use your computer, the desk that you have, the laptop, the internet that you're using, these things need physical properties, in order to exist. So yes, mathematics can be physical.
So please hand me a physical number 5.
You want my arm? Do you want my hand? I can give you my hand.
A physical. No, a
Do you want me to cut my hand off and then give it to you?
You said the numbers were physical, so hand me a physical number.
Yeah, you can. Okay. Put any 5 objects in front of you. Now they're physical in some capacity.
Why do you just keep fucking talking?
No, the number 5 is physical. You don't understand what you're saying.
Okay, hand it to me then.
I can. Okay, so how do I hand you? Okay, what do you want me here? Let me hand you something. Hold on. Let me hand you something. It's on side chat.
Give him 5, yo. Give him 5.
Mail it to my PO box.
Go. I gave you something right there.
High 5.
If it's not in the mail,
I gave you 5. I gave you 5 right there.
If it's not on its way to the PO box, shut the fuck up.
No, because the limits of your mind is that it needs to be in the PO box. But I sent you 5. I sent you 5 of something through the chat that you're using. You don't understand because you don't understand what that means.
I don't want to argue about numbers and the existence of numbers because numbers are real and
You're questioning what's in my mind as if you know what's in my mind.
I'm really
now you're
curious
a mind reader.
How does the pressure on Earth get higher when you go lower, like in the ocean? If you go low enough,
because you're
implode.
using other things. You're using liquids. So these are other chemicals.
I'm talking on flat Earth, not gravity, not anything. I know you'll agree with me, but I'm talking about like in the flat Earth concept without gravity, with just a downward force pushing. How is there more downward force the lower you go?
It's not, sorry, my friend, got to interrupt. It's not downward force because if you to go down to that depth in the sea, you'll notice that the sea is pushing in all directions upon your physical frame. So upwards and inwards and downwards.
Exactly. Depends on the medium.
Yeah, so that's why. Yeah, that's why this type of force is measured in psi, right?
Exactly, per square inch.
Pounds per square inch, right?
Yep.
Not pounds per direction. Pounds per square inch.
I think in Europe is kilograms per centimeters.
Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter.
Yeah, you're right. Doesn't matter. Britain and USA rule the world, so we'll use imperial metric.
Yeah, but you guys have to make your technology compatible with our metrics in order for you to sell.
Anyone know the PSI of the space vacuum, the nearly perfect space vacuum? Isn't it something ridiculous? Like 0.0000023 or some shit like that.
To 10 to the negative 17 torr, whatever. You go do your own research on that shit.
This shit's ridiculous. It's crazy. How is that next to a contained atmospheric pressurized like system of air that we all breathe?
Gravity.
No, it is no. The reason that you don't understand why it's that way is because you're comparing the air that you breathe on Earth to a vacuum.
Without a container.
But you're trying to compare.
You need a container, bro.
PSI factors that this is within a
you don't even understand what you're saying.
Object. If you have if you have a cylinder with only one like molecule or like one particle filling it, so like CO2 or helium or whatever, that helium exists in a vacuum within that cylinder. Okay?
What?
Yes, that's correct. Yes.
That's correct. So that's what PSI measures. It doesn't measure forces outside of that cylinder.
Exactly. So that's
why are we mentioning PSI when I'm talking about like?
Is it cylinder contained? Is it contained?
It's contained. Yeah.
Then why are you bringing up? Why are you bringing up a ridiculous number?
How is our air contained without a container?
It has to be. No, inherently it's contained. Wait, how do you agree with?
It's so much larger than like things that we use PSI to measure.
Are you still talking? Are you still talking about
in air, like in regular
air?
But
are you still talking about the bottom of the ocean, brother?
It's still like 0 is the representation.
Do you guys really think the Earth is flat?
No, we don't think it is. I know it is for a fact. I've tested it myself.
No, you don't know it is.
Yeah, show
no,
facts,
you don't
bro.
know it is.
Okay, sir, if the Earth is flat,
the Earth is not flat. Just to break it to you.
Wait. I have a question. I have a question for Sonny.
Air does not have a PSI.
Okay, go ahead. Go ahead and ask.
Air does not have a
and
PSI.
I mean,
What are you
like,
talking about, bro?
Air does not have a PSI.
Wait a minute. He's trying to ask me a question. Hold on just a second. Someone's trying
Air
to
does
personally
not
ask me a
apply
question. So,
pressure.
wait a second.
Dude,
What was the question?
It's not just for you. It's for everyone. But like you said, you proved it, and that's cool. That's cool as fuck. So we can't draw correlations between flat Earth and modern day Catholicism and Christianity, or can we? Is there a correlation there or not?
What? That is totally non sequitur.
Yeah, that's off topic. Let's get back to the topic.
It is a non sequitur, but it's a historical, informational type of deal. It's category.
Can we finish off the gas pressure discussion before we move on to another?
We all experience the same Earth, no matter what.
All right. I'll ask again after they're done. I'm sorry. When you said that,
That's
it just
all right.
sparked something in my
Because
mind.
the guy who said the atmosphere or the air isn't pressurized. Someone ban that guy.
Never mind. It applies. it applies 14.7 pounds.
That's what a barometer's
at sea
for,
level.
bro. Like, what are you talking
Right. So it's got PSI. So that means it's
nowhere near
pressurized.
the pressure.
Yes, air has pressure. Why are we having this conversation? Air clearly has pressure.
Yeah,
someone
no,
said it
So
didn't.
to have pressure, it needs to be pressing off of a container. That's the point.
Correct.
Yeah.
Exactly. And that's a good teaching
And
point.
we do have containers.
Big brain, which means the entire atmosphere is a container because PSI can be measured
No. That's the gas that
No,
needs
it's
to be
not.
contained.
That's the fallacy right there. So
Yeah, the atmo isn't the container. The atmo is the
container
gas.
only at sea level and only
hold
at
on.
like the level of.
There's things.
I'm trying to make a point. I'm trying to make a point and dovetail directly with that topic about the container and containment of gases. That you have to have the walls that press it to have something press against. So in order to have any variation, let's say gradient of gases, you can only do so within a contained system. Here's what the big problem is: people are not understanding this part of it. They think that a gradient could just be out there anywhere, wherever you have some kind of pressure. It has to be contained in order for you to even know a gradient was there. You needed to have a container to measure the pressure of air before you could even tell if there was a gradient. You have to have it all inside a contained system.
Okay, Sonny, are you a flat earther or?
That's
global?
what we call.
Hold on.
Hold on.
Wait, hold on, because you guys are confusing the shit out of me.
One at a time.
Stop. Everybody stop here. Which one of you Globers is taking it? Because you two, ADC cases, Epsilon and Vlachi, are just talking right through each other the whole time. I don't care what one of you is.
Let's speak to Vlachi. Because Epsilon's been here a bunch. He's had the conversation. Give Vlachi a chance.
Okay, it's Vlachi. Yeah, go ahead.
I know Earth is a flat horizontal level plane. Like, that's what I know. It's a horizontal plane, a topographical plane. That's what I know. Like, I've tested over water dozens and dozens of times. Yeah, I live right near the water. I could do this every single day. I could do it 4 times a day and show you places that you could see way too far for your globe. Everyday occurrence. For 300 days out of the year, I could do this. So
let me just make sure that Vlachi knows what we're talking about, right? So Vlachi, we're talking about the gas being pressurized, the air that we breathe.
Yeah.
Yeah, so for that to be pressurized, we need a container, like in all examples of gas pressure, like in a balloon, a car tire, a canister, you need a container, a physical container. So we're saying on the globe model, there isn't one. And it's next to a vacuum, apparently. So that's a problem. Do you understand what we're saying?
Yeah. For that, like, simply the vacuum is lack of thing. So.
Yeah, but the issue is, how do you get the gas pressure?
Not pull anything other than its like air.
Right, but what's the gas particles? What are the gas particles pressing off?
They're pressing up against other particles. Like there's air, there's carbon, there's helium, there's tons of other gases.
If it was an open system, there wouldn't if there was an open system, there would be no pressure against the other particles either. It would just be a flowing of particles from high pressure to low pressure, or if there was no pressure,
so we wouldn't
but they say
have
it's
air.
expanding. So
yes, we would not have air.
So how do
Correct.
you explain air?
So we would need a container, right?
You have to have a container.
So if you want to claim gas is the container, then you're going to have to show us a demonstration of gas pressure being maintained by just more gas next to a vacuum, which you can't demonstrate. No one can.
But doesn't the science community just say it's like the inertia of the spin that creates the vacuum?
It will take me a second to look up exactly, like you said gases holding up other gases against a container. Okay, I can do that.
No, let's show air pressure.
I am curious how you would explain like why we are able to breathe if there's no air.
Well, there is air, and that's what we're saying. The reason there's
Well, yeah.
pressurized air is because there's a container. If there wasn't a container, all the air would equalize with the vacuum, as
You
is
wouldn't be able to
natural law.
breathe. You wouldn't be able to breathe if there wasn't gas
But the
pressure.
vacuum is the lack of things.
Yeah, and high pressure flows to low pressure.
So why would something go away from gravity into the vacuum when the gravity is constantly pulling?
You're making a presupposition.
Well, air moves
I'm
omnidirectionally.
presupposing
Sorry,
gravity
Jedi.
for the
Jedi, do
sake
you
of
want to jump in?
the globe Earth to work as a concept.
I'll answer you. My friend, which direction is gravity? When I drop a rock, which way does the rock go?
Towards the center of the Earth.
Awesome stuff. And when I pour liquid into a cup, the liquid goes into the cup, which is underneath the container, right? I pour it downwards, yeah?
Yeah, it goes towards the direction of the center of the Earth.
Awesome. And when I uncontain gas, say like I pop a tire, for example, or a balloon, which way does the gas go?
It's lighter than air, so it will go up.
Yeah, it goes in all directions, doesn't it?
It goes up.
Yeah, within the balloon. It's also...
Gas does expand, but it goes up because
awesome
it's
stuff.
lighter than air.
So that's the gas.
The stuff that you see go outwards is the stuff that is mixing with air to dilate and like constantly goes through half-lives, because that's what particles do when they react with hydrogen or oxygen.
Hold on, you're
a lot
gish
of it
galloping,
will
Mr.
go
Guy.
for their half-life.
Mr. Guy, you're gish galloping. Let Jedi finish. He wasn't done. Okay, it's okay to make a brief comment, but don't then just start gish galloping over. He's still talking. Go ahead, Jedi.
So we understand that the rock falls downwards relative to your position, and when we uncontain gas, it disperses, like you said, in all directions, right? So observably, I'll give you gravity in this instance, but it's not affecting gas, because gas disperses in all directions. You understand that I said the tire or balloon, the gas within that tire or balloon is pressing omnidirectionally against the insides of the walls of that container, the balloon, to give it spherical shape. When you pop that balloon, it disperses. The higher pressure within the balloon disperses into the lower pressure environment and goes in all directions. Being as gravity is said to be just a vector downwards, it's observably not affecting gas.
Yeah, because it counteracts gravity by being lighter. In fact, it doesn't counteract gravity. It reacts to gravity still.
But see, you keep using that word. What is gravity? Then we get back into this circling back around that you don't have gravity.
Force of.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay. How about this then?
Concept of gravity is.
How about a basketball? I hold it under the ocean water. Which direction does it go?
That's force. That's buoyancy. That's separate.
Oh, so buoyancy is stronger than. Then buoyancy is literally. Hold on, I wasn't done. I was still speaking. I'm sorry, I was still speaking. While you're speaking right in the middle of when I started speaking. Then you start speaking. So listen. Where is your gravity? Your gravity does not exist then. That means buoyancy can overcome the force of buoyancy or density overcomes your gravity. So it's a moot point. Stop using the word gravity because you don't know what it is and you don't have a causal effect.
Okay, let's call it downward force.
Let's try something
requires downward force. Constant downward pressure.
My friend, do you know what a vacuum chamber is?
Yes, I know what a vacuum chamber is.
Awesome stuff. So say we've got a really big vacuum chamber, and halfway up the vacuum chamber, I've got a nozzle where I can inject gas into the system. When I inject gas into the vacuous space, which way does the gas go?
Wait. Was it repeat that?
I've got a vacuum chamber. Halfway up the vacuum chamber, I've got a nozzle where I can impart gas into the system. I open the nozzle so gas can enter the vacuous space. The question is, which way does the gas go?
Down.
Down. It doesn't fill the container in all directions, pressing upon the walls
Oh
of
wait,
the
yeah,
container.
no, it does.
Nope.
It fills
It
it
goes
all
down
in all
at the start.
directions. That's true.
No, it goes down at the start. You're right the first time.
No,
At
let's
first
not
it goes
confuse the
down.
two.
It will not go up to start.
It would, so the gas will not go up and outwards and disperse in all directions.
Yeah, no matter where you start the process of inserting the gas, it will go down.
Yeah.
You can
Okay.
start it at the bottom, you can start it at the top, the gas will still go down.
Listen, you're wrong. It will go in any direction that you point the nozzle. So you're missing that part of it. So technically
But it will
speaking,
fall.
it would go omnidirectionally from the point. You could measure pressure from any point in the container, even if it was a spherical shaped container. You would still get the same gas pressure all the way around it.
Yeah, but how would it fill that
But it
container?
will fall.
On the
Sorry,
bottom,
has anybody got the
you
gif of the
can have a
bromine gas?
liquid. On the bottom, you can actually have a liquid, and on the top, you can have a vapor.
Has anybody got the gif? Has anybody got the gif of the two separate bowls where one underneath has got bromine gas in it? There's a tap or
He already beat you
a
to it.
separation. Yeah. So you'll
Yeah, but-
notice within that.
I mean, he's
when you
releasing the
remove-
valve when the gas valve is already on the bottom. This doesn't contradict anything that's been said. It
So
would
which
fill from the bottom
No,
up.
there's a vacuum. Look, it's a vacuum on top, right?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah,
you're
of course.
okay.
Yeah.
You're expanding the
That's
object
space.
that's
So the
the
Yeah, but that
vacuum
doesn't
is
contradict
expanding.
anything that's been said so far.
It just
That's space.
it just spreads to fill the object more.
Do you guys think
Awesome.
that's
So the
upside
gas
down?
will fill-
Which way's
If
up and down
the
on
gas
that?
will fill the space. The gas will
if
fill
you-
the space. Yeah?
If you change it,
No,
to the empty one at the bottom, if you move the empty one to the bottom, it would still have the same effect.
Yeah,
It's
you
where
guys
the
think.
vacuum
I
is.
think you guys are thinking this is
No.
upside down or something. The one with
Guys,
vacuum is
Jedi's
pointing
trying to
up.
get back in.
Okay, yeah. Go ahead, Jedi. Sorry.
No, it doesn't matter because he says the gas will fill the space, which is our point. The gas will fill the space in all directions, pressing on the limitation of its environment and then achieving gas pressure. Because
Not
that's
in the
the
example
constant
you gave.
of the bromine gas, where you got the tap in between and the tap is opened and the bromine gas disperses upwards and fills both containers. The one at the top is a vacuous space with nothing in it. You're trying to tell me that doesn't happen?
But
Well,
the
guys,
scenario,
like the problem with
scenario
this
you laid
example.
out was a large vacuum chamber. Large.
Okay. Just
This is not a
giving you
large vacuum chamber, is it? In this little picture.
No, it's a gas dispersing upwards.
Scott,
to
we're in the middle
fill
of speaking to
space.
someone. Could you stop trying to obfuscate every opportunity?
It's quite obvious that the gas is filling the space. Doesn't matter which direction the space is, the gas will, when uncontained, disperse into that space. It will go upwards, in this instance, into the vacuous space. There's us just thinking that gravity is just a vector downwards, where gas is dispersing upwards into a vacuous space. So the gas moves freely and randomly within this area, achieves gas pressure by pressing against the walls of the container. And if you were to remove the walls of the container, the gas is then free to disperse into the environment outside. The only thing that's keeping the gas there in this instance is the physical barrier. So this is why I brought up a vacuum chamber, because we understand that the only thing that's separating the two physical environments of gas pressure outside and no pressure inside or no gas is the physical barrier. You remove the barrier and the gas will fill that space. Entropy in action.
Exactly. Doesn't that make you guys curious? Like you know, people that still believe, you're in a ball. Like, how the hell is the gas contained? Like, it's so strange, isn't it?
Being as everybody wants to say gravity, I'll remind you that gas is produced down here at ground level with the biological and chemical cycles on and within the Earth's surface. You're, of course, aware of the inverse square law with regards to gas, as it's stronger down here and weaker up there, and the gas's first instinct is to move into the space that's available above the surface of the Earth. So being as
What
the Earth is
about
said to be
dinitrogen monoxide? Nitro. What do you think about nitrix? Dinitrogen
cares?
monoxide. 2 nitrogen molecules, 1
Who
oxygen.
cares? Who cares?
What about
The point
about
is,
it?
It's heavier. It will, if you inhale it, it will make your voice deeper. The opposite of helium, which lightens your lungs. Yeah.
And when you put that gas
So it goes
into a
down.
vacuum chamber,
Yeah, no, I
and
can
when
look
you
at it.
put that gas into a container, which way does it go? Because
Fucking
you can
down.
only point out a relationship between this gas and that gas. That gas goes up and that gas goes down relative to each other. Quite
It still
simple.
goes down at 9.8 miles per second, which is
No, it
gravity.
doesn't.
Meters.
Yep,
No, it
meters.
doesn't.
Sorry, meters.
And
Not
it does.
No, it
miles.
doesn't.
Holy
It
shit,
doesn't,
miles? We would be all dead.
But it
I
doesn't
meant
though.
meters.
Yeah.
Yeah, it does.
No, it
Yeah,
doesn't.
No, it
okay.
doesn't.
It leaks out. You can
No,
tell.
I'm happy for him to take
It
it.
leaks outside of a vacuum?
No, it drips down. It looks like it's dripping down. There's no way that's
Yeah,
going
because
9.8
it
meters per
immediately
second.
turns into a liquid.
No, because the medium of air is that's
it's
what's
forcing
slowing
the
it down,
molecules
bro.
to condense and get closer to each other.
Yeah, if you release that, let's say, and let's say you released it in the bottom of the ocean, which way would it go?
What?
Which way would it go if you released nitrous oxide on the bottom of the ocean? Which way would it go?
Well, nitrous is, I'm not sure how much heavier it is than
But which way would it
oxygen,
go,
but
though, right? It depends on the medium. That's my point.
it depends on the weight of nitrogen.
You know where gas is produced in thermal vents at the bottom of the ocean, and the gas bubbles up to the top of the surface of the ocean and then disperses into the environment above. You know that's the gas that is closer to the mass that you say is attracting it to it, but its first instance is to go through the mass of the ocean in a bubble and then reach the top of the ocean and then pop
Yeah, no,
and
that's
then
fine.
disperse
Dispersed.
into
Yeah.
Yeah.
Exactly.
So
Yeah, I'll send it to you.
being as mass, the Earth is said to be attracting the gas. The gas is going upwards away from the
Cool.
Earth. So you do not have the observed phenomena of gravity, and I'm fucking giving it to you, of it acting on gas. You know what a bubble is. You know what a bubble is, don't you, mate? Your fish tank, for example, thermal vents at the bottom of the ocean, methane gas that's released through the waters of the Earth in a bubble and gets to the top and then pops and then disperses into the atmosphere above. I thought the Earth was the thing that was supposed to be attracting the gas to it, but the first instance, the observation of what gas does is it goes away from the Earth.
If you
So
go
scientifically,
underwater below sea level or anything underwater, if you release a gas
Doesn't matter
lighter than water, it
anywhere.
will go
Is
up.
his point.
That is true. But if you
That's my point.
release a gas like
Gas
at
anywhere,
the
bro.
top
That's
of
his
the
point.
atmosphere,
It
it will
defies
go
gravity.
down to its level.
It defies what you call gravity. That's his point. That's the
going
point.
upwards. You drop a rock, it goes downwards. Gravity is just a vector downwards or inwards to the center point of a ball, where gas is going upwards. So therefore, you don't have a phenomena to start your science with. It's going upwards, mate. 108 meters away from your.
Okay, if you drop a basketball and a tennis ball from the same height, which one will go down faster?
This has nothing to do with gas.
It's simple logic. You don't even have to answer the question. Whichever one's heavier, right?
And what happens when I uncontain gas? When in this vacuum chamber argument, I've got a
Whichever
ball.
one's lighter will go up faster.
Oh my goodness me. So you understand that the bubble of gas at the bottom of the surface of the ocean, where it is closer to the mass of the Earth, will remind you of the inverse square law, where the gravity is strongest. It is going away from the Earth and also through the mass of the oceans, and then dispersing above the surface of the oceans into the space above, where all the other gases. So you
Nitrous
don't
oxide
have,
specifically will stay at the bottom. It will stay below oxygen.
Okay, so I'm
brilliant.
sorry. I've been listening for a while. I'm going to jump in just as a PADI certified diver. The bends, nitrogen building up into your blood when you go underwater is real. You have to have stop so that you don't, like if you go down to like 120 to 150 feet, you can't just go straight to the surface. Nitrogen builds up in your blood. So you have to have conditioned stops. to make sure that you don't have what we call in the scuba diving world the bends, and that's like nitrogen gas bubbles that will form in your blood that will go into your joints and it will fuck you up.
It can literally kill you if you go up too fast. Yeah.
Correct.
Unless you're in a vacuum sealed chamber.
Yeah, they call them. Those are called decompression chambers, and that only happens in very, very terrible situations, and you immediately need to get into one.
Yeah, when everything else fails, you go into a vacuum sealed chamber.
Correct.
And then you go up, which didn't happen with that submarine, but it was not.
Whoa, that submarine imploded.
Yeah,
that's a different thing.
The safety bags, whatever, they didn't work. They didn't like.
Dude, that submarine, there was nothing about that submarine that was ever going to be saved. That submarine imploded. They had it, from what they're saying, that's why they could barely find pieces of it. What happened was there was like a zero lock decompression kind of thing where the pressure in the submarine became, and they were so deep, the submarine pretty much, once the water came in, it exploded.
Yeah, it exploded before the brains could comprehend it. It was like fractions
I don't
of
care how rich
milliseconds.
you were or however. I was like, there's 5 human lives. The only thing is that I hope they didn't feel any pain, because that shit should have happened really fast.
Yeah. Oh, it's faster than our brains can react. It was like 0.03 microseconds versus our reaction
explosion.
time is
They're
like,
all dead. They didn't feel any pain, kind of thing. But whatever their submarine is, they fucked up.
yeah. It was not made of one material, which, because of gravity, they were applying different forces to different parts of a submarine.
They've already. The only
and
thing
the
is
pressure
they've
as
been
well.
down in that same submarine 10 times. That's why I think they felt comfortable.
Gravity has nothing to do with that.
It has nothing to do with gravity. It has everything to do with pressure.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Why do you guys keep referring to a force that doesn't exist?
The pressure is caused by gravity because it
No, it's not.
It pulls water down, and the
Not
lower
gas
you go,
though.
the
The gas
denser
is
is the
going up.
water.
The gas is going up, right?
The gas
So your
does
gravity
go
story isn't holding up. And even if you want to claim that, you would need to show a demonstration of you somehow containing gas pressure adjacent to a vacuum with no container and only gravity. So can you do that?
So we're talking about pressure and gravity. Those are two different things. Do you know what one of the highest paying jobs in America is? Underwater welders.
No, we're not talking about being underwater.
A zero lock pressure situation is?
No, we're talking about the gas pressure of the atmo being adjacent to a vacuum with no physical separation and that being impossible.
That I have no idea what the fuck those words mean. I can't even speak.
Okay. Underwater, if you go in a submarine, there's buoyancy and gravity. Gravity pulls you down, buoyancy pulls you up. There is pressure in between the top point of buoyancy and the lowest point of gravity. Because of those two forces.
Nah, bro, you're just defending gravity for no reason.
You're talking out of your ass, man. Stop it.
Hold on, let
That's
Jedi
where the
go.
pressure
Jedi's trying to
comes
get
from.
in. Well, actually, 2 seconds.
Between the
What is, you keep saying gravity? What is it? What type of gravity are you even speaking to?
Doesn't know.
I don't think he knows.
You believe in buoyancy, but you don't.
Well, you need to define gravity, guy.
I'll tell you what, science. I'll do this very quickly for you. I can demonstrate buoyancy to you. Dude, why do you keep talking? I can demonstrate buoyancy to you. It's not a problem at all. I can have a fish tank of water and an egg. I can drop the egg to the bottom of the fish tank. I can add a salt to the water to make it more dense, and the egg will rise. Being as scientifically, the only thing that I've varied and manipulated is the density of the water, then that's density and buoyancy. That's the cause of that. My question to you is, what's gravity? And have you got a scientific experiment that proves whatever gravity you are talking about?
No, we don't. We know how gravity works. We know how we need to utilize infinity to make gravity work, but scientifically, we don't know why gravity works. We don't have a theory for gravity. We don't know why it works.
So you don't know how it works.
No scientist knows how it works. There's nothing. There's only a theory of gravity.
Okay, so then it's pretty shaky then.
Well, that's what this forum is here to elucidate. Day after day, Globers claim gravity, and they can provide 0 experiments to validate it.
Well, I mean, Globers has nothing to do. Gravity has nothing to do with the world being round.
Yes, it does.
Oh,
no, it does not.
Your whole world view is based off of your whole view on gravity is based off of the Earth being a sphere.
Yeah, of course, yeah, we can launch a missile.
Part of the creation story.
Rocket. We know how fast it needs to go to travel around the world. Yeah,
no. It's all intrinsically linked.
Things.
Come on. Let's be real here, Jedi. We want to pick up.
Let's be real.
Well, let's go back to the question. What gravity? Which one are you talking about,
I don't
Fletchy?
think we understand the gravity of this topic.
Hold on, Jedi, you're roboting a little bit.
I will agree. We do not, as a society and scientists, we do not fundamentally exactly understand how gravity works. We have a theory of how gravity works, but
okay, that's fine. But the problem is you're claiming it as a mechanism for containing gas pressure without a container. That's the problem. And there's no demonstration of that, and you're saying you don't even know what it is when you're saying this is the thing that's allowing us to break natural law. You're saying it's this thing, and we're saying what is that thing? You're saying we don't know, and we can't demonstrate it. That's the problem.
We don't know. Well, that's the thing. You know what? We don't understand why infinity works. But in mathematics, would you disagree that infinity doesn't work?
It's a concept. It's a concept.
Yes. So gravity, gravity. Don't exactly understand.
Okay, well, we're talking about reality. We're talking about reality.
Yeah, so reality, you throw a ball up, it comes back to the ground.
Yes, correct. That's not saying that you can have gas pressure next to a container without a container next to a vacuum.
Just think about
gas pressure next to a container next to a vacuum.
No. Forget, I misspoke there. Gas pressure next to a vacuum without a container. That's what doesn't work.
Just think about that for a second.
Can you say it in more layman's terms?
Right. Okay. So think about. Okay. So let's. Okay. I'll go through it. We'll take it to basics.
Yeah.
Basics.
So
please.
let's agree on the definition of gas pressure, right? So I submit to you.
Pressure. So as more molecules or particles that are pushed into it will cause more pressure. Yes.
I will post. Are you in the text channel? Can you see that?
Let me see. Gas pressure.
So I've just posted a definition.
The gas particles. That's exactly what I said.
Right. Okay. So it's the force that the gas exerts on the walls of its container.
The more particles you put in, the more pressure is.
Right.
Yes.
You agree to that. Right.
So like air pressure in a tire or a balloon.
Yes.
Or any gas in a canister. Right. So to have that pressure, you need the container. Yeah.
Yes.
Right. So the air that we breathe here on Earth, 14.7 psi on average at sea level. Yeah.
Well, it's mostly nitrogen mixed with oxygen, but yes.
Right, okay. but it's a pressurized gas. Yeah.
I don't know.
The pressure that I stated earlier is at sea level. Again,
don't start interrupting now. Don't start interrupting now. Don't start interrupting now. I'm going somewhere with this guy. So
I'm not
the air
interrupting.
is
I'm
pressurized. You literally are
please.
interrupting, bro. We'll get to you in a minute. You can respond. We just went through this with you, so now we're going through for this guy.
I don't know what the pressure of the oxygen in the air is. It's
14. Okay, but you've heard the term pressure. Air pressure, yeah, atmospheric pressure.
Yeah, oxygen.
Right, because it's pressurized. It's a pressurized gas. Yeah, that's the point.
Well, I don't know. It's pressurized because we have a magnetosphere that helps prevent a lot of.
Well, this is where we're going to get to. Okay, so you agree it's a pressurized gas. Yeah.
Well, I don't know. Honestly, I couldn't answer that.
Like a barometer or something, yeah? This isn't contested. You can Google air pressure.
Let's just assume. Yeah. I don't know. The answer
is so it is. This isn't disputed on either side. The air is pressurized. Okay. So given that the definition of gas pressure is the force that the gas exerts on the walls of its container.
But wait,
Yeah.
1 second. Can I say 1 second? Because as scuba divers, we always look at as pressure as in like atmospheric pressure. So we like at sea level are at 1.0 atmospheric pressure.
Right. So you know it. It's a pressurized atmo.
Well, I'm assuming yes, because
Yes, it
I
is.
don't know.
It is. That's
The
fine.
higher you go up, the like that's why when you
Yeah,
go
that's
up
a gradient. There's a
upper is
gradient. That's
the
fine. That's
oxygen.
fine. Yeah, that's fine. But we're just talking about the atmo being a pressurized gas. Yeah. And back to the
Okay, yes.
definition.
Okay, I will
And
agree
the
with you that
definition.
as a
Okay.
scuba diver, yes, the atmosphere is pressurized. Yes.
Okay. And the definition of gas pressure is the force that a gas exerts on the walls of its container. Yeah.
Well, see, I see what you're saying. Yes, our container is our atmosphere, which our gravity contains.
No. So the
Yes.
atmosphere, the atmo is the gas. That's the pressurized gas, the air.
Yeah.
And the container,
Our
like all the
our
containers that we
magnetosphere
discussed.
helps stripping our atmosphere stripping our atmosphere away.
No.
And our gravity
Containers for
actually
gas.
contains our atmosphere.
But
That's why we
containers for
don't have just
gas.
an atmosphere. We have a
Okay, 2
stratosphere.
seconds.
We have
2
multiple
seconds.
different layers.
2 seconds.
So
But
okay, go ahead.
to contain a gas, you need a physical container.
Yeah. That's the
Right.
Earth. That's the
No.
Earth.
No. The Earth isn't the container. That's the floor.
No.
Yes. So in the globe, there's no
I knew
container.
where
Right.
you were
It's
going
open.
with this. We're just gonna disagree, though. It's okay. I
Right. Well,
respect.
but you agreed that it's pressurized. You agreed with the definition that it's the force exerted by the walls on its
How is it
container.
if it's
What do you
flat? How do
disagree
you
with?
make it pressurized like that? Then how do you
Well, it's a pressurized system. That's what we're
Well, if
saying.
it's
So
no,
we're
if your
contained.
world is flat, let's say the world is flat. How do you give the different levels of atmospheres?
So that's a
So
gas
you
pressure
mean?
gradient. He's
Yeah, go
talking
on,
about a
brother.
gas gradient, right? So to achieve a gas pressure gradient, first of all, you must achieve gas pressure. Doesn't matter if it's gas pressure or a gradient, you still have pressure. You could achieve a gas pressure gradient within a contained environment and then impart energy into the system. For example, we'll call it heat in this instance. It's demonstrated to be true that you can have a gas pressure gradient within a
Well,
container.
the world then with that description would need to be a dome.
Okay.
Or
So a
no?
container.
Well, we're not making a
container.
specific claim
Like
about the nature of the container.
Earth,
We're
but
just saying.
it would be
We don't know
contained
the
within a
nature of the
dome.
container, brother.
Yeah, listen. We're not making an argument to that. We're just
I'm just
saying the
asking.
gas pressure has to be contained.
No, it's good that
That's
you're
all we're
asking,
saying.
but
Yeah,
it's
it's good
just
to wonder. You
right.
should have you joined our server 24/7 Flat Earth Discord?
I know. No. I know. I'm sorry. I
Just
will.
because we've got loads of
If
additional
I'm never
information
welcome,
sections there.
just kick me out.
No. I'm saying you
bro,
are
you're good.
welcome. I'm
Yeah.
saying you should join the server where there's a bunch of additional
Tons of
information
info.
sections that you can read. Someone send him the link, DM him it or something.
Well, hey, maybe you guys could learn from me and have a different perspective sometimes too.
Everyone can learn. Everyone can learn from
each
everyone.
other.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Right.
I
That's
like
true.
that. Yeah, I'm learning from you guys.
Well,
I
this
don't
is
know.
what we're
Like
saying.
that's interesting. Like I don't know. Like so. Like if you have a flat Earth and like it's all contained in a dome per se, but how do you? Because like the sun is incandescent. How does the sun and moon move around and
Okay.
like not
See
light up
again.
the
Now
whole?
you're going to get into specific areas of things that can't be tested or confirmed.
Yeah, I don't know. No, I'm asking because I
Well,
don't know.
we would just be speculating, and there is speculation. But what we're really talking about here, amongst all the new people, is what we can verify and what we can know, what we can prove.
Right.
Yeah?
But like I've been able to do science experiments. I've been on the 747 and seen like the curvature of the earth. I've done science experiments in high school where we pulled the camera up with a weather balloon and then like we had to all like rush to find where it landed and stuff like that cuz we put a little parachute on it and shit.
Oh,
And
we
like
can discuss all that if you want.
yeah, you could see like no, and no, and like I know you're gonna say parabolic lens and like camera and all that stuff, but like we had like memory cards in it. We loaded in our computers. You can see it go up like from that to like the darkness and the curvature of the Earth, and then the balloon would pop, and we could see it tumble down and everything.
Yeah. Someone can speak to you on that.
Seeing the curvature of the Earth is very strange to say though, because you really can't see it no matter how high you go.
Well, it doesn't exist, so there's nothing there to see.
Right. That's what I'm trying to wrap my head around. Like, how can you see the curvature?
So how did the camera? Okay, we took photographs with this camera on ground from distance, like from like the mountains and stuff like that, and then we hung it to a weather balloon. Like it was like one of
You know
our
the globe claim
cameras.
though, right? You know the globe claim, how it's 24,901 miles in circumference. You know that claim?
Well, yeah, that's the circumference of the Earth or whatever. Yeah,
Okay.
okay.
So based off of that, right? You should actually have a geometric horizon that you can calculate based off of that assumption. So basically, every mile from the distance that you're at, like your observer height and stuff like that, you can actually calculate the distance to the horizon.
I think that's true.
And you can basically calculate about how much you should be able to see, right, based off of that calculation. So, like for example, have you heard of the 8 inches per mile squared formula?
No,
or anything like that?
Not specifically, no.
Okay, so think about a sphere, right?
Of
Every
course.
mile, if it is a sphere, should have a drop over distance. That should be, you can measure that, right?
Yeah, I sail boats. Yes.
Right. So
I don't
like
know
if it was 8
exactly,
inches, right. If it was 8 inches per mile, if it was just 8 inches per mile, right, that would be a slope. That wouldn't make sense on a sphere, right? So that's why it's like 8 inches per mile squared. The problem with that is that we can see too far.
So okay, I'll tell you this. I sail boats. I've sailed catamarans, like especially on vacation and stuff like that. I don't know the names of I don't fucking know the names of the lines or anything, but a small 15-foot catamaran, oh, I'll take out. I have seen boats come over the horizon before, and like you could only see the mast come up, and then you see the rest of the boat come up. How do you explain that?
Perspective. You've got a narrow angle of view across the surface you're looking across. You can't resolve the bottom of the object. You can see a much tighter angle. Much bigger angle.
Well, the bottom
you
of
do have
the
to
object
understand.
is so much larger than the
friend,
top of the
very
mast.
quickly, very quickly. You do understand that you are making a claim to the physical nature of the curvature of the Earth, as in the horizon is the geometric leading edge of a sphere. You do understand you're making that claim, right?
I'm making. No, it's again as
Why
I'm
can't I
in.
see the bottom of the boat? Why can't I see the bottom of the boat?
Yeah, like look,
What's in the
that's
way?
exactly. Look at that picture. Look at that picture of
Yeah.
the boat. That's exactly like
Follow
I can
you
get on top and I will see.
You're
But
kind
I
of breaking
can't
up a little
see.
bit, Jedi.
Okay, you take it, please.
But
man.
I've done it. I've seen it in real
So,
life.
but wait, no. His question is, why can't you see the bottom of the boat?
Because the bottom of the boat hasn't come over the horizon.
So you're saying it's being blocked by the horizon?
Correct, because there's a curvature to the Earth.
Okay, go ahead. Harry.
Yeah, let's test that supposition. If that's the case, then it must be at a certain distance, right? As dictated by the rate of that curve, right?
Well, correct, and even that curve isn't correct because the curve in that picture right there on this, like the one from 2:02 p.m. It's curved. No, you would only be able to see straight.
You're already trying to smuggle an you're already trying to smuggle an excuse in. I just asked if we can calculate the distance to that geometric horizon given the rate of curve that there should be on this sphere.
Yeah, so where that middle point where the two arrows cross, that's the only place that you should be able to actually see, and that's where it's weird because the
It should be
second line
limited,
also
right?
curves.
Should-
And
It should.
it should
Yeah.
go straight.
Yeah.
It
Okay.
should go straight from that point of the two lines.
Gotcha.
But it also curves accurate.
That's a tangent point, and that's the furthest extent over the surface you should be able to see, right? If it's curving.
No, yes, correct. Yeah, you should only be able to, from that line, see straight forward. Not
All right.
the
So
other
let's
way.
just calculate where that tangent point is and see if we see.
I can't do that.
Well, we can give you the formula.
No.
I'm also not good at math. If you guys can do it, no, math isn't.
But just check it out, brother. Check it out, right? The reason why you would want to go to a
Like,
beach.
your line of sight doesn't work like that. Your line of sight doesn't curve around the Earth.
We know.
That's correct. That's very correct. Yeah. Do you know why it's best to go out to a beach, right? If you think about it, sea level, 0 elevation, right? And then you just calculate your eye height, right? So, like for example, if I'm 6 feet elevation, the distance to the horizon should be
3.5 miles.
Something like 3 miles. So it's
I already
almost
know this.
exactly
I've
3
had
miles.
this conversation with you guys.
Right. So, I shouldn't be able to see farther than that. And you can use demarcation points like an oil rig, for example, or some other type of landmark that you get what I mean. You should not be able to see it.
Yeah, but like that's what.
So
you're
how do you
talking
explain
about
being
when-
able to see that?
Perspective.
Can somebody? Oh, awesome! Can somebody drop the black swan?
all perspective.
Yes, Jedi.
Yeah. No, wait. Look. Check this
Thank
out,
you.
bro. Look at the black swan. This is insane.
So direct your attention to the voice text, my friend, and somebody's going to drop you an image of 2 oil rigs. Hopefully that will happen soon.
Right.
Tell me when you see the pictures of 2 oil rigs.
I don't know. Like, of course, it's
Can you see
basic.
it?
Like,
Can you see it?
I'm sorry. Just give me a second. I feel like
Enlightened. Look at the picture with the rigs. We're going to try to take you through this now.
It's
Okay.
pretty wild, bro.
Okay.
Just take a
You
second
see the
to look
picture
at
of the
it.
2 oil rigs in it, yeah?
Okay. Yeah, it's perspective. That's how they do it in the movies
Hold on.
sometimes.
Hold on. I haven't even
welcome
answered
to
you the
my
question. Dude, I haven't asked you the question yet. Now, this observation is taken from 1 foot above the surface of the ocean. The oil rigs are in the image to give you a distance. One's at 6 miles plus, the other one's at 9 miles plus. According to the mathematics of a ball, 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet, we should be able to see a geometric horizon in this image. My question to you is, where does the horizon appear to be in this image? I'll give you 3 choices. Is it A,
know
in front
what?
of the oil rig?
Honestly,
B, God's sake.
I will tell you the answer. I will give you the same answer you guys tell me. That's a green screen, the same way that's on the ISS, and that's a fake horizon.
Okay, so this is a still shot taken from a video. We can provide you with the video if you want to, but let's have a good faith
Well, I can
argument, my friend.
provide you videos from the ISS.
Dude, can we have a good faith argument, please?
This is
Yes?
full faith. This is full faith.
Okay. Awesome stuff. So, within this observation, where is the horizon? Before, between, or beyond the 2 oil rigs? Where does the horizon appear to be?
No, so first off, C is stupid.
What? So it's not beyond the 2 oil rigs.
The horizon would be B. A, I don't know. That looks. Oh, it might be actually A. I don't know. But this looks like it might be a green screen.
Awesome stuff. I can't have a conversation with you, then, my friend, if you're just going to be a fucking
then I
idiot.
know. Hey, when you say like I've
Listen.
seen.
We're going to just move on to somebody else if you're going to play games like that. It's a waste of our time. It's a still from a video. Okay, he's gone. That's all he wanted to do was clown around. Next.
Hello, my flat earthers.
Do you want to take on the Black Swan challenge, my friend? Do you want to tell us where the horizon appears to be in the image with the 2 oil rigs in it?
I mean, if I was honest, it looks like it's beyond the oil rigs.
Awesome. So that's a problem for the last gentleman's claim where he said the physical curvature of the Earth was blocking his ability to see the bottom of a boat.
Correct.
So what
Right.
we're demonstrating in this instance is if we are to take the math of 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet, this observation is taken at 1 foot, which would mean the square root of 1 is 1, You times that by 1.225, and 1 times 1.225 is 1.225
miles. Right.
If you look at
So
my pants, it is 1 foot.
awesome. So you understand then, if the Earth was a ball, the horizon, geometric in nature, should be at 1.2 miles away. But clearly, in this observation, the horizon is beyond the 2 oil rigs at a safe estimation of 10 miles. Would you agree?
No.
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 Where's the horizon in this image, mate?
Horizon is in your eyes, brother.
Where is the horizon in this image in
troll.
relationship to the 2 oil rigs?
When you smile, I see horizon in your eyes. You have cute smile.
Awesome. We're on Discord. You can't see me. You're obviously a fucking idiot.
I can
Yeah.
smell your smile.
Brilliant.
Yeah.
Brilliant.
Next.
Well done.
And to be fair, this image, right? This observation, the horizon is beyond the oil rigs, right? Now let's say you
Yeah.
want to debunk this image or do the same experiment yourself. By all means, go for it. That's the beauty of having an experiment. It's repeatable. Like, or an observation at least. It's not even an experiment. An observation. I mean,
And
that's
people make
sorry. I cut out.
No, it's
My
fine.
bad.
It's when people make no, it's fine. When people make a claim to, I can't see the bottom of that boat because the geometric horizon's in the way. We just give them this image, and then they spiral.
Yeah, it's pretty wild to see. And it's like, to be fair, right? If let's just say you are on the fence, go out and do your own. Do your own observations. Go to a beach. That's why they call it sea level. It's zero elevation. I mean, it's like that's the logical step. That's the next logical step, and then come back with your own evidence. You know, and I guarantee you, if you're sincere about it, guess what? Welcome to Flat Earth. That's pretty much what happens with everybody.
I spent hours and hours in the ocean surfing. I've never seen a flat Earth.
Surfing is not the same thing that I'm talking about, bro.
What is it? I looked at Catalina Island and I never saw the bottom of it.
Wow. What, on a boat?
How far away was Catalina Island?
It's about 25 miles from Huntington Beach.
25 miles. And how high off the surface were you?
2 foot, sitting on the board.
Why did you see it? What's the elevation of Catalina Island?
About 2,000 feet, the top of it.
Okay.
So again, we're making a claim to. I can't see the beach at this island because what? The curvature of the Earth is in the way.
The best explanation I can come up with. You got another one? I'm listening.
And that's fine, but we're just going to give you a picture of 2 oil rigs, and you're just going to say refraction, right?
I give you a picture of Catalina Island. What are you going to say?
I can't see it because you've got a narrow angle view across the bottom of the surface. We can make things disappear on a known flat surface. We've had this conversation before, mate, I swear.
You have.
Probably. But whatever beasticles just said go to the beach and look at yourself. I did. So I've already done what he said to do.
So
Awesome.
25 miles away. Sorry, go ahead, Jedi.
Do you know what a specular reflection is?
No.
Okay, it's a perfect mirror image from above to below. Do you know what the Bolivian salt flats are, or a fucking big lake? Now you will notice that with regards to the Bolivian salt flats, which is fucking huge, it is reflecting the light from above, you know, the sky, the clouds, the sun and shit, like a perfectly level mirrored surface. You can get into an aeroplane, for example, at 6,000 feet, where you've got a view of 200 miles either outside of every window, and you will notice that the waters below give you a specular reflection, a perfect reflection from the sky, you know, the blue bit, the clouds, the sun, moon, whatever above. Now, being as we observe the surface of the Earth, the waters, to be a perfectly level mirrored surface, then how can you say that the curvature of the Earth is on the water? Because you would have a distortion in that image and specular reflections wouldn't exist.
I don't know. I was just saying I did what Beasticles had to do.
There's water in air, too. Clouds exist. You can have reflections in the sky. It's a common phenomenon in
look
Japan.
in the chat. Look at Sawyer Duni.
There's mountains there all the time, and there's we're closer to sea level than any like mountainous region would be in America.
Nearly 11,000 square kilometers. They call it God's mirror. Explain that on a globe model. Globe Earth. Can't.
You mean the picture of this guy standing on this thing?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's curved. You don't see it?
Where? What are you talking about? It's a perfect mirror.
It's clearly curving. It's clearly curving away from him.
I don't even know what to say to that.
Neither do I. I see a curve.
Is there geometric horizon there?
Where? Like where? I mean,
It's kind of funny because, I mean, your response usually when we show you that there is no geometric horizon, i.e. curve, is that you don't see one. That's what refraction means. So which one is it?
I don't know who you've been talking to. It wasn't me.
Okay. I can't tell you guys apart sometimes, so maybe that's a fair statement.
But I find it interesting. You guys always post these pictures which show the curve all the time. And you think you're showing something.
Bro.
It's interesting.
I don't know what you're seeing, but I'll pray for you.
Okay.
It's just coping.
Thank you.
But not. So when we give the observation known as the black swan, the two images, you
got the
curve
yard
in that
done,
one,
right?
do you?
Yeah.
You're breaking
Do
up
you see
just a
curve
tad bit,
in the black swan
Jedi.
image. Okay.
Gotta get you a good connection, bro. Swear. It's gonna be my main mission.
So I just posted a picture in the the chat. Do you see a curve there, Scott?
Which one?
The latest one.
Yeah, most recent one.
Platform Grace, 19.8 miles. Observer height, 1.5 feet.
I don't see a curve in that one. There's too much fog in the way.
Doesn't really matter.
Well,
The curve would have been at 1.5 miles. That would have been the limit of view I would have had over that ocean. Would have cut off at 1.5 miles.
What do you mean the limit of view?
Well, that would have been where the geometric horizon would be.
Okay.
If I was looking at a curve, you know, eventually that curve just curves out of sight, right?
Yes.
If you stand in front of a wall, you can't look past it. Crazy point, right?
Well, I am looking past the quote
If
wall.
If there's a cloud.
That's the whole point. I'm looking past the quote wall.
But you can see over a wall, right? You can look over. You can look over the horizon.
Yeah. So we can do the math for that. Well, you can look over the horizon. The horizon's the physical cutoff.
That's supposed to be your barrier of. That's supposed to be the obstruction that
Yeah,
you guys claim.
Like in Minecraft when the chunks don't load.
Yeah, and that barrier is going to depend on your height, but accounting for that, that's the physical cutoff.
Of what? Cutoff of what?
You just understood a second ago the curve that you can't see forever over.
You can't see the water forever, right? You can see everything behind it if it's above it, right?
Yeah, I don't see the water forever. It gets to a point where that curve just curves out of my sight.
The water doesn't go above itself, bro. The water flows flat.
You know, but what you're saying is you can't see any more water past that point, or you shouldn't be able to see any more water past that point, right?
Right.
But you should be able to see things that are above that water line, right?
Not necessarily. Depends on their height. Depends on how far they are.
Yeah.
So the thing is, it's like the thing that's obstructing our view, right? It's not the curve. It's just the limit of our eyes. That's the bottom line.
Speaking of things that should be obstructed, we've got an 85-foot rock there that we can see the entire thing of. It should be beneath 600 feet of curve at 31.82 miles away.
So is it just the Earth that's flat? Like, have you ever 9 planets, or have you ever 8 planets?
Never been. Sorry.
What?
Never been to other 9 planets to measure the surface of other 9 planets. We've been to the Earth though and measured the surface of the Earth. Practically used the surface of the Earth as a flat, level topographical plane.
No.
So do you think they exist? At
Fuck
all?
what the other things in the sky are, mate. It's not our question
unverifiable
of inquiry.
Yeah.
Can you see them? For example, can you see the sun and moon? Can you see the sun and moon?
Yeah, you can
Doesn't
see
want to answer.
Mars
No worries.
sometimes from Earth.
Awesome.
If the sky is clear
Awesome.
enough.
So we can see them. How do we
Yeah,
know
you
what?
can-
How,
Yeah.
How do we know what they are? How do we know what they are?
Like you said,
Mars, for
you can use
example.
a
How do we know what
camera.
that
You
is
can
just
use
by
a telescope to
standing
see
on the
what
Earth
they
and
look
looking
like.
at it? Yeah.
You're
So
kinda
you
cutting
didn't
out.
listen. Apart from looking at it with a telescope or binoculars.
Why
Somebody
would
there,
I
Quinn.
not believe something I
How can we
see
tell?
through a telescope?
What do you see through a
My
telescope?
question is,
Because you guys are using
Oh, and Jedi, you're cutting out bad.
can you
cameras to
confirm
see past the
what
horizon
it
or
is?
past the limit of your like eye view. One of the gifts was posted.
that's not his
like
question.
someone's zooming out with a camera from a
No, that's
city
not.
into the ocean.
That's not his question, bro. The question
That's
is,
my
why do
inquiry.
we
No one
care
answered
about
that.
what's in the sky? How does that help us determine the surface of the Earth?
Because don't you believe your eyes when you see something? So if
What?
you use a tool to look further
What do you
out into the space and you can see the other planets,
How does that determine the surface of the Earth?
it does. I'm not.
It
I'm
doesn't.
just.
Right.
Are we denying the existence of other planets now too?
There are no other
What are you
planets.
talking about?
There are no other planets because you haven't established. Hold on. Let me just give you the answer. You haven't established the Earth as a planet in the first place, so there are no other planets. Quote. There's just
So
planets.
what am I seeing in my telescope then?
Planets, not other planets, just planets.
What you're effectively doing here in your living room, looking up at the light in the ceiling and going, wow, my house is a sphere. Because objects years.
Yeah, I never once looked at the sun and was
And
like,
what we're
"Hey, I'm
effectively
living on the
saying
sun."
is that the light has nothing to do with the shape of the floor of my house. I don't measure ceiling light to my floor. I measure the dimensions of my floor to tell me what my floor is.
Right.
The level
on the ceiling
across
still
the
exists.
floor, if I have a slope or a dip or a rise in my floor. I don't look at the ceiling to tell me if I have a dip, slope, or rise on my floor.
But the fucking ceiling still exists, doesn't it?
Okay.
Okay.
Yes, but I'm not going to measure my ceiling to tell me what my floor looks like.
When I look for a telescope and I see Jupiter, or I see Mars.
Do you think you're on Jupiter?
Sometimes I can see Mars even without a telescope when
Do you
the
think you're
sky's
on
clear enough.
Mars?
If you can see other planets, are they also flat?
Bro.
How do you know those aren't just lights in the
Bro.
sky that you're seeing?
Yeah.
It doesn't.
Because they spin.
What? Dude, have
Can
you
you
looked through a
see these things
telescope?
spin through your telescope?
No, you can't. That's impossible. You can't render 3D without 2 eyes. So you're a liar.
You can see the Jupiter spin. It's a gas giant, which means the gases move really
Through
fast.
your telescope, you've seen this.
Yeah, through your telescope. Your
Yes.
telescope.
I
Okay.
put a camera up to my telescope and I recorded through the telescope the planet
Please
moving.
post that.
Of course I
Chat.
Oh my god, I don't have it on my fucking
Were you on
computer.
drugs when you were doing this, dude?
Fine.
You don't have it on your computer? What?
Fine,
Why'd
dude.
you record
I
it?
have to find my camera and I have to put it into video
Okay, go.
on
You
computer.
do that, bro. For real. I want to see that. Honestly. Honestly. No bullshit.
Yeah, I'd love to see you use your civilian telescope looking at
It's
Jupiter
not a
and seeing it
civilian
spin.
fucking telescope. I spent like $2,000 on it.
It's a vaudevillian one.
Jesus fucking Christ, it's a good telescope.
So why don't you use your telescope to look at some curvature at geometric horizons of the Earth? Why are you pointing it in the wrong direction? You know, it's the Earth that we're concerned with here, right? Not the unverifiable luminaries in the sky.
This is just my point of curiosity. I'm curious if you guys believe in other planets existing.
No, there are no other, quote, planets, just planets. Earth would have to be a planet for there to be, quote, planets other than it.
Okay.
Find that video.
So what do you think
Dude,
he was
I
looking
have
at
to
when
go
he
and
saw it?
find the camera.
Okay,
and then,
dude.
like,
Go
find
do
the
it.
actually, would this? Nah, it wouldn't be in. I have to find the right fucking card. This SIM card, whatever.
Let me play the world's smallest
Yeah,
violin
my
for you,
dude.
bro. Jesus
Hey,
Christ.
Ray, we got a
Dude,
legitimate
I have
question.
tons of those. They're like
Hold
32
on,
gigs.
we don't care.
You can take
All right, great
pictures
story.
and videos and shit.
Somebody
Go
asked a
ahead.
legitimate question, bro.
Yeah, go on. I'll have to
So
look.
the
I'll be
question.
back.
All right, cool. So the
Go ahead,
question
Beta.
was, what do you think he's looking at? Well, he's looking at something in the sky. There you go. There's the answer.
And that's all you care to guess? It's as far as your curiosity goes?
Well, it doesn't go to, okay, something in the sky, therefore the Earth is the same as the thing in the sky. It wouldn't go there
Okay.
for sure.
It's a big
Okay,
logical leap.
fine. So where does it go?
It's cool lights in the sky. That's it. that's where it goes. And
So
in determining the surface of the Earth, that's where it goes.
So do you guys believe he has this video somewhere?
Probably not.
No.
But
Dude, why? People
I
have
hope he
videos
does.
of things, of pictures they took of things. That's not reasonable.
Well,
I mean,
but
let's give him the benefit of the doubt. Maybe he'll present it. Who knows? We're here all the time. Come
but
on
do
back.
you think there are people who've taken pictures of this light in the sky before?
I have my own telescope. I've seen it. Yeah, there are lights in the sky. So what?
Well, I'm just wondering what you think they are, or if you have
Have you
any
ever heard of?
curiosity whatsoever.
Okay, you want to hear my speculation? Have you ever heard
Yeah.
of star in a jar?
No.
Okay, look up sonoluminescence, producing sound waves basically in a concealed, like vacuum sealed jar of water or
Okay.
valve of water, right? And at a certain
Mhm.
frequency, it causes this effect to happen on this little air bubble when it basically looks like a fucking star.
Okay.
I'm just saying I don't know. I don't know what it is in the sky. No one does. Like we can only
But does-
speculate. But just
but
check
does
out
Jupiter-
sonoluminescence if you're actually curious.
But does Jupiter look at all like that star in the jar thing?
Jupiter does not look like it's spinning. What that guy was claiming, that's baloney. It's baloney tits. It's bullshit.
So you think the parts of it aren't moving?
No, like you can look at Jupiter with your own telescope, your own civilian telescope, right? Or vaudevillian telescope, whatever he likes to use. The point is, the telescopes that you can purchase, right, as a consumer, you're not going to be able to see these beautiful 3D renditions of Jupiter spinning on their CGI screen. It's bullshit. You don't see 3D through a telescope. That's a lie. Anyone who says they do is a liar. Talked to an astrophysicist the other day, and the dude is like has a master's or whatever the fuck. He's going for his PhD in astrophysics and astronomy, and he has to differentiate between 9 pixels on his fucking screen to determine if there's an exoplanet. And you mean to tell me you can tell what anything is with 9 pixels on a fucking screen? Full shit. Sorry, I went on a tangent there, but it's true. That was hilarious.
Well, still no verifiable demonstration of Earth curvature.
Yeah, I mean, go back to that point.
Wrong.
Could be,
You're wrong, sir. You're wrong. I need to correct you. He clearly showed you by showing you something that he didn't show you, by explaining it to you, that he saw a curved object in the sky, therefore the earth is curved.
yeah, sign me up for that sermon.
I forgot that he did that. My bad. Yeah, I mean, it's weird that we're asking questions about the surface and people's claims of it, and then the first thing they start doing is pointing in literally the wrong direction.
I know.
Well, dude, how do we know that one of those objects? Think about it. What if one of those objects is actually a mirror reflection of the Earth? Holy crap!
Well, but every time, I brought up something on the surface, like the distance from Santiago, Chile to Sydney, Australia, you guys just avoid it like the plague.
I won't avoid it. I'll just ask you, can you measure a curve between those positions?
I can measure the distances, right?
Okay, I'm not looking for a measurement of distance. I'm looking for a measurement of drop over distance.
Well, but if we have a significantly large enough set of distances, we can plot those distances and come up with only one shape. It's the only shape on which all those distances are accurate.
Okay, so the distances that you have between those two cities, right, can only work if the Earth has a curved surface. So just show us that curved surface then.
It's very large. How do we show it to you?
Well, it's not that large. We've been over the math. Geometric horizon distance is what, a mile out in the Black Swan picture? I mean, shouldn't be that hard.
Well, that Black Swan picture is problematic. You guys already know that because when they zoom out, it goes over the head of a surfer sitting on his board, which means it can't be at 1 foot unless the Earth is concave.
It can't be at 1 foot. He's right down there, right at the sea level, basically. And even if he wasn't quite at 1 foot, he'd have to be about 60 to 70 feet elevation to have a 10-mile horizon on the sphere that you say that only these distances we have can work on.
No, I'm guessing it's just a arc second or two of refraction, right? What is the refraction required to make us see that distance?
2. Stop.
400 over 6R.
2.
You say the standard is 7, right?
What's the angle of refraction?
3.
3?
Okay.
This is where you guys go into avoidance mode.
I don't know. Shouldn't you know, since that's your claim, that we're looking at a distorted 1.2 mile horizon?
I don't argue the Black Swan thing.
Right, because the geometry that you say is necessary for distances on the Earth to be what you say they are is not observed. So, of course, when it gets to this point, you don't argue it. You just try to get off of it, I guess.
Except all the distances work, and we can find the curve by
except the curve that you say is necessitated by those distances isn't observed, hence refraction.
Hence, you look at one anomalous photograph and then
it's not anomalous. An anomalous photograph would be a 1.2 mile horizon from a 1 foot observer height at that location. Do you have one? Because I've never seen it. Every single picture on that YouTube channel that still was taken from does not show that.
Yeah.
Except I know for a fact you guys have seen those other pictures of the exact same oil rigs where the one in the back is clearly behind the horizon.
Yeah, that's a Black Swan too, Scott Mackey. Is that horizon at 1.2 miles?
I have no idea.
Well, it's almost up to the rig at 6.2 miles. So I would say no, it's definitely not 5 miles in front of that.
Right.
Well, my guess is if that picture was not taken at 1 foot, then
it was taken at 1 foot. They're all at 1 foot, and it doesn't matter. We can give you 6 feet.
I did.
Doesn't matter.
I take a video on my
6 feet.
Camera, but
3 miles.
These are the best pictures I could find. Most of them are blurry as shit, so this is like the closest it could get.
So, just to put a pin on this, the anomaly would be the 1.2 mile geometric horizon, which he says is necessitated by distances and such on the Earth. That would be the anomaly. We've never seen that. They've never shown us an observation of that. All we see are black swans instead. And then he calls that anomalous. That's pretty strange.
Can we go back to Jupiter? I posted the pictures. Unfortunately, I didn't take a good video of it, which I thought I did. But there are cameras of it in multiple different things. That's the saturation I had to put
So
on
is
the
that a
camera for
sphere?
it to like focus on it.
That a sphere?
It's Jupiter.
That's not a sphere.
Is it a sphere?
Yeah.
Really? How can you tell?
Then why is it at like three different phases of spin?
Those look 3 dots to me, bro. I
Oh
don't see
my
a sphere.
fucking god,
How can you
dude.
tell?
And then how
There's
can I
nothing
prove
spinning in
to
a
you that
static
it's
photo.
Jupiter? I
Yeah.
can't prove to you it's Jupiter.
It's not spinning. Where's this video that you said you had?
It's not fucking good enough. You can barely see the blip on it.
Ah, exactly my point.
So how did you know it's spinning then?
Because it's in three different pictures of it being in 3 different fucking phases of the spin of a rotation.
You're not going to be able to convince them, Mr. Guy.
Take a
You and I,
picture.
Because
you
he's
can see
not
it.
being honest.
Hold on, let me
I
put
think
this
he
through
is.
photo forensics.
Those are
I think he's being honest.
All right, we'll find out.
those are fucking pictures, dude. What do you mean photo forensics? Jupiter killed Pluto. I fucking knew it all along.
How can we?
For example, brother.
Looks fake.
For example,
Okay.
brother. Take a piece of bacon. Just take a picture of it. Put it in.
It's actually a dimple on my
And it'll look
balls.
just like
I
that.
fucking
Does
got
nobody
you
here
all
have
to look at
access
my
to a
balls.
fucking hobby, astronomy kit? Jesus Christ, are those rigged by NASA?
My goodness me.
This is with your $2,000 telescope, right?
Hey, you can get at least that good of an image, yeah.
Yeah, and then the guy just said it was a dimple on his balls. I don't know why he said that.
Oh, you don't need to chase that. I muted him for that. Let's just move on.
Okay.
Fake.
It's not in contention that we can look at something and there it is, that dot in the sky. We call Jupiter, it acts like Jupiter. The thing is its constituent parts. How can we verify the story that we are told about Jupiter and what it is?
How would you like to verify it?
I don't know. Being it's an uncontained ball of gas in a vacuum, that story's up for contention.
Well, people who care to verify it sent out a probe out by it, and they took some really, really cool pictures of it.
Or into the vacuum of space.
But you just reject those, don't you?
How does that help
Because
us verify anything?
Because the place is in contention. The vacuum of space is in contention. So this authority said that they went to this space that is in contention and took images for you and me to say that this is what Jupiter is. The thing
Yes,
is,
they
one,
did.
I can't verify that to be true, and two, the medium of which Jupiter in is up for contention. It appears to violate laws of nature, gravity
so?
and 5, 4, 3, because the gas isn't dispersing into the space. Because Jupiter is a giant ball of gas, and I know here on Earth that if I want to contain gas, keep it in a space, I've got to have a football around the gas. If I was to remove the football around the gas would fuck off. Now, Jupiter hasn't got a football around it, and it's in a vacuum, so according to laws of nature, the gas should fuck off.
Yeah, dude,
Well, your
do you
assumption
know,
is
like,
incorrect.
pressure goes down with altitude, no?
Pressure goes down with altitude.
Guys,
That is
beat Xing
incorrect.
out again? Wait, it's incorrect? So you're saying as we go higher as we gain
Why do I
altitude,
get
we don't
muted for
drop
that?
pressure?
You have more
The fuck?
pressure as you go towards Earth. What are you talking about? There's
Yeah,
more
but as we
pressure
gain
the lower you
as we gain altitude, we drop pressure, right?
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's not what he
So
said.
is there an altitude where the pressure does not drop any further? Because if
Pressure
not,
does
then
not.
it should go down arbitrarily
For
low,
y'all
right?
to explain,
No?
Pressure
because
doesn't
at what
necessarily
height does it
equate to.
become a vacuum?
Okay,
At
sorry.
what height does it become negative 17 torr?
Right. It's a better
Pressure
question.
doesn't necessarily equate to less particles per square inch or cubic meter or whatever you want to say.
Well, actually, it kind of does, but
No, it's
No,
also
it doesn't. You can
temperature.
you can have a vacuum essentially with the same amount of gas. Like you can create a vacuum inside a bottle, right? Just by heating the bottle up or cooling it down, right? And you
what?
can create
Wait,
a
wait,
pressure.
what?
You can create a pressure differential, right? So when you cool the air down, right, you'll cause a like a slight implosion, a vacuum state, right? You open the lid, and the air from the outside, the higher pressure, will rush inside.
it will want to fill the lower pressure volume, and there's still the same amount of gas that you put into the bottle.
Sure.
So that's what he's
But
saying.
do you guys agree we can have like 14.7 atmospheric pressure next to 14.6
Hold
psi,
on, wait.
right?
There was a question that Kiko asked. He said, "At what height does the atmosphere, cease to exist?" And then there's the vacuum of space. What height is that? Where we go to?
That's an invalid question. Yeah.
That is a very valid question. Where is the
Well, we're
separation?
talking about gradients. I would like to know at what altitude this gradient is -17 torr.
Right.
That you can look up on a pressure chart. That's a thing that you can actually figure out. But there's no point at which it becomes true vacuum and before it's not, right?
Yeah.
In that context, vacuum is just any pressure lower than atmospheric. Now,
It
but
just
we are
drops lower
talking
and
about
lower.
very low pressure indeed. Like, if I'll take that torr value. I don't know exactly what it is, but yeah, if essentially it gets close to the average across our, solar system.
Okay, solar system, outer space vacuum. Okay, well, why do you think that the gradient tapers off into that?
You can send a balloon with a pressure probe, right? You can send it right up.
Oh, really?
And
I can
you'll
send a
obtain
balloon.
the graph.
I can send a balloon into the outer space vacuum that the solar system is in.
Hold on. No, but we can get to what, like 50
pretty
kilometers,
high.
something like that. Yeah.
That's outer space? Because that's what I'm
No,
asking
no.
about.
Look at the.
Yeah, listen, nobody here disputes that there's a pressure gradient. What they say is that the gradient requires a container.
Why?
There's clearly pressure without a
Because
container,
it's
no?
delta x, and you need x in the first place, and for x, you need containment.
Why?
Can't get any variation of x without x to begin with.
Gas pressure works. We
How
need
are you going to achieve x in a vacuum without a container, something to contain it from that vacuum or whatever's beyond?
You just need something pulling each particle down.
Show it. It's an experiment.
Please demonstrate it.
Can you try to make a tire without the rubber housing?
No.
Like, why not? Just create some air pressure.
Yeah, you just said you could do it without a container.
Maybe gravity holds it to the rim.
Yeah, you can have gravity pulling all the particles down.
Show me gravity.
How do I get gravity?
Hold on,
Hold
wait,
the
I
air
got
to my
something.
rim?
I got something. Okay,
Hold on.
Scott. If I fart in your face,
Oh my
right?
God.
Which direction is it gonna go?
Oh, God.
Is it gonna go down?
Grow up.
Oh, well, it's a serious question. Is it gonna go down?
It's not a serious question.
Show me gravity action on gas.
Is that a real question?
What about the pressure chart?
Hold on.
Hold on. Yeah, Jedi's question. We're going with that. Hold on. Go ahead, Jedi.
Show me gravity action on gas. You said it happens that gravity pulls gas downwards. Show me that.
To show him it.
How would I go about
Scott.
do that?
Sorry, I'm going to put you thing again. Scott, sorry about that. Go ahead.
How would anybody go about showing you that? Because weren't you willing to put forth the
Hold on, my friend. You said that gravity acts on gas, it pulls it down. I've asked you to show it, and then you say, how would anybody show you that then? So you just making blind assertions of things that you've never seen personally. You idiot.
I see it every day. I feel
Awesome. So show it to me then. Show me gravity acting on gas. You said it pulls it downwards. Show it to me. You just said, how would anybody do that?
Gravity pulls on everything with mass.
That's a claim.
Show it to me.
Were you the one who put forth the hypothetical of the vacuum chamber, the very large vacuum chamber?
Don't start going on to something else. You made a claim, and then within your answer to that claim, you said, how would anybody show that to you? I'm asking you to show it to me. You said gravity pulls gas down. Show it to me.
That's our model.
Show it to me in the physical and natural world, not in your reification of the physical and natural world. Show it to me in the physical and natural world.
That guy just showed you Jupiter. That's an example of it.
You're a fucking
No, that's an affirmative consequent. You're begging the question that that's actually what's happening. I said here on the Earth, you said gravity pulls gas down. Awesome. Show it to me.
Wait, could you have like a tank that's empty, like a scuba tank that's completely empty, or even a vacuum, and then if you put more gas into it, it gets heavier, maybe? That could be good.
Yeah.
No, he's made the claim that gravity pulls gas down. I'm
Yeah,
asking him to show it to me, and he's already said, "How would anybody show that to you?"
Well,
That's a
came up with a great example.
That's a
Pinky came
concession.
up with a great example.
Okay, let's hear your example after your concession. Sure, go ahead.
Yeah, you empty a scuba tank, weigh it, and then fill it up with a lot of gas, put a lot of pressure in it, weigh it again. It'll weigh more.
Awesome. What has that got to do with pulling gas downwards? As we understand that the gas inside your vacuous space that you've just put gas into, the gas is pushing against walls of the container in an omnidirectional direction, up, down, left and right, all around. That is not gravity pulling gas down.
Why does the tank weigh more?
Who cares? I want you to show me gas being pulled down to the surface of the Earth, because the surface of the Earth is massive.
But see, this is the problem. Anybody who understands what it means to weigh more understands that is proof.
Under
You
pressure, it
say
becomes a
understand the
liquid,
proof.
doesn't it? It becomes a liquid under pressure, doesn't it?
No, not necessarily. Under intense pressure, yes.
Oh my god.
Which way is the gas going inside the container? Which way is the gas going inside the container?
It's bouncing all over the place.
Awesome stuff. So you made the claim that gravity is pulling gas downwards, and then we've been given an example of a container which is keeping the fucking gas there, and the gas is moving freely and randomly in all directions.
Correct.
So again, I'm going to ask you, Mr. Mackey, show me gravity acting on gas,
I
pulling
did.
it backwards.
I
you
did.
can't.
If you don't understand the explanation, then that's kind of a you
Just
problem.
certain things are happening in the physical and natural world, and when I ask you to point them out, you can't.
Right.
You didn't.
Yeah, he gets your explanation. That's why he's addressing it and asking for the demonstration to go with it.
What makes the tank heavier?
Which way's the gas going in the tank? You said gravity pulls
Why
gas
won't you tell
downwards.
me what makes... Sorry, don't mean to overtalk. Thought you were done.
It's fine. We're just going to keep going round in a circle until you can demonstrate the thing that you are claiming.
What
Scott.
makes the tank heavier?
Scott, bro,
Yeah.
you're the one that claimed that gravity pulls gas particles down, right?
Yes.
Okay. Can you show us or demonstrate proof of that claim?
Yes, the tank being heavier is proof of that claim.
Hold on. You just said you can demonstrate that claim, right? Please. Go and demonstrate that, please. Bring something.
The tank being heavier is proof of the claim. Do you understand why?
You have to parse this out before we go in circles ad infinitum. So he's demonstrating to you gas in a container, and the other people seem to be talking about gas freely with no container. So it seems that you guys have to specify contained or uncontained gases or something. You have to do something to move this forward. Otherwise, it's just going to be back and forth forever.
Even in the container, the gas is not moving down, which is his claim that the gas moves down. The gas is moving freely about off of each other under pressure. He hasn't demonstrated that it's going down.
Right.
The fact that
Contained
gas
or
had weight
uncontained.
proves that, because if gas was moving equally on all directions, then the force of pressure would balance. Force upwards would be equal to force downwards, and there wouldn't be any more weight than weighting the same thing with vacuum, let's say.
Not going down.
Embo understands. That's exactly right.
Yeah.
Yeah, not going down.
It,
Not going down.
Hold
I
on,
mean, you,
Max.
you, you make very good points, but it's kind of annoying listening how you can't explain it in a way where
All right,
they can
well,
understand it.
I get it. Okay, if you put it on a mechanical scale, mechanical scales work through resistance springs or gears, right? And the
Yes.
plate that you put the container on travels on the z-axis down, and it judges the downward displacement as weight on some metric, right? So it might have a little needle or something. So rest assured, when you add the gas, like you go to the propane filling station, you put the propane tank on the thing, they balance it out against the tank, so the tank is neutral, right? They call that zero.
Yes.
They then start to fill the tank. The pressure pad that it's on then starts to go down. The gas in the container is traveling down, at least in some way, even relative to its own motions internally.
Mm-hmm.
So it's not entirely accurate to say it's not traveling down in any way, shape, or form. So fair point that we have contained gas going down, right, in a container.
Mm-hmm.
So the person's arguing that gas pressure requires a container could then just say, okay, you can only demonstrate that inside a container. But you can't say that it's not moving down. Because as an aggregate body, it's moving down. I mean, that seems obvious, especially in colloquial language. So you'd have to find a way to parse that out more precisely using relativistic effects and reference frames. That'd be about it.
But the
Not if it's
claim wasn't
stationary.
that gas doesn't require a container. The claim was to prove that gas is pulled downwards by gravity, and it sufficiently proves that claim.
Then would it be fair to say that we've just created an example of relative density?
No.
No, because
Hold on.
gas.
Listen, I didn't concede. Hold on, friend. I didn't concede in that explanation that anything's being pulled down by anything. I said it clearly moves down. Trying to claim pull, push, displacement, temporal flux, space-time curving, all those things are ancillary claims.
Then what would be the alternative cause of gas more moving downwards than upwards?
Well, I mean, when somebody scientifically validates it, then I'll be able to tell you. Until then, it's all speculation.
Yeah, so it is gravity.
No.
Right. So
Yeah.
nobody knows. Nobody has a scientifically validated hypothesis to prove the cause, but you're just going to name it gravity and then appeal to it in a tautology.
Yep.
That was proved
Sounds
in
good to
the
me.
Cavendish experiment, but anyways, it's actually a debunk of relative density, considering the fact that gas is one type of material, so there's no reason for it to have less density on the up than at the bottom, considering the fact that it's one thing.
What? Gas isn't one thing.
It's made of the same element that has the same
What do you
density.
think air is? Air is the
So it's
gas.
multiple
It's the
things then.
composition of multiple elements.
Yeah, but
You're kidding, right?
you have gases that are made of one element, like let's say hydrogen,
But not
helium.
necessarily.
Let's say you have a tank filled of a singular elemental gas. Let's say that. Okay. Continue.
Yeah, so it debunks the notion of relative density because gas has the same gas would have the same density all over the place if it was the case of relative density.
What? I don't know. I don't think you're fleshing out your point very well, brother. Maybe try again.
Okay, so let's say you have wood and you have water. Wood flows on water because it's less dense than it. Okay, but gas, it's all over the place. It's made of the same element, so there's no reason for it to be less dense on the up part of the
Less density.
container than the bottom.
Oh, okay. You're saying that there's absolutely no reason why there'd be any type of differential within the container itself, right? That's your claim?
Yes, that's what I'm claiming.
What if you have a constant energy cycle where the gas is being produced at the bottom, heated up, and then cooled? Would that change the amount of density throughout the container in an
No,
ever-present
because
cycle? Yes, it would.
In the experiment I'm talking about weighting the gas, there's no gas that's more. There's no gas that's created. You only put it to one time at one time, and there's no more mass added to it after that. The container is
You're
enclosed.
claiming a completely stable environment, right?
Uniform, not stable.
Yes.
Yeah, well, we're not in one.
Assuming that the environment is perfectly stable.
Absolutely. Not analogous to the world as we experience it. Yep. Great.
Right. We're not in a static environment.
Are you guys suggesting gases are created?
No, produced, recycled. There's a constant. There's a constant cycle where the states of matter are changing constantly.
Well, the molecules are changing. The states, the elements aren't changing at all, right?
Changing from there's cycles where it changes from gas to liquid, solid, even when we get hail.
But the elements never change.
What do you mean?
No.
Okay.
Yeah, but the gases aren't created from nothing. They simply change their state. That would violate multiple laws of physics, like conservation of mass, conservation of energy.
Yeah, that's the first law. See, in flat Earth, we talk about the laws of conservation. You know,
You don't seem to very well understand, especially one of them, which is law of conservation of momentum, considering the amount of planes
the law
that people would fly off the earth if it was spinning.
The first law of thermodynamics.
Allegedly.
Okay, so in the first law of thermodynamics is energy can neither be created nor destroyed.
Yeah.
Okay, so you in a globe model, I'm gonna say you. Okay, my understanding of a globe model is it would be a perpetual motion machine. It's just spinning and spinning and spinning. It's moving through space, unspinning and moving and rotating. That would be a law of a contradictory model inside the laws of thermodynamics. Also, the second law, which is what a lot of flat earthers talk about.
Can you just back up, like the whole spinning thing? What law does a thing that spins with no resistance infinitely? What law does that break?
So you added in
that's what we're
no
talking.
resistance.
We're talking about an object in space, so there's no friction, there's no resistance. So what would stop it from?
Okay, show that space.
Okay, that's a backpedal. And if you want to move the goalpost, that's fine. But
You added
you just said that an
you
object
added
moving through space violates all.
You're
the
not
laws.
paying attention. Added no resistance to it.
Yeah, space has no resistance, right?
Show that space.
No, yes, I didn't add it. By definition, that's what
Show the
space
space.
is. It is the lack of things.
Show it.
It's the space between things.
Show it.
Show that you can have that lack of things next to a high pressure system.
Second law. See, that's what I'm saying. You just go through the laws, and the globe model violates law after law after law, which is why they have to change it and just call it astrophysics. It's not physics anymore. All the rules of physics are out the window. We'll just call it astrophysics, then claim something weird like a space with no friction, and then tell somebody if they don't believe it, they have to prove their lack of belief. How about show it? Just show me. I live in Wyoming, the show me state. I only trust God. Everyone else,
People
show
from
your
Wyoming
evidence.
don't say that, dude.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, at least you got the
That's not a
reference.
thing. Okay.
Show me.
That's a this
this
guy
guy got
this
all
show me
heated the other
claim. This
day.
isn't
I
a
remember
thing,
this
dude.
guy.
See, I don't know why you where do I know you from somewhere? I don't think I've ever talked to you before. Why are you coming in all hot towards me? Like, did I just?
He's been in here before, Crit. I remember
Okay.
his voice. Yeah, he spiraled the other day.
So it was not just me that he just.
Oh yeah, I
somebody
didn't.
just
No, I don't
torpedoed.
spiral. The mod spiral. You see. Like, because they're some of the dumbest
look,
people
it's
I ever
happening.
met. But thank God they're mods, and they, because otherwise they'd just be gone.
Yeah, that's an instant spiral.
I mean, the proof is in the pudding right there.
Yeah, this is what you call like the law of the first law of motion there, right?
Man. Let's go back to the
Non-stop
second law of
spiraling.
thermodynamics, though, Crit.
You
Can
could
you explain
use
that
his.
to a layman?
You could use him as a perpetual motion machine. He just non-stop. He keeps going and going and going.
But Crit, could you explain the second law of thermodynamics to a layman?
No, I don't think I could.
And can anyone? Because I
I mean,
really
I could
want to know.
probably.
I want
I
to.
could get a video for you, maybe, or something like that. Just type in you like scientific communicators break down the laws of thermodynamics.
Look it up.
All right. Yeah, I wouldn't put myself in as a scientific communicator. I wouldn't make a YouTube channel and start talking about like all the laws of thermodynamics. I mean, most people kind of know them, colloquially for just like not their actual term, their names. I just kind of know them for what it's kind of known for.
Okay, so the chat is kinda dead now, so
Hold
I
on.
wanted to ask a question.
Who's this Jesse guy?
Yeah, you'll get a lot of globalists in your DMs sometimes if because we're broadcasting on YouTube. So then
Yeah,
a
no,
lot
but
of
this guy Kiwi Buzz keeps saying I'm Jesse. Who the fuck is this Jesse guy?
He's the guy with the girl that everybody wants.
Yeah, Jesse's girl.
Jesse's girl.
No, I think maybe like there's also some famous sort of anti-flat earthers who have a lot of mannerisms, if you will, and they'll do things day in, day out, no change. And there's this guy called Jesse who basically will ask a flat earther or something, like, "Hey, Crick, can you explain what you just said?" Then you explain it, right? You tell him everything over again. He says, "Oh, but that doesn't really explain it." And you're like, "Okay, well, sure, let me
No,
try
I'm not
again,"
that
right?
guy. I actually want to know.
Well, hold on, real quick, Beasties, right? Let me get through the story, okay? Then you explain it again, okay? And then he's like, "Okay, well, that didn't answer the question." I'm like, "Okay, well, what part did you not understand?" He goes, "I didn't understand any of it." I go, "Well, okay, well, which part do you think is wrong, or whatever?" As you start troubleshooting him, he'll come up with like, "This part was dumb, that part was stupid. When you said this, it didn't make any sense. When you said that, you should have meant this." I go, "Okay, dude, you systematically dissected everything I said, and also claimed I said nothing at all." And then he'll spiral out of control and then start freaking out. And that's why I think where Kulo was going with that behavior, just asking questions over and over and over again, is like, "Hey, Jesse, you know."
Oh, I mean, that's the first time I really asked that.
I mean, I would try to explain some of this stuff, but I wouldn't do it justice. That's why I like to quote experts, because they've said it better than me.
I'm just looking online about it, because I always hear it's like a violation of the second law of thermodynamics about having gas pressure next to, a vacuum without a container. That would be a violation. So I'm just trying to like learn what that actually means instead of just having it as the talking point, because it makes sense. It doesn't make sense that
Yeah, so like
that's the case.
you got
know
the
what I mean?
three laws. Basically, if I break them down, one deals with energy, one deals with balancing out everything, like everything's trying to get equilibrium. So one is that energy is neither created nor destroyed. It's just transferring to different mediums. One, I push the rock rolls, whatever.
Hot to cold, high
Yeah.
pressure to low pressure.
That's number
Always.
2. Yeah, that's number 2. Equilibrium. And number 3 has to deal with nothing ever reaches 0. You're always at a positive number. So, which is why when you hear people talk about in the heliocentric model or the cosmological crisis or whatever, that everything's approaching heat death. Well, that would be a third law violation. So it's like the heliocentric model, the space stuff, is constantly just knocking over laws, physics, physical laws. So they come in here and say, hey, flat earthers, you deny physics. Certainly, Toby, let's go step by step. What physical law am I denying? Right. You basically can strike out the heliocentric model with the laws of thermodynamics. That's why they're so powerful. You can strike 1, strike 2, strike 3. You're out of here.
So why do you suppose the people who came up with those laws of thermodynamics didn't
That's
understand
Jesse
that it
right there.
breaks? Well, is it possible you don't understand them?
Which is why I said from the very beginning, right? He asked me to explain them. I said very colloquially, I would say I'd quote an expert.
Yeah, that's
You
that's
missed
good
that
enough.
part. See, this is why this guy doesn't really listen. Like, Scott, come on now. You got 2 ears and 1 mouth. So try it.
I don't.
No, but you also said that the 3
I
laws
want to
of
learn.
thermodynamics constantly wipe out the heliocentric model. Right? You said that.
Which it does.
Yeah, you're wrong. Because you don't understand the 3 laws.
I gotta listen to this video. Hold on, Kiwi. I'm gonna see.
Hey, this is a claim that Scott makes over and over again. You're wrong. You just don't understand it. Please supply the correct understanding for crit, sir.
Well, what was his understanding? He didn't even say what he meant. Which laws does it
Okay, so
violate?
you don't know what his understanding was, but you know it was wrong. You're exposed
Yes.
again. Thank
Yeah,
you,
this is a
Blaine.
disqualify.
Because he said
Disqualified.
Played himself again.
Yep, he fell into the Jesse trap. The person, he said, what you said was wrong, and said nothing at all. It was complete gibberish, word salad. So that's what I'm saying. They constantly contradict themselves because their worldview is based on contradiction. Someone got them to accept the contradiction, and now they can't seem to get out of it. And they need to come back to science, come back to logic, reason, and science, and start observing the world for the first time in their life.
Well, I mean, now he's saying that we're cowards in the chat, when actually all we were doing was protecting him from his own stupidity, really. He was about to make a claim that he had absolutely no basis for. Told you that what you said was wrong. Didn't even know what you said, though. But we're the cowards for not letting him continue to wreck himself. I mean,
Wait,
I don't know.
guys, really quickly, since you guys are interested in it, I think Beasticles mentioned like he'd like to see a video on how gravity doesn't violate the second law of thermodynamics.
Yeah, he's watching it right now.
So anyway, I posted a video called "Does Gravity Decrease Entropy" by a guy called Eliza Yukowski. He's not a globe earther or a flat earther at all. He doesn't have anything to do with either of those things. But he's just like he makes pretty good physics videos, so you can watch that if you want.
He's got a cosmology.
Especially if you're making gravity videos, you have a cosmology.
Dude, now I feel like I have a bitch boy voice. God damn it.
Bro, I go to a drive-through. They don't see my face. They say "ma'am," and then I show up to the window with a beard.
That's a talent, though. I mean, I used to, when I was a kid, they still had traveling freak shows and stuff. The bearded woman was always a funny thing to see.
I hate that when it happens to me and they think I'm a woman when I drive up to a drive-through.
Yeah, you sound like you could sing like a deep voice love song, bro.
That was a Barry Manilow voice. I love it.
Well, not Barry Manilow, please.
Barry Manilow.
It's like that scene from Aliens when Hudson says to Vasquez, it's like, has anyone ever mistaken you for a man? Vasquez says back, no. Have you? Like.
So there been any globe proof today besides, I don't know what you said, but you're wrong? I don't know what your understanding is, but it's wrong. Anything better than that?
Nuh-uh.
Yeah, that's pretty old school, you just don't understand.
So, I mean, and this whole conversation with the Scott guy started with, well, you need a container for a gradient. Then he ends up talking about air pressure gradients inside containers. The whole point was to try to show up without a container. Can anybody do better?
Nope.
Do they just play themselves one after the next? Is that it?
They're just grasping at straws that aren't there.
What do you think of that video, Beasties, that you watched?
Dude, I kind of sound like him. I'm not gonna lie, but like that shit sucks. Now I got this fucking dude Jesse. What if he's trying to sound like me, huh? Huh?
Oh, someone sent you a Jesse video? Oh, that's
Yeah,
hilarious.
Kiwi Buzz Aldrin is just like, yo, I know you're Jesse. I'm like, who the fuck is who is this fucking guy? I just have a generic white boy voice. That's just it, you know? Just how it is.
Well, Vlachi is once again crying in the chat. We don't have to prove any axioms here, sir. You yourself are
Oh,
just
so
as
you don't
capable
believe the Earth
as
is
any-
flat?
You yourself
What
are
an axiom!
capable
Wow.
as anybody of observing water at rest, which always takes a flat, level surface, unless you can show it taking a convex surface level. Because that's all we're asking for. If you can do that, then it'll be like, oh, okay, yeah, water at rest isn't exactly flat.
I don't have
Fine.
to prove anything to you. You're
okay. You're the one.
Yeah, I
Next.
never asked you. No one's going to ask you anything. You kind of know if people don't care what you have to say, if no one cares to even ask you what you have to say. Someone might be interested. Like, say, if you say something interesting, like, wow, that's kind of cool. I want to understand that more. But you came in this chat, and no one's going to care what you have to say at all. And then you wonder why no one's asking you anything and put you on mute. You've got nothing to say yourself. You just admitted to it. You only want to listen. You're only here to listen to Flat Earth Proof. You don't need to talk to listen.
I am infinitely curious about the nature of my reality, of this objective reality. That's why I'm here. It's like, it is fucking interesting.
So how about this? Here's my subjective reality, if you will. If the Earth, or just take the Earth out of it. I got something here. It measures flat, and it's not moving. Okay, and it's observed as flat. I probably should have said that first. And it's not moving. And I can use it as flat, and it's not moving. Is it such a leap of logic to say that, by all intents and purposes, the only logical conclusion would be it's flat and not moving?
Yeah.
Like my desk here, right? Would somebody tell me, well, actually, it's curved and it's rotating?
I feel like I'm moving.
Yeah.
Buildings don't move after a certain amount of time. I mean, like,
yeah, like if it's after it settles or whatever. I mean, some
we
of the
all
buildings, the
experience the same
skyscrapers.
reality. That's the thing
Yeah.
that I understand with like these people that want to defend the globe model to death. Like they want to fucking die on this fucking hill. And it's like, you guys are defending a model that had to be told to you completely. You know, and like, oh, this is my authority, and like believe me. And it's just like, flat earthers are the exact opposite. It's like, we want to become our own authority on things. Like, don't you want that for yourself and your family? Like, don't you want to be a critical thinker? Like, I just don't understand the disparity. It's wild, actually.
Well, in my take is they have some sort of nihilistic, very cringe worldview where they need the Earth to be that way. So if they think you're taking that away from them, they really can't justify their poor
Literally
behavior.
taking away their ball. Yeah.
Yeah, they're taking their ball away, but now they want to go home. Like, you won't play by their rules. There's a real powerful quote here by Bill Nye that kind of sums it up.
Bill Nye. Okay.
Yeah, here let me find it. I keep saving it as something different each time. I should just save it as suck. I'll do.
The one where he talks about the Earth being a closed system.
Oh, that's a good one too. I'll put both of those. So here's what the heliocentric model means to him. You ask him, certainly, Bill Nye, what does a heliocentric mean? He comes up with, I suck. That's what it means. Wow. Okay.
Hey, Beast, I was just listening in. What you just said, I think it's a pretty good observation. Like, or the way that you phrase that. I think for a lot of people, it's actually there's too much responsibility to
Be your own authority.
Being your own authority, yeah, they feel a lot more comfortable in just being followers, in believing in an authority instead of being the authority.
Conformists. Yeah, it's comfortable. Conformists. Comfortable. They don't want to be
And
uncomfortable.
unfortunately, that's the vast majority of people all through history. That's why most people follow
Exactly.
a few leaders. You know, I mean, it's just always been that way.
Glad you're here, by the way, Lou. Hell yeah.
If this is Star Wars, they're the Empire, we're the Resistance. They don't know that they're stormtroopers, huh?
Exactly. That's a great analogy. They really don't know. And it's like, that's the kill 'em with kindness kind of thing. It's like, everyone gets to this point of like in their own life through, trials and tribulations, motivated by curiosity to really know the truth. And it's like, do you want to know the truth, or do you want to just claim that you know the truth and tell everyone that they're dumb, which is most of the globies that come in here? And it's just like, you're dumb, you're fucking dumb. Like, really, bro? You don't know me. Like, you don't know what I've been through. You don't know how I got to this point. Sorry. Yellow
Now
first.
they're
But another thing to
their
point out is like,
mindset.
I mean, I'm sorry.
Their
Go ahead.
mindset is they're the Republic, right? It hasn't transferred in their mind as the Empire. They still feel like they're right. The Confederation just wanted independence and made their own trade federation, right? But then the Republic has to go in and force them to come back into the Republic, which ends up being the Empire. And then those who were forcing the Federalists to come back, they realize that they're wrong, so then they jump ship, and now they're the rebels. And the Empire still wants them to come back.
If we're gonna talk Star Wars, I'm completely lost. I've never been able to watch an entire Star Wars movie. But the the thing is also about what we were just saying is like, as far as being the authority, obviously not everybody can be an authority, but you like authority meaning like over other people. You can be your own in authority over yourself. You can like decide what's right and wrong for you, or what is true for you. But yeah, if you're going to try to take it on your shoulders and say like, I'm the authority, well then there is a lot of responsibility there.
That's
Like
delineation of trust. And that's the thing. It's like, how can you trust these institutions that constantly lie to you? Like, what the fuck?
Well, that's what I'm getting to is like, instead of being the authority, I would probably say, make it your responsibility to hold the authority accountable, like to always keep them in check, to always question them,
That's a
to
beautiful way to
always
put it.
make sure that to always like never trust the authority, never stand up for them, always be skeptical of them and critical of them. Like
Right.
that's how you hold authority accountable.
Why do you believe we need to do this?
Because some very harmful policies have come from people in power that do not trust them. Okay? Always trust that corrupt power will corrupt, and absolute power corrupts absolutely. So when they tell you something, constantly assume there's some catch to it. There's some negative thing that's going to happen because of this.
An ulterior motive.
Yeah, I mean,
even
if you think they're correct, or if you agree with them, like the more responsible side is to take the devil's advocate and to still scrutinize them.
No.
To make them prove that they're right, or whatever. Like you have to always hold them accountable and always scrutinize. Like that's just the way that we're supposed to, as people, as the peons in society. Authority you shouldn't be sticking up for them ever. You should always be keeping them on their toes, making sure that they are always questioned, no matter what.
No, you don't get it. Like the authority they're the authority for a reason. They enforce what is needed
No,
to
they're
be
not gods.
enforced.
They're not gods. They don't know. They're not always right.
Well, that's true,
We have
but
to
like
make sure.
I would say mistrusting everything is not good.
No,
Okay, well,
always
they don't know everything.
is what's good
They
for
don't know
society
all
for
of
the
the
whole,
decisions.
for everybody.
Holding everybody accountable is good.
Well, that's true, but I don't see what the point. Why we always have to complain about it.
Well, let's take NASA for example. I know I'll say NASA because I'm an American. I'm a taxpayer. That's my money, right? NASA makes $85 million a day this year in budget, right? What the fuck has NASA done for society other than take that money and show us cartoons?
Well, what difference does it make? You're not going to be able to
$85
change it.
million a day. That's the difference.
But no one is going to do anything about it.
Oh, that's a defeatist attitude.
That's a defeatist. Yeah, it's a defeatist mentality. I don't agree with that.
You know, a lot of people say flat earthers, you're not doing much, you're not doing enough. I go, that level of spending is mathematically impossible. It's just a matter of time before it all comes down like a house of cards. Flat earthers don't really need to do anything. Just watch it. Just watch it fail. And then after all the pieces, after it collapses under its own weight, you can say, I told you so. Now let's be more responsible with the tax dollar, just like the founder said.
No, it's
I want to also point out, like at least in America, but like the old school term of patriot, what it means to be a patriot is exactly what I was just describing. Patriotism doesn't mean supporting your government in their decisions and whatever it is that they do. Okay, whenever they choose to bomb a country to go yay and fly the flag for Ukraine and whatever else, it doesn't mean that. It means whatever it is that they do, you question and scrutinize to make sure that they're doing it right, or that it is right for them to do it. You ask for transparency. You look, you dig, you press them. Like that's the job of the press. That's of the media, of the press. Like to always press the government, the authority.
All they do is lie. They just lie about everything.
Yeah, because you allow them to.
Who's you? Like,
The defeatist people like yourself that say like,
Yeah,
oh,
what are you
we
gonna do
can't
about
do
it?
anything about it.
Yeah.
You can always go and find facts that say, hey, this doesn't make any sense, and I found this information here. Do you mind explaining this? And when they say no comment, that's not sufficient. Or when they tell you a lie, you freaking hold them to it. You always press them. Always.
Accountability.
No.
That is your patriotic duty for your
It's like
country.
this is like subversive
For
or trying to
example,
cause trouble.
What?
For example, in North Georgia, there was a teacher who went to the school.
Ooh, Kiko, you're roboting, brother. Kiko,
Yeah, Kiko,
roboting
none
hard.
of that's coming through, man.
And the home of the brave.
Stop the cap.
How about now?
Sounds good.
No, but
Okay, in North Georgia, there was this school board. They were redoing the science books, and in their section where they were talking about evolution, they were using the whole comparing embryos, right? When it's already been factually showed to be incorrect. So it took a teacher who looked into evolution and seen its falsification, right? Took the evidence to the school board and said, "Hey, this isn't actually true. It shouldn't be in the school book. We don't need to be teaching a lie." And the school board actually removed it from their projected textbook.
From their curriculum. Yeah,
So
what's funny is
it is a
often
matter of
school districts
people
are using
getting into it.
often school districts are using books that are 20 years old or more. Like like, and a lot of the stuff that's in there is outdated and wrong, but they still teach it.
Yeah.
They don't get enough funding, I don't think.
And put it back on the communities. Let's take it out. The federal, maybe the worst decision people made when they federalized education. Department of Education became a cabinet level position at the White House. That was probably the wrong choice. So let's roll that back and go back to community education.
No, I don't necessarily see that because we can see out in other countries that they're fully capable of using a federalized system to create like properly educated people.
So what's
But it-
going on here then?
Properly educated? Do they all?
Properly educated.
let's do a litmus test for that. Do they all come out of that education system thinking
So the
they live on a
idea,
spinning
when we say
whirling ball and
properly
a vacuum
educated,
wasn't done? Do they all come out of that
you're
education system
scrutinizing
thinking
my
they live
words. So can I, like, can
Yeah,
I
you
make?
stop. Do they come out of that education system thinking that they live on a spinning whirling ball in a vacuum chamber?
Okay, so when I said properly, I wasn't making any statement about like greater knowledge on thing esoteric means. I meant like applicable knowledge, just like things that you need in your in your day to day.
So when it comes to math, like things like math, like that's not really going to change, right? You can still teach math. To people properly using the old textbooks, right? You can do that.
So you don't need federal. You could just have your aunt next door teach 8 kids how to read. They don't need to have a federal program, do they?
When you talk, well, you want to make sure that they're being taught correctly because people can make mistakes.
What is the correct thing? The correct stuff, when it comes to what's correct and incorrect, constantly changes. It depends on the propaganda that the government's trying to shove down our kids' throats at the time. It depends on the indoctrination that they're trying to give them.
Bro, you're too focused on that shit, bro. Like, nobody is worried about that shit at all. Nobody is trying to trick kids into
You don't think so?
That's what I'm saying.
It also sounds like it's not a necessity to think that you live on a spinning ball in order to function efficiently and effectively within society.
Even
That's
if it
very
was true,
strange.
what does it matter?
Yeah, I'm not denying any of you guys any of your shit. Like, if you want to be a flat earther, have fun with that.
Like the
Dude,
good
one of the-
idea with like science classes can be giving you like basic understandings of like so that you have an understanding of like how certain systems work. So like if you're standing underneath a truck, you might understand like because I've been working with like a boom truck recently, so because we're trying to get up night air, it's probably a good idea to have an understanding of how like the hydraulics work as like a system when you're working with it so that you know how to not to stress the system or how electricity works because then you know like open wires can cause so like what the scientists can do and should be doing is teaching the people the practical knowledges and what is needed to be gained from them and how these can have consequences or benefits when used.
No, what they should be doing is teaching the scientific method so that a person can actually test and verify for themselves.
Of course.
You should learn how to work with a boom truck right there.
I mean, I don't want to lie to you, but like, majority of the tests show that it is around Earth. So.
What test?
That's the same guy who just said that they're not trying to lie to our kids in school, dude. Why is everything so politicized then? Like literally, that do you know that from the very beginning of the public school? No, hold on, I'm almost done. I'm almost done. You can talk in a second.
Go ahead, but I still want to ask this question.
You can talk in a second. Like from the very beginning of public education, like one of the most it's pretty much been the primary reason for doing it has been to indoctrinate our children, to make them good workers or to make them good followers, good voters, good capitalists.
You know that's in America, right?
No, that's in every fucking country in the world.
So what's the solution?
Well, critically thinking is a good step. Teaching people how to be logical before they jump to any conclusions. You know, that's probably a really good step.
Exactly. There's no game plan.
Well, that's a habit. That's not so much being taught. Like that's something that you should be taught by your parents as a because like if you're too impulsive,
why not the federally, funded system that we're supposed to be properly educated? Why not that system?
Because usually when you're at the age where you're being taught not to be impulsive, you're an adolescent. Like you're not even an adolescent. You're like an actual baby.
So you just said parents have the responsibility to instill
or guardians, whatever.
Those critical thinking habits, right?
Then why not homeschool?
Yeah, what is
because
when it teaches you to appeal to authority.
Because people
Instead of
don't have the time to be all doing homeschools. If we had larger if we had larger socialized circles with people can like be properly educated, so in like a neighborhood level, that might be more applicable. But the issue is
I
that mom
agree.
and dad these days have to go to work for fucking how many hours? They don't have the time to
And
like
there's
learn
other
all this.
issues surrounding that. You're right, and it's unfortunate that most families need two earners in order to just make it by. Because the cost of education and the cost of raising a child is so damn high, and the cost of living is so damn high. There's a lot of other economic problems to discuss when it comes to that. Because a few decades ago, that wasn't the case. By the way, but there's still other ways. You're right. You're right. Not every freaking family, not every parent can homeschool their children. They can't afford to keep one parent home. But there's other ways to do it, whether it be through private schooling, or you can still do a homeschool type of a thing, but still community based, where you have, you know, I mean, similar. It wouldn't be all that different from sending your kid to school, but there would be smaller classrooms with people that you actually interact with and trust, and have a lot more control over what is taught. You can always pull your kids out. It's not necessarily mandatory that they go for certain days and get so many hours of this class and that indoctrination. Like it's.
What about religious schooling?
Even according to the educators, like and most people who vouch for like public school, like and I sort of agree with this. Like, I think the number one thing that kids get out of going to public school is learning kind of the pecking order of the class, learning how to be leaders, who's a leader, who's a follower, how to socialize and
making social circles,
interact
stuff like
with
that.
people. Like, I think that might be the number one thing that they get out of it, honestly. Because that's what most of the day really is, anyway.
That's what they need to get, right? And what they also need to get is academics, right? They shouldn't go there for politics or unless it's political science, right? They shouldn't go there to hear what's going on in the culture. They hear that at home, right?
Yeah,
but unfortunately, that's what the schools turned into these days. Academia is second, right? You need to have a good foundation. And they're not giving these kids a good foundation when they're sending them to primary school. They're rushing them through the basics, and they don't master the basics. And if you don't have a good foundation, you can't build a good structure. So, ergo, you need to take responsibility for your children, and stop making excuses, period.
Yeah. Nowadays, they're focusing way too much on like the politics of everything. Never before in history have kids been the ones out there protesting and taking a political stand and frickin'.
No, that's not true.
Like
Children have taken part in protests before.
What children like? Listen, children didn't care. Okay, like they're not supposed to. It's an adult thing to worry about. Whether they're being conservative and conservative or liberal, like that, kids haven't decided yet. They don't have. They're not even able to like their brains don't even function well enough to understand the arguments. It's being shoved down their throats. They're being told that they are supposed to be this way. Everything is being. It's indoctrination. They're grooming them to be voters for a certain party. That's what they're spending the majority of their time in school doing. Not learning how to math and how to read and how to frickin' do the scientific method. They're not focusing on that stuff. They're focusing on social bullshit and political bullshit.
That's why I think like religious schooling is the best.
I'm not really sure how you would say that they're focusing on that on lower education.
Well, I mean, I didn't learn how to do taxes or fucking have a IRA or fucking learn how to.
That would have been nice.
Yeah, wouldn't it? But no, they took out civics. They replaced it with political science.
Nobody got taught how to do like cook. Nobody got figured out how to take care of themselves. Nobody got taught how to do anything that would have been like helpful for becoming an adult.
It used to be called home ec.
Right.
They took that out. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, this is what's interesting to people. A little bit of history lesson. I'm old enough to before there was a Department of Education, and
I think the real thing that you want to look at when it comes to like conspiracy is they took away the people's ability to be self-independent by removing a lot of home ec.
There you go, dependency, creating dependency on the state. That's exactly what the globe model does. on top.
I was
Well,
Like
no,
saying that
I
same
would
thing.
say less of even that, but more of like corporations,
thing,
because
bro.
you people were like the tendency for like fast food has went
Hey,
drastically.
you guys, here, check this out. I got something that's important, I think. Not to get too far in the weeds. I want to tie this back to the flat Earth too.
Right.
The globalists will claim that flat earthers, if they get their way, right, like if they knock the Department of Education, all of science will go away. The problem they have is that all of Apollo, all the people who worked into Apollo program, all the NASA and everything at the time, none of them had this Department of Education, a cabinet level department. That started just in the 80s. In the early 80s is when that became a cabinet level position. So this is what I think is important to look at the history, not so much exactly the topics. And one of those history questions is who, what, when, where, why, and how did they prove the curvature of the Earth? Who did so, and what method did they use?
I think it was topography, if I remember correctly.
The curvature. Like, who do you think proved the curvature of the Earth? Do you know anyone who did that?
I think when
Measured it.
at least as far as like self-proclaimed, I believe it was topographers.
What?
Well, all they
Did
do
someone?
is measure the height of
No.
objects based on sea level, right? They get an elevation angle, and then they say,
Yeah,
"Yep, it rose over there and it dropped over there," and that's a mountain, right? Because we have a definition of what a mountain is. What he's talking about is being at sea level, right, or on the ground, and looking out at the distance and seeing the horizon and watching it drop down and away from you.
The drop over distance, if you will. So do you know anyone who has done that? Has anyone measured this drop over distance, 8 inches per mile?
squared.
Squared.
Supposed to work 1 mile.
8 inches in a mile. That would be one way of saying it. Yeah.
Yeah.
No, yeah. Again, the answer that you were given about topography, that's absolutely correct. They use a flat baseline for that. They're talking about hills and valleys rising in elevation and lower and going lower, dipping, but not about curvature. So anybody who's measured curvature, anybody know?
Anytime, from ancient times until now, you get to pick who, when do they?
The clue is going to be you're going to probably have to go ancient times.
So, like, to word it this way, right? At any time in history, from ancient times until now, is there a method to directly measure the curvature of the Earth? If so, what was this method and who did it? I mean, it should be a simple question to ask. If someone says, "Hey, the Earth is curved," okay, well, who?
I'm in a game, sorry.
Okay.
And yeah, it's pretty crazy. Who did it? Was it Colonel Mustard
I
in the
asked the
kitchen
question
with
to
a ruler?
Google, and I took a screenshot of the answer. So
Well,
if
it's
you need
really
it,
crazy when you
go to
realize
Frank.
that it's really just a philosophy. That's all it is. Nobody's really directly measured any curvature ever.
It's literally a belief system.
Yep.
So yeah, like I think that would mean that the flat Earth is a hostile belief
To the globe model,
No,
yes.
to any sort of
appeal to
assertion.
senses.
But it's not a belief, though. That's the problem.
Yeah,
It's
hold
not a
on.
belief.
Yeah, Carmen, how about that? Could you think of anyone who had measured curvature of the Earth? Like, I can rephrase the question. Okay, at any time in history, okay, from ancient times until now, you get all of recorded human history. Is there a method to directly measure the curvature of the Earth? I mean, yes, no, you don't know. It's a very simple question. Cam, you there?
Huh?
Okay, did you hear what I said?
I think
Who
he's
did it?
gaming.
Oh,
No.
okay.
No one has done it. I don't think. Even if they did,
Right.
it doesn't. It's the grand scheme
No
of
one has
things.
done it. Right.
Okay, so how about
that's the best answer yet.
Yeah.
Like nobody has done it. That's absolutely true. So it's a philosophy then, a paradigm or a way of thinking, right? That's all it is.
Yeah.
Okay, so how about the next one then, right? Because the Earth, these are very important because the heliocentric model makes three very large positive claims. The Earth is curved, the Earth is rotating, and it has a position inside a medium called space. So let's look at these three claims and who know that, like who proved it, who knows it, and how. So at any time in history, from ancient times until now, has anyone directly measured or detected the axial rotation of Earth? If so, what was the method and who did it?
I have no idea.
And the
I
last
would
one
just
is
say like
Yeah, that one's fun too. No, that one's fun too because once again, it's even according to like Einstein, it's an impossible feat. You cannot falsify that one.
Yeah, I could grab the Einstein quote once we're done. I have it saved. There's something about that. There's no possible way to detect if on Earth, Earth would be considered stationary on Earth because of the relativity nature of it.
Well, even from outside of it, because with everything supposedly in that model moving, you have no way of being stationary or like knowing what stationary is. Even like relatively speaking, it's just you can look at it in many different ways, and none of them are falsifiable.
And then the last one is, okay, is space or the vacuum of space a medium that can be traveled to or a place that actually exists? If so, how can you establish or verify that this medium is adjacent to the air that we breathe, gas pressure without a container, with no presupposition or invoking of a container of any kind? Because if you use a container, then that's your answer. Earth is contained, a closed system. Because a key point is a heliocentric model claims Earth is an open system.
Actually, that's funny. So Bill Nye says that we're in a closed system.
Yeah, well, I know he messed up there, didn't he?
Well, see, like I think what he meant actually in that is he's talking about the entire like universe, like the it is a closed system.
Well, what he was referring to was a question a girl asked, which was, can't we just take our trash and throw it into space and get rid of it that way? He said there's
Oh,
no
you're right.
place to go. And we're hoping that our grandchildren or, later on down the line that they'll be mining the good minerals and materials from the dumps and landfills.
You see, the thing too is that they just say, well, he's talking about trash. Well, if you look at the moon, you believe their story, they tell you there's like 200 tons of trash on the moon, 99 bags of shit. Okay, like if you look at Mars too, right? Mars, how much shit is on Mars? Like just how much trash is on Mars? It'll tell you like a whole shit ton of trash is on Mars. How much trash is in space, like around orbit? They talk about like the Kessler, or if I'm pronouncing that wrong, there's some sort of syndrome that they talk or whatever. I have to look up the name. I'm drawing. It begins with a K. That he says there's so much shit.
Kuiper.
There we go.
Kuiper.
Yeah, there's so much shit in space that eventually space will become unnavigable. There's so much trash there. And then Bill Nye tells you you can't take your trash to space because Earth is a closed system. There's no place to go. He directly contradicts it. What's all that trash up there then, Bill? Because he had a very quite like that sort of like where he gave an off the cuff answer because he wasn't expecting the question and then gave an answer that
The way that he said it too, he said there's something like is something like there's something very important you need to understand. Like it was kind of weird the way that he phrased it.
Yeah, I just posted it.
Like
I posted the word right from his mouth. Yeah, listen to him say it. So which one is it? Is he lying to you that there's no? I just want one thing. If I can get one thing across to your generation, forget all the Bill Nye the Science Guy videos. This is the one thing I want you to know. You will never leave this earth. And even if you could, there ain't no place to go.
This isn't really like concerning the average person, I don't think.
It's not concerning to them. It should be very concerning to them.
No, I meant like the whole this whole idea here isn't really affecting anyone on a day-to-day basis.
Oh, because it's simple minds don't really care. Like they live and they die here without. Yeah, they expect nothing. They expect to own nothing and die with nothing. Yeah, that's not very concerning to most people.
So do you see how, like, Harm there, that the flat Earth isn't antagonizing to anybody? The flat Earthers would answer the same questions you just asked, and then not make the claims that you can't prove. I'm not going to sit here and claim that I can prove the curvature of the Earth when I can't. I have no idea who did or what even that would look like. I've seen people do laser tests and do certain types of tests that should show curvature, and it doesn't.
Yeah, but like, if it's wrong or if it's right, I don't see why we have to tell everyone.
Okay, so what you're saying now is that the Earth, even if the Earth is flat, let's just like pretend it's not and keep going along to play along to get along.
Yeah,
Let's
because
just
this would be a lot easier than
you don't want to cause turmoil, even if they're lying to all of us, right?
exactly.
Like that would.
Because don't you understand how much it would change? How much we'd have to switch around? Like it's too much. It's not useful.
Mm. So even though at this point you almost sound like defeated here, like even though you think there's a good chance we're right,
I don't say you're right or you're wrong.
Right.
I'm just
Change.
saying, like,
Change what around though? What would you have to change around?
like all the curriculum, all the stupid other things they see on the science channels.
Well, that stuff's nothing compared to what it could do to benefit the world. I don't understand what you mean. You'd have to change everything. Nothing changes. It's all the same.
No, but don't you get it? Most people don't believe in this flat Earth. They believe in the opposite.
It's not a
you have
belief,
to,
mate.
Dude, look at the stir that they just did 3 years ago with a freaking scamdemic. Freaking like they changed the whole world overnight with that. We can do the same thing, and people 2-3 years down the road will live on. They will live on just fine. They won't give a fuck then, just like they don't give a fuck now.
Yeah.
So I don't see the point in bringing it up.
So you don't see the point in learning the truth. Is that what you're saying?
I'm not saying what you have is the truth or what everyone else has is the truth. I'm just saying
So
why
would
do
you
we need
prefer
to?
would you prefer to find out or just leave it as it is and get told by your masters to do what you're told? What do you think?
Like I said, it doesn't matter. It doesn't affect anyone.
It would if you knew the truth, mate.
No, it wouldn't. If you said we
Yes,
can't
it
do
would.
any of these things, it doesn't
Wait,
matter.
what he's saying is if we're
good
never
chance
going to space, nobody, like, realistically, even by everyone else's count, whether space is real or not doesn't actually matter because you're not going there, even if it was real.
Right.
So you're
It would have
saying
gone by now.
Look, there's a good chance. There's a good chance if people lived in truth and if they lived in truth and they knew truth and that they would have a higher moral set, they would probably treat each other better. They would treat the world better.
That's speculation.
They would value like all that's been given to them much more. We would have a higher moral set and we would live better in future generations. And we
It's
might be
just
able to
a
defeat
guess.
the people who are basically enslaving us.
Why do you find that funny? What's laughable about that?
Because why? Why do you think you don't have the opportunity to become like the people who are more powerful?
I don't want
Why
to
would
enslave
you want
anybody.
to? Why would you want to be like them when you're fighting against them? What sense does that make?
Because look at it.
We just
Like
listen to yourself,
you don't
man.
have
You
a
didn't even
chance,
listen
bro.
to what he said. So he said that if people realize the truth, then the world could be a better place. And you went on to say, why don't you aspire to be like the people who enslave you? Well, you didn't even listen to what he said.
But who says it? It doesn't matter if it's truth or not. It's just you're changing the
What do you
narrative
mean?
all
It doesn't
around.
matter if it's truth or not. What does that even mean?
I'm saying like you're creating needless conflict.
Why? For the truth?
No, it's not needless. Like when you have a class of elect that think that they're above you and me, the rest of us, like it is much called for and needed to overthrow them and get rid of them, to hold them accountable.
Exactly
Like,
what I'm talking about. You said overthrow. Do you know what that
yeah,
implies?
get rid of them. I want them all locked up for life. Honestly, all of them.
Why?
Because they're criminals.
I would agree with Cam. That's the question I have. What do we do if the pendulum swings and it just switches back where Globers, people who follow governments and the media, like what changes there? The power dynamic changes, but people still have to run things. There's over 8 billion people on this planet.
Do you think the powers that be are like the do you think they're actually the most qualified and the best people for the job?
No.
No.
No. I mean, look at Biden, bro.
Yeah,
That's
it's
all
not
you
a
have to know.
meritocracy.
He isn't running shit. He's just a puppet.
Okay, so there you go. Like we could do better. We can
But
do
doing
better
what?
without them.
Be realistic. Like be realistic. If you change this all around, you just replace the people who believe in the globe with people who believe in flat Earth that are doing the same oppressive things, like you
I'm not
said.
even that worried when it comes to that. Like I'm not even that worried about like this is a bigger issue than just flat Earth. Honestly,
is the Earth flat or
But
no?
knowing, believing in the flat Earth or not doesn't matter. It's just about overthrowing them.
It's about
So is it
becoming
flat
like
or it's not
anarchists.
flat?
That's not what it's about.
So what's your guys?
I mean, in
what's
the
the argument for the Earth being flat?
How about this one, Carl?
So measurable, demonstrable, observable convexity over the surface or any body of water on the Earth.
Agree with you with all the questions about curve rotation in the vacuum of space, and you said none of it you could prove. You don't even know who did, or if it could be proven. So what would be the default then? What would you go back to?
I'm only going along with what is presented before all of us.
Yeah. So if somebody says, "I think a duck is a duck," then you think it's okay for someone with a gun in power to tell you, "No, a duck is
a chicken."
a chicken." Yeah. And just let you just shape and change reality based on how much violence they can project? You think
It's
that's a workable
It's 1984 at its finest. 2 plus 2 equals 5. Repeat it. Repeat 2 plus 2 equals 5, or else.
It's not
No,
a duck,
or
it's a
else what?
chicken. It's just that
I
refraction
know.
makes it look like a duck.
But
Hold on a second. Hold on. Nobody other than people who feel like they need to correct you guys is coming in and saying you can't say the Earth is flat, or we're going to shoot you.
Oh,
Nobody's
whoa.
doing that. Nobody's
Dude,
doing
you
that.
hang on around for a while, okay?
You guys are here freely. You're speaking openly, and no one's
Yeah,
kicking you. No one's
well,
booting
no,
you.
that's true. No, crit. Though a bunch of minions do say shit like that. No, I've never heard an authority say that flat earthers shouldn't have the right to exist. Like,
Oh, yeah. Other than that, they sit there and they demonetize people's videos and they shadow ban them. And
I mean,
they do label us a threat and put us on a list of like what might be considered extremists and shit like that. Like they do say that if you're a flat earther, that you might also be, you're probably also a QAnon, freaking January 6th, freaking, like all that shit, which is just nuts because most flat earthers could care less about any of that stuff.
And that's interesting too, because the disinformation. QAnon people, when they talk about "Make America Great Again," they're talking about the 1960s, the space program. So they hate flat earthers too. So you make it seem like somehow
Wait, the
it's
60s doesn't mean they want the space program. The 60s
Oh,
means they
yeah,
want the white
no.
picket fence.
No, they want the space program. When
No, they
America, the
want the
high
white-
water,
Wait,
when
wait.
they talk about
No,
the
they
high
want the
water
white
mark
picket-
of American. When they talk about the high water mark of American exceptionalism, from there they claim everything went downhill after the 1960s and 70s.
But the moon landing never happened, correct?
No, the moon landing was just another Nixonian era propaganda piece.
It was faked.
Yeah, they want to return to the like traditionalized like ideal of like the white picket fence and stuff. It's not nothing to do with like the space program. The space program is just one part of it.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. So if you tell a QAnon person that America never went to space, that was all
Well,
propaganda.
no, meaning they don't need the space program for
Yeah,
that
that's
to
what they want.
hold.
That's why they weaponize. That's why he rolled out Space
Yeah.
Force.
What?
You
Yeah,
think it was
exactly. Donald Trump with his space force and talking about like the Reagan era and what do they call it? Star Wars?
Star Wars,
like
yeah.
with the space-based laser and shit like that. Like, yeah, it's all connected. It's all that. Like they still believe in their space religion and all that shit. They love the idea of dominating the Earth from space.
Okay, listen, everybody. I've come in. I've heard Luke Skywalker.
So no one
Fight
has gone to space, correct?
Is that you actually doing that? Actually?
That's pretty fun. Good job, Matt. That's well
yeah,
done.
keep that up. Okay, yeah, you should do that more.
Yeah.
Chewie is my right hand man. He's the best. Like, tell him, Chewie. Yeah, he knows what he's talking about. Okay, he's the best. The best. Best lightsabers, the shiniest. We're gonna protect the Earth with our Star Wars.
That's really good. All right. That's an all right Trump.
Very good.
Yeah, that's pretty good. You should get into Dungeons and Dragons. Like a lot of voice acting and stuff is.
I do play Dungeons and Dragons.
Oh, outstanding! Yeah, I do too. But my voice is so like it's really tough for me to. I do a lot of Dungeon Master too. It's hard for me to role play or act out like some sort of barmaid who's got some tip for the PCs, and I'm like, yeah, I'm not sure. I'll just hand you a note. This is what she does. She slides you the note under the bar napkin. You know, it's like,
That's a good workaround.
Yeah.
Beast What was the name of that comedian that we were watching?
Oh, it seems the guy that we are toting is to figuring out the curve was a Greek mathematician, Eratosthenes. I'm sorry, it's very
Aristophanes.
Yeah, he's very Greek.
Did he? Okay, this is gonna be fun. Okay, so what do we know about Aristophanes?
What do we know? I'm just stating that's who is being
credited.
Yeah.
Credited, yeah. So funny about him. Like, there's literally no like primary or secondary like documentation of this guy ever actually existing. That's a fun thing to start with. It's literally he may
he's
or
not the
may
only
not,
Greek
he
individual
may
like
or
that,
may
though.
not have actually existed.
Well, there's a few Greeks individuals like that, though.
Yeah, well, and Aristophanes is one of them, but he's been credited with like a very important thing here for somebody who might not have actually existed.
Well, he's not the only. He's just the first to be, and not even to state that he's actually the first, but he's the first recorded individual.
So what is he alleged to have done?
Figured out the curvature, or that the Earth is curved, and let me double check on the exact wording of the article. Erected a pole in Alexandria on the summer solstice. He observed that it cast a shadow, proving that the sun was not directly overhead, but slightly south. Recognizing the curvature of the Earth and knowing the distance between the two cities enabled Eratosthenes to calculate the planet's circumference. Is the wording?
Okay, planet. Why did he assume that? Okay, so different angles to the sun, therefore globe. Explain.
Well, it's a winter solstice, meaning it is the high point of the. This is my deduction from it. This is me just reading an article. Be aware.
Yeah, we can tell you're reading. So like, instead of just reading an article to us, like let's go through a little bit at a time and just talk about it. Like, so this thing about where he said that he looked at like a pole in the ground and the shadow, right? Like, in two different cities. Right, like how did that's okay? Let's get into that. Right, was it a stick in the ground or was it a well? We have two different stories there because some claim that it had to do with wells, others claim that it has to do with sticks. In fact, it was always sticks until a few years ago, and then it was like wells.
No, I believe these are two different parts of the exact same thing. So that I believe the wells had to do with him calculating the actual distance, and the stick was just the observation that proved the curvature in the first place.
Right.
So there was two separate parts I'm speaking to, which is the pole during. So the pole was set up during the solstice, but the wells were not set up during the solstice. So the wells were only set up calculating the overall differences in the shadows. So he like calculated the angles of the shadows in the different locations, and that's how he went about that. The poll was before that.
Somebody else described this much better, like that knows the history of it better than I do. But in his time, like the story that they give us now, they talk about the way that they measured distance. They didn't even do it the same way then. The way that they measured time, they didn't do it exactly the same way. Like all this stuff. How would somebody in those times, 500 miles apart from each other, how would they know that they're doing it at the same time in order to test this?
Where the sun is in
And
the sky.
How would they?
So
How
they
would they
measured at
change
high
it?
noon.
Well, you're right, but high noon for me is different than high noon for you, 500 miles away, right?
Well, as long as you're within the same like general time zone, not really.
It takes a lot of supposition, does it not?
Well, if you move north and south, you're not changing your time zone.
But that's that's a supposition. Like that's a presupposition. It's already considering like that you thinking of a globe model. Like you had the intention of proving something that you wanted it to be. It's begging the question in a way.
They were aware of time zones back in the old days. They were aware that the sun, like if you went to the east or far to the west, the sun like went up and down at different times.
Sure,
Like
but even if I go in latitude, up and down in latitude, the sun might rise at the same time, but the shadow will still be different depending on what time of year it is, right? That's the reason for doing it during a solstice, or not a solstice, like
he did it during the solstice, the pole part.
right. So, but yeah, like if you're further north, like or if the sun is further north or further south, is going to change the shadow that way as well.
Under what prefix? Because if the sun's directly above us, we should see a much different measurement, which is what he was looking
It
for.
would be if the sun, let's say it's during the winter and the sun is down around Capricorn, right? Or if it's during the summer and the sun is around Cancer. Like somebody further, if it's Capricorn, somebody further south is going to get a shorter shadow, and somebody further north is going to get a longer one, and vice versa.
That's what he was looking for, but depending on how hard that angles and would determine the position
But
of
that's
the
the
sun
same. But
and the curvature of the planet.
that's the same on a globe or a flat Earth.
No, because if the sun's at a larger distance, you would actually get a harsher angle.
Okay.
All you have to do is change the distance to the sun.
Yeah. Like that's a big part, as well as the angle if you're on a curve. But there's also if you're on a curved
it takes a
surface, it's also
presupposition.
going to change. Well, no.
Eratosthenes, even if he existed, even if he did this experiment, which it looks like probably it never happened.
You're saying that, but you're supposing that it is in fact false.
No, I mean people have done it since then. So like people have done this since then. So either way, I'm not going to throw the whole thing out. But I'm saying this, giving it credit to this guy that may or may not have existed in the story about what he may or may not have done and how he may and may not have done it, is ridiculous. Like we need some specificity here about who did it, how, when, where, and did they follow the scientific method to do it? Is it a direct measurement is another major thing. Because what we were talking about before we ever asked this question was, did anybody directly measure? Would you consider an Eratosthenes shadow freaking angle measurement? Would you consider that direct measurement of curvature of the Earth?
He was more finding that as long as the numbers calculated that the work, from my understanding, is that he got a general. Let me just read it before I actually make any hard statements. 2 seconds.
You can answer my question without reading that. Is that measuring shadows from the sun? Is that directly measuring curvature on Earth?
Is the statement that was written on the front of it stated that he was able to figure the curvature of the Earth.
That is who they give credit to, but it is not a direct measurement.
So just to clarify, it states that he was able. Let me just do it. Recognizing the curvature of the Earth and knowing the distance between the two cities, was able to calculate the planet's circumference. Is what he was able to figure out with this. Is what they are claiming.
Yeah,
congratulations, you know how to
based
read.
Off of, yeah.
And you have to read to find out your stuff too.
Yeah, now you have to evaluate what he did, his methodology. And that's what people are asking you right now. Have you done that?
I'm trying to go through his methodology, but you keep demanding me to answer questions.
Actually, you know what? Instead of reading it in front of us, like out loud, just give it a minute, read it up,
Yeah,
and then
I'm happy to do that.
yeah.
That's fine.
I mean, so can I just point out that we have the ability today, like live, people who are in the same time zone or along the same meridian or whatever, who live far enough apart, north and south, could do this. They could put something in the ground or even dig a hole, which apparently is the better way of doing it, where you dig a hole and you check the angle of the shadow from the sun. And you confirm it between two people. Like, it's not an impossible task now. It's not like we're paying somebody to go walk up like 500 miles and then count it and do all that stuff. We can figure that out easily.
No, the problem is that this test doesn't prove it one way or another.
Yeah, that's right. You know about the Chinese that did the same test, right?
Well, this is meant to specifically find circumference, and you require a circular object. And then he also went forward and put it is that there was a required curve to achieve his circumference.
But we understand that we can stand underneath a light source and have no shadow, and then as we walk away from being underneath that light source, the shadow will increase in front of us. We can do this on a flat surface with a small and local light. So like Lou pointed out, it's proof neither way because you can create both effects on a flat or curved surface.
It's not about whether the effects can be achieved. It's about what the angles that are shown from it. So any of these can be done on a flat Earth. Like any of these experiments can be done on a flat Earth. It's what happens when you actually have these experiments done. So the angles are going to be different on the shadows in these wells, dependent on how close the sun is to the planet, and well as the curvature or lack thereof of the planet will have different effects on the shadows based on the distances between the two wells.
Cool.
Yeah.
So I
how
can
do you
take
know
the
how far the
difference,
sun is?
divide it by 360, and then multiply it by the distance between the two, and there's my circumference.
Don't be surprised when you use some kind of maths with an R value in it that you get a radius for a circle at the end of it. If he's presupposing that the Earth is a ball and then using mathematical calculations to figure out that curved surface, then what are you going to end up with? Well, a circumference, apparently. Of course you are, because you're using math to assert that.
I can clarify if necessary. Hello?
No one's stopping you. Go ahead.
Oh, right. So, yeah, it is actually true that you can get a flat plane from how Eratosthenes did this. The problem is when you start adding more data points. So with two sticks, two wells, two whatever they were, you can resolve that to a single point low in the sky, lower than what we presume. But when you start adding more data points, that no longer works.
Even if that's true, then it isn't Eratosthenes who figured this out. Then is it?
Well, he figured it out with those presumptions, like you said, that light comes in parallel and that the Earth is curved. But we got there without those assumptions.
Yeah, you still have to assume light's coming in parallel.
Nope.
Yeah, you do. You have to assume parallel light from an infinite distance.
Incorrect.
How is it incorrect?
All right, well, goodbye curvature, because if you don't, then you don't have curvature. The whole point of having the light at an infinite distance is so that you could reify the ball. But without that, now you have to have a flat plane.
Also incorrect.
Okay, you can't just say incorrect. How is it incorrect?
Yeah,
So
you know how it is correct? It has to do with the Haberstein formula. Have you heard of that?
No.
Okay, well, you take an arc, like what you have above your head, and you can transpose all the distances down onto the flat plane underneath you. And this is how essentially they do map reductions and different projections, where you have the celestial sphere and they create an entire ball out of that by superimposing the land masses onto a celestial sphere that they call a globe.
That's not much to do with this, actually.
Well, yes, it is. So, for example, take the sun, how it rises in the east and sets in the west. So it goes at about 15 degrees per hour, right? So if you're on the equator, that's 180 degrees. And lo and behold, how many miles would that be if you were to convert each of the degrees to nautical miles? You get about 10,800 nautical miles. Multiply that by 2, and now you have the entire circumference of the Earth.
Shouldn't it be bigger than that, actually?
Right.
It's 24,901. It should be more like 12,000.
Yeah,
like
these are
12,000
nautical miles. So you have to convert those into statute miles.
nautical. Gotcha. Yeah. All right.
Yeah, this is how the entire ball was reified. They took observations from the sky and assumed that the Earth was curved too.
Right. So what I'm suggesting doesn't require those presumptions. So
What
if you do this
presumption? I see no curvature, neither do you, so why would you presume there even is?
I'm saying you don't presume that. So the only thing you need
with
to
the sun.
What are the
Sorry,
assumptions made when doing the Eratosthenes? When doing Eratosthenes, what presumptions are made? Because there are assumptions. Don't tell me there are none.
Right. So the two assumptions you need for this sort of modern Eratosthenes experiment is one, that trigonometry gives results that comport to the real world to some reliable degree. I think we would agree with that. And that shadows are created from a single light source. That's it.
That's it. It has nothing to do with the distance to the distance of the light source or the no.
That actually comes out of the experiment.
Yeah, that's like a result of it, not anything of that.
Not a presumption, yeah.
No, dude. Let's say our light source. Let's say our light source was 3,000 miles. Let's say our light source was 3,000 miles up, versus 93,000 miles or 93 million miles up, right?
Right.
The angle of incidence, of that the light would make to us, changes.
Yes.
Goes from being close to parallel to being very divergent.
Yes. And if all you have are those angles of incident, then you can calculate where exactly that source of light is. Because of that change, because of that relationship.
It's an assumption that has to be made then.
No, it's the result, not the assumption.
Sorry,
okay,
the assumption
guys.
is
So
the sun.
here's
Definite, sorry.
Okay, so the best way to
definite article sun.
I mean, you can say sun. I'm just talking about light sources.
Yeah, just the light source. So basically, the best way to look at this is I'm gonna turn that off for a moment. Is you can get two wells. The two wells are 2 points. You connect the 2 points with the line. This would be the bottom of the triangle. You would then take the shadows, and for fuck's sakes, you would then take the two shadows and use those to calculate the conjoining angles. So the two lines that would come from the shadows can then be projected up towards the light source, which is their origin, and you would be able to calculate the final point, which is the sun or the light source, from the two angles created from the wells that are connected by the line. It's trigonometry.
Yeah, which, as he just said, is not having only 2 data points. That's not enough information to actually get determine the curvature of the whatever you're standing on. But as you add more data points, then certain things become contradictory, and it resolves itself to a single point very, very far away.
Okay, well then how come the distance to the sun has changed like a dozen times throughout history in vast amounts?
Because we're talking about vast distances, so they're going to be approximate until we have better ways to actually triangulate.
Do you think they have it right now?
Sorry?
Do you think they have it right now, the distance to the sun?
I think it's right enough.
Right enough? What happens when they change it? What happens when they double it?
But I don't know if it's going to double. I mean, they might adjust it, but that seems improbable that it'll double.
If, you know, somebody got the meme for that one that shows the different like times and the distances, like what years it was and the distances that they claimed.
Yeah, well,
the
problem is that
doubled it. They have doubled it before, and recently, actually, I've heard like it's kind of an adjustment that's being made right now. Like they're saying that things like the universe is like something about like their idea of the universe. It's changing, and like they're gonna have to recalculate the distance to the sun again.
Well, no, the size of the universe has changed. Possibly the age of the universe, that's still under contention. That's not been determined yet. But
No,
the
like
distance to the
everything
sun
changes.
is very different
Everything
from the
changes.
distance.
Just like everything changes. Just like when they
not quite. No.
You guys just adopt whatever they tell you on any given day.
I'm gonna listen to the guy with a bigger telescope until I can afford a bigger telescope.
You're like the girl who just follows the guy around with the biggest dick.
No, not just. I'm able to think 5 minutes past my nose. I hear what they tell me and I see if it makes sense. If I'm presented with two models, I'm going to take the one that makes sense over the one that doesn't.
All right, so again, actually, this is how we got started. That's perfect. You are comfortable just listening, believing, and following authority, and not just that, but also defending them, no matter what it is that they say.
Sorry.
You don't like to cause. You don't like to cause a stir. Is that it?
No, it's not just. I'm able to think about these things. If I understand something, then that gives me reason to believe it. It's not that I
Yeah, but
just
you're going to
hear
change your
something and
mind the
parrot it
moment
back.
they do. You're going to change your mind the moment they do.
No, my mind was always that this is our best understanding. If the best understanding
Did
changes,
you come to
then
this
that becomes
conclusion
the best
yourself, or did you just hear it from somebody and think it's believable?
Come to what
Yeah, what's comfortable for you is thinking that the sun is a ball of burning plasma out in outer space. And that's
right.
what your comfortable assumption is. And if you don't
Yeah.
have that, then suddenly everything else falls apart.
No. If I don't
Yeah,
have that,
can you
I'm sure
prove what
that.
the sun is?
Can I prove it? Probably not to your satisfaction. No.
Well, I mean, to any satisfaction. Can you prove what the sun is?
To any satisfaction? Like here now in this VC?
Yeah, because your entire cosmology seems to rest on what the sun is.
Can I prove what the sun is?
Yeah, you think it's in a
Besides
fixed
it
position. You
being.
don't even consider that it might be an optical effect, that it's something we all see like a rainbow. I mean,
Well,
who only
first off,
knows
he
what's
does
going
not
on?
think it's in a fixed
I can
position.
consider it, but
I bet he can prove it to me.
Well, even if it is in a fixed position, do you think you can see it where it is? You guys are the ones who claim refraction all the time.
I mean, it's literally the brightest thing in our sky.
We can
Does
see
it mean
more or less
does
where
that
it
mean
is,
that it
generally
is where
speaking,
you
yeah.
see it?
For the most part, yeah.
What about when it's low on the horizon? Is it where you see it then?
Not as close, no.
Yeah, so why do you think it's stationary?
What do
It's
you mean
not
by
stationary.
Yeah.
We mute this manufacturer guy.
Well, you think it's
no,
stationary, right? In the middle of the solar system?
Wait, that's not stationary. Nothing in the system is stationary. It's just elliptical.
Yeah, I mean relative to the Earth. You have to assume that the sun is rather stationary. Sure, it wobbles, okay? I mean,
No,
that's in your...
No, the sun
it's
isn't.
not. It's not stationary. We move around it.
Yeah, prove it.
Oh, like rotational theory. There's a whole other aspect to that, but sure, that's not the argument we were having.
Yeah,
You're,
what
you're,
the
you're
sun
making
is.
you're making an argument about what we believe. We weren't about to go through the whole
All
like
of this is
level of
belief.
evidences.
All of this is belief. All of it.
Yeah, completely. You have no idea if the sun is stationary
Well,
or if we are fixed and it moves in the sky.
Yeah, well, I don't believe in like hard truth, or that we can know hard truth, I should say.
Yeah, no,
do you believe you're on
listen,
Discord right now?
You can.
Yeah,
We're gonna. Do you know that you're talking on Discord right now?
I mean, do you know what a qualia is, and like this whole idea of that I can't experience?
No, don't give me some bullshit. Do you
There
know?
we go.
Just answer my question. Don't answer my question with a question. Do you know
Go
that
ahead.
you're talking in Discord right now?
Me? I'm pretty sure about it. Yeah.
How much?
Pretty sure, or are you sure?
I mean, I'm having experience, and that's happening.
So are you?
Not
Are you
not
in
only
a
that,
house
it's a
right now,
shared
or are you out?
experience, right?
Well, certain parts of it are shared.
We can all
Do you have a
describe.
Do you have a dog or a cat or anything? Can you be sure of that?
Because like we're sharing the experience of like talking, but you're not sharing the experience of me sitting in my chair with my legs up.
Right, but we're sharing enough of an experience so we can all objectively describe some part of the experience in
Some parts.
presumably the same way if we are mentally fit, right? If we have no like mental deficiency, right? We
But
can
if
all
you're
acknowledge that we
only
logged into our computers onto Discord and are
right,
currently in the
I know what you're saying,
Flat
but
Earth channel.
yeah, so yeah, I can describe some of it, but if you can only
If,
describe some
if
of a
you're going to
fact,
tell me
are
you're
you actually
unsure,
giving
you're
them
going
the
to
full
tell
fact?
me, if you're going to say you're unsure, you're basically going to tell me that you think I could be a figment of your imagination. Why would
Just
you
for the
do this
record,
to
I think
yourself?
It wouldn't
Flat
matter to
Earthers
me
are
if you were.
completely retarded.
Why
Right?
would you do this to
Just to
yourself?
clear that up.
Why would I not? What does it matter?
They've gone off Aristosthenes.
Even if it's false, it's still real to me. I don't care.
Flat Earth is the greatest cope of all time. It's literally even more copey than, I don't know, believing Trump won the
Why do
election
you
or some
think people
crazy
enjoy
shit.
drugs so much? Is it a real
There you go.
experience they're having? Sort of, but the altered reality that they experience isn't real. But they still
It's a
enjoy
cope.
it.
It's a cope for real reality, right? That's why they seek drugs.
Well, we've been
Yeah.
doing
So
drugs
is
for
reality subjective or objective?
thousands of years, bro. Like, I wouldn't call them coping.
Oh, it's coping, dude. Because reality
It's
is
as far
hard,
as
right?
objective and subjective reality. So like there
Is
is
entertainment
only
coping?
one objective reality. The thing is that every one of us as individuals subjectively views it and has our own opinion of it.
No, that's not. That means nothing.
All right. So is
Objectively,
the sun objectively stationary or objectively moving, or is it subjectively stationary or subjectively moving?
everyone knows it's subjective, right? By all manners of measurement, it's been established to be objectively moving, right? By the best minds, right? Like certainly, if the people
The
who
truth
say
by
the sun is
consensus. Okay, cool, man.
no, if the sun, if you believe that
no
other
observable
people exist that are
on the
more
earth.
capable of answering a question than you
Einstein.
are.
You said the best minds. Even Einstein himself would tell you, when he was still alive, there is no observable experiment you can do on the face of the earth to prove that it is moving or not. He said, best minds, you fool.
Right, except that Einstein, right? You like speaking about Einstein as if you can somehow.
Yeah, we're not allowed to cite Einstein because we disagree with mainstream science. Got
No,
it.
that's not it. It's not that, right? It's that you are holding yourself in far too high esteem, right? If Einstein assumes that the Earth is a sphere, right? For you to somehow say, "Oh no," right? And it's not just Einstein, right? It's all the people who aspired to be him that also agreed with him, that also spent their lives
Yeah.
working.
In that
Right?
quote, Einstein wasn't talking about a flat Earth. He was saying geocentric round Earth versus
Right.
heliocentric round Earth.
Right. I'm
But
talking about the
but
people have
the
the
argument
gall.
still applies.
No, the argument still applies, right? But I'm saying that the case for a flat Earth is so weak that for you to actually
How is it so weak?
to
Nobody
support
here has
the
ever.
case for flat Earth would mean that your IQ would have to be in the negatives, right? You would have to ignore overwhelming, right?
It's so weak
Overwhelming
that you have
evidence.
to rely on ad homs in order to fucking make your point.
You have to ignore a mountain of evidence
You said you
to
can't
cope
to prove
with
the
the
earth.
flat Earth theory, right? Like you have to disregard everything you know about modern math and science just to circle jerk yourself off into believing that the Earth is flat. Like you'd actually
You
have to
literally
be
said nothing
retarded.
other than fallacious
You would
arguments
have to
right
be
there.
fully retarded.
If you are so confident in your globe, you should be able to come up with something better than ad homs
You
to
guys
fucking
always
defend
say
it.
the same arguments, right? You always make the same stupid counter arguments. It's always like, oh, if you believe, you should be
You're
able to
still
show
calling us
this
stupid,
evidence.
moron.
this evidence, the evidence exists
Jesus Christ.
in so much abundance, right? It exists in so much
Do you realize
abundance.
how dumb you actually are making yourself sound instead of us
Oh,
when you do this?
I love this channel. I hope this channel never shuts down, right? Because this is like peak
As
humanity
long
right
as they
here.
allow us here, it's going to maintain being the most popular channel in the server.
Because this is peak. This is like peak post-capitalism, right? What do you call it? Like post whatever, you know? Where like we've literally have become so materially wealthy that people just have the free time to, you know, like retard themselves out about flat Earth, right? Like that's kind of like the
Right.
one of the benefits of living in the West, right? Is that we have so much resources, right? So much material resources that we can support like people like retards, right? Like in the past, if you were retarded, you would just die in the jungle, right? Like you would just fucking die because you wouldn't be able to
Like,
like get your own resources.
who do you think would be better in the jungle, flat earthers or Glovers?
That's such a stupid question, dude.
No, you're the one who brought it
It's
up,
just a, it's
dickhead.
just a dumb.
Again,
No,
think
but
about
I'm
it.
saying
Think about it. Think
I'm
about it.
making an analogy,
Who
dude.
has more knowledge and life skills to survive?
I mean, flat earthers. If flat earthers can't establish, based on evidence, what shape the Earth is, how are they going to be able to like, not eat a poison berry, right? They'll just be like, oh, well, this berry isn't poisonous, right? Because there's,
No,
no
we're
one's
gonna use
proven
this.
to me it's fucking not
No,
poisonous, so I might as well just eat it.
The Glover will
You
just be
guys are
hungry and
retarded.
eat anything up, whereas the flat earther would find a way to test it. They wouldn't eat too many at once. You eat one or two and see if it makes your tummy ache, and then you freaking.
If we didn't
Another
like it,
cope.
we'd step on it flat.
It's a cope. Listen, I'm just trying to help you guys, right? You're wasting your time thinking the Earth is flat, right? I'm just trying to
Oh, you're
save you
wasting
time.
your time being here if you're not willing to listen.
Oh, I've heard the arguments,
What
I
proof
get
do you
it,
have to
right?
bring to
The
the
Earth is
table?
flat. Like that's the argument. I get the argument.
No.
No
Why
country
do
for
flat
old.
earthers say that the earth is flat? Come
No
on.
country for old.
For all
Being
types of
prepared.
strange reasons.
No country for old. What do you have to bring to the table to show that we're wrong?
Nothing.
Can you
I'm
show
done. I
that
said
there's
my
a
piece,
globe?
dude. I have said my piece.
Yeah, you
Go
said your
on.
piece. You came in and talked for 5 minutes
That's
about
right.
how we're
That's
stupid and
it.
retarded, and how it's the luxury of society that allows us to be so stupid and retarded.
That's right. Yeah.
Right. But you provided
You did
no
that. That's just
arguments
fair to
for your
criticize
globe,
that, but
none
that's
whatsoever.
my criticism.
No,
Okay.
if you have something information,
Oh yeah,
so I'm not so
Kepler's three
retarded.
laws. How about that? Let's start with Kepler's 3 laws. You guys know what those are?
Got the
Hello?
floor. You've got the floor, Professor. Teach us.
You guys have never heard of Kepler,
No,
Johannes
we've heard of
Kepler?
Kepler's laws. I'm not. I can't cite them. What are they? Go ahead. I've heard them
Let me
before. They're not on the top of my head. Kepler
Well, yeah,
has to do with
I don't have them
it has
off
to
the
do
top
with
of my
the way the stars move, right? Like
So they're regarding like planetary motion, right? That like for example, like planets orbit other planets, right? Celestial bodies orbit other celestial bodies. A planet covers the same area of space in the same amount of time, no matter where it is in its orbit. And the third one is a planet's orbital period is proportional to the size of its orbit, its semi-major axis, right?
can you tell me how they've actually tested any of this stuff, or is it like a law only in basically a mental experiment?
Well, so it's not a mental experiment, right? Because just like we all agreed we can have a shared experience and
Modeling and so on. It's just
well,
it's math. It's math. It's modeling.
it's a way of describing something that you're observing, right? So that's all we have in this world, right? Is descriptions of our observations. So the only way that we can like sorry?
I said, except we don't observe it. It is an interpretation of what we actually observe.
Right, but that's the only thing that's reliable, right? The only thing that we have to rely on, right? If you believe in yourself as a human entity at all, right? All you have to rely on is your ability to transform observations into some sort of, working model of the world, right? Through measurement, right? By measuring and describing, right? That's all we do. So, you just have to like trust that some people like spend more time measuring and describing certain phenomena, right? And they take it seriously and they make it their life's work to measure and describe certain phenomena. And you as like a reasoning being have to be like, okay, how much do I trust this person? How valuable do I think this information is, right? Because obviously I
right now.
can't,
Just give me
I
a second.
can't,
I'll let you
hold on.
continue. I have to for a second. You know how you guys said that even if the Earth is flat, like you should probably just shut up because why fucking worry about something that doesn't matter to the people? Why is it that you think
No, that's
this
false. That's a
matters to
straw
the
man.
people? Why do you think that this matters to the people? Do you think this changes our life daily on Earth?
said that?
Do you think your idea of how the stars work or planetary bodies orbit? Do you think that this changes life on Earth? Do you think that people are concerned with this?
Well, it's
Who are you addressing?
yeah, I don't know who that's addressing, honestly.
Because it seems that this
That
other
was
guy didn't say
that was
that.
the argument that was presented to us. Like, even if you're right, why can't you just shut up and be happy?
No, that's not the
Like,
argument at all, dude. That's that's like your perception of the argument, right? I'm talking about something completely different, right? I'm not saying shut up and be happy. I'm just talking about being able to objectively measure certain things, right? Like how close can we get to really measuring something, right?
what does your model on like on planetary bodies have to do with anything related to
Not
us?
my model, right? This is definitely not. I am not Johannes Kepler, right? Just so that's clear to everybody, right? Johannes
I just
Kepler is a
wanted to
very
throw you guys' own argument back in your face because,
okay.
like,
Well, you failed to do that, sir.
we were
You have
stupid for
failed to
wanting to
do
figure
that,
out the real cosmology and the truth.
ma'am.
And
Excuse me. Excuse me.
it's
You're
your turn.
interrupting. You're interrupting lucid thought with your nonsense mumbo jumbo. Nobody made the argument.
Yeah.
Nobody
Yeah,
made that argument that you should shut up and be happy. All right, that is just the figment of your own imagination.
No,
All right,
literally, it was the guy before you speaking that literally said that. He was all defeated sounding. Yeah, he was like, okay, well, even though we don't
not
have
what I
proof
was
or
saying.
evidence.
Well, I wasn't saying that. So, all right. So basically, back to the law of periods, right? The law of periods, which is t squared equals 4 pi squared over gm times a to the third. So I'm sure you guys know that this has to do obviously with like circular rotation, right? Hence the pi squared here. G is obviously the gravitational constant, m is the mass, t squared is the period. Right, so it's like, do you guys believe that any of this math exists? Are you like debating that these?
Oh, the math exists. It just isn't rooted in reality.
It's you debating the, I guess the authenticity of the math here, right? Like, are you really going to question?
You can make anything you want to work mathematically, especially if you make
how much
are
you a math expert? Are you like a math expert?
Listen, if you presume,
are you a math? Answer the question. Are you a mathematical expert? Just answer the question.
No, but I'm not a fucking moron. I'm pretty decent at math. Okay, like listen.
What is your level of mathematical like attainment? Like how far in math
We're
have you
not
got?
gonna get into that. Listen, I'm just
asking you.
Dude, I'm a fucking carpenter. I'm more working trig, like angles, triangles, like figuring out pitches and shit. Okay, that's what I do on a day-to-day basis. But
theoretical physics.
I did well in math in high school. I took I started working towards electrical engineering degree. I freaking was pretty good in freaking like calculus and shit like that at one time. I'm not like brushed up on it at all anymore.
Are you a physicist? Are you a professional physicist?
No,
Are you a professional physicist? right? Like you know,
No.
you wouldn't take the word of a 3-year-old to do your job, okay?
Listen.
Why should a professional
Are
physicist
you?
be wasting his time like debating you about physics, right?
Are you a physicist?
I'm not claiming to be. I'm just reading Kepler's
No, you're
laws,
the
which is
one who tried to discredit me while
Kepler's
also
laws
telling
really
this fucking
trigger you, right?
story.
You're really triggered by basic physics, right? I'm just
No, you
reading
want
from
to
the
discredit
Wikipedia
me when
page.
you have just as much credibility.
I'm just reading off a Wikipedia page, sir. You don't have to yell at me.
Would you agree that
You're
Kepler's laws
asking to be yelled
describe
at.
what you see?
You don't have to get angry at me.
Okay, do you understand the math that you're talking about?
I've said my piece.
So the answer is no. You don't understand the math. You want to
No,
read
of
to
course
me.
I understand. I understand Kepler's laws, right? I mean, like I said, these are related to
You
gravity.
really? Or are you
I
just
really
reading it
do.
from
These are
Wikipedia?
well because I'm not standing next to a fucking chalkboard, right? I'm not like you need. I mean, do you know how to like math is not something you
You
memorize
don't
completely.
understand what you're trying to preach. You're just reading it from Wikipedia.
Right, but at least I can read it, right? Like you
don't
were too lazy to even do that.
You don't think I
You
can
were too
read?
lazy. You were too lazy, right, to even go to Wikipedia,
Wow.
right, to look up elliptical orbits and accretion, right, and how planets form into spherical
So if I
objects.
read something from Wikipedia, it's automatically
You're
truth,
lazy,
right?
sir. You're a lazy man. Okay, you're a
I'm
lazy.
lazy because I
carpenter.
don't read Wikipedia and accept it as truth, and then
You're a
try to
lazy carpenter, sir.
go and try to shove it
How about
down
we
other
move away
people's
from the
throats and
ad-hom?
disagree with it, and might be able to have a debate about it.
If
Let's
you
move
go
away
to
from
the
the
bottom,
ad-hom, okay?
if you go to the bottom of the Wikipedia page, it gives you links. It directs you directly where they got the information from. So you might want to go to the bottom of the page and look at it and see
Tell that to the guy who's fucking reading it.
.edu site, right? If it's if it's linking
whatever
peer-reviewed papers, right? Then it's credible. Would you agree?
Not necessarily. Not credible. I mean, yeah. I mean, it's something. Not necessarily. It's more credible. It's more credible because you can actually like source it. Yeah.
Sure. In academia, right? Like peer-reviewed papers are like the best you can get, right? Especially if they're peer-reviewed, and then you have the meta-analysis on all of the peer-reviewed papers. That's the best you can get in academia. Would you agree?
Yeah. Yeah. I guess I agree with that.
Okay, so at the bottom, if it's linking peer-reviewed papers, then it's a credible source. So when Wikipedia
It still doesn't mean it's correct. It's just saying that this is where the information has come from. And when you look up those sources, most often, like in any of these things, in any of these fields, like not everybody agrees. It's not a consensus. Okay, it's it's just the most popular. Okay, consensus wise, even if you said it was consensus, more mainstream accredited scientists agree with this than others. But there's always a dispute about it, even within the scientific community, even with amongst the experts.
Sure. But
yeah, that's how science works.
But we go with the consensus based on the
no. Science doesn't care about consensus.
We aren't science,
agree, right? So a person wrote a paper, right, and did an experiment, and other people are trying to recreate this and trying to prove it wrong at the same time. So
you also have to understand, like when it comes to Wikipedia articles, these things literally are edited like by like the CIA and shit. The government funds edits to Wikipedia, funds Wikipedia and gets their edits put into place. They push a narrative on Wikipedia as well as basically anywhere else.
I'm just wondering is what would you accept? What would you accept as evidence, right?
Like actual experimentation, but you can't experiment on these bodies. And when you're talking about the sky, you cannot do like natural science on it. You cannot do the scientific method. You cannot do a physical experiment with them.
Okay, so
but I think what he's asking
we cannot come up with like models of math and do math to determine certain stuff. That's what you're saying. You cannot do that.
Modeling is fine, but it's not proof. You can model all you want, but you can have, just like when you're modeling the weather. Like if you're watching the weather in the morning, let's say there's a hurricane blowing into the Gulf, right? Like there's like 5 different models, and one shows it going to the left, one shows it going to the right, one shows it shooting right up the middle. Another one says it's going to dissipate and become a category 3, and another one says it's going to get bigger and become a category 5. They're all different models. It's just a guess. It doesn't mean that it's reality. It doesn't mean that it's true or that's what is going to happen.
Kepler's laws aren't the same as meteorological modeling, though.
Yeah, but if it makes a future novel testable prediction and it comes true, then would you agree that that happens to be the case or no?
If a model makes a good guess, then and it becomes true, did that happen? Yes, that happened. That happened.
No,
if that's the
no.
case,
Would you accept the model to be true?
Not in every instance. No, the same model is never correct every time when it comes to modeling.
But Kepler's model is though.
Kepler's model
Like
is
you can predict the
pretty
path
good.
of those luminaries based on Kepler's laws of motion, and it's accurate.
What has that got to do with the shape of the Earth?
We're talking about the luminaries, are we not?
No, we actually somehow we got dragged into luminaries. Like, no, the whole point about the luminaries is that it is not science. Like, you can model it; it's math. It's like some guy, the guy that we're talking to, he all of a sudden decided he wanted to start talking about Kepler's laws and thought he got a one up by saying, "What? None of you heard of Kepler's laws?" And now he's talking about the stars. The point that we always make is that we need to find curvature on Earth. We were talking about Eratosthenes. Eratosthenes was what got us into Kepler. Okay, like Eratosthenes didn't make a direct measurement. Neither did Kepler of any curvature. Anybody got evidence for curvature?
I think you can actually point to the stars as used for evidence of the shape of the Earth.
By looking at
the
what
luminaries.
Kepler's laws can prove, or Eratosthenes. Wait, who can provide evidence of curvature of Earth?
No, I said I think you can look at the stars as a way to determine the shape of the Earth.
How?
You think so? Without,
Yes.
but can you do that? Can you do that without making like a vast number of presuppositions?
One of them is the fact that people in the southern hemisphere can't see, or the deep south can't see the North Star. Would be one.
How far south do you think you should be able to see the Polaris?
I'm not sure. I would have to look it up. I'm driving right now, but the fact that they're not able to see it.
You have to look it up. No. Think about it. Just think about it. Don't look it up. Think about it. How far south do you think you should be able to see Polaris?
It's probably about 2/3 of the way down.
You think you could go that far?
I don't know. I'm just guessing. Well, definitely more than half.
It's a little bit farther.
It would only be
it's a little bit
slightly
farther
more
than
than
the
half.
equator.
If you lived on a ball, it would be slightly more than half.
Sure, I'm just going into a parkade, so if I lose you, that's what happened. Right, okay, so slightly more than half, right? So if you're looking at two different models, so you're looking at a
Your mic's cutting out.
Oh, thank God, I thought it was me.
At plane, and you're looking at a sphere, the sphere makes stars take.
Your mic cut out throughout that entire thing.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, parkades. I was saying that if you look at the two different models, a flat Earth and a sphere, the sphere makes the most sense when it comes to the path of the stars and the fact that you can't see the North Star from the southern hemisphere.
Why can't you see the North Star from the southern hemisphere? Why?
Because of the shape of the Earth.
Oh,
Because
okay. That would be
if you're in the southern hemisphere and you look up, you're looking in a different direction than you are if you're in your northern hemisphere and looking up, if you're on a spherical Earth.
So you're making a claim to the horizon being geometric and the curvature of the Earth.
That's
It would
not
have
the
to
claim.
be.
I'm
You look
making the
up on
claim.
a flat Earth
I'm
too.
making
If
the
you look up on
claim.
a flat Earth too, you're looking in a different part of the sky as anybody else as well.
No.
Not when you're.
Okay. So if you look north, right?
Yeah.
I don't know if I'm okay. So you're looking north. You can see the North Star from anywhere in the northern hemisphere, but you can't if you're looking north from the southern hemisphere. The only way that would work is if the Earth was shaped like a sphere.
Or
that wouldn't work. Or
sorry,
yeah,
or
what's an alternative?
yeah, or
Pardon?
you've got too far away from that star. It has descended upon the horizon, which is your limitation of your view, and you can no longer see it anymore. You can do this on a flat surface. You are
What about
not
looking
any
south?
longer underneath that star. You move south beyond the equator. It is descended beyond the horizon, so you can no longer see it.
Don't you guys
Right.
claim that the Earth is like an infinite plane and that what the
No,
universe is?
there's a lot. No. Listen,
I see.
not all flat earthers agree. Some people are infinite planers. They are, I would say, a minority amongst flat earthers, but not by a lot. And in fact, like myself, I tend to not go that way, but I don't discount it as a possibility. It's just that we tend to, like the people who you have here as flat earthers, most of us tend to kind of we try to talk empirically, like about the things that we can see, the things that that we can test, and the world around us that we can experience. We don't want to like go into some fantasy realm about Narnia like the same way the Globers do about space. We don't want to do that talking about the land beyond Antarctica. Get me?
Sure. If you want to view space as Narnia, then yes, sure.
Yeah, it is. It is.
It's not though. It's not even close to being Narnia. Like that's
No,
just mean.
it's a place you'll never go where you can fantasize about it all day long if you want to. Yeah, it's Narnia.
You don't fantasize. Okay, maybe some people fantasize about space, but the measurements we make of objects in
been there?
space are not fantasy.
What? Sorry, what measurements of what objects in space?
My favorite one is this one also shows like the predictive power of Newton's model in particular. But my favorite example is when we discovered Neptune, where we noticed that there was a perturbance on I almost said the silly word Uranus. And we noticed that it wasn't orbiting the sun how we thought it should be orbiting the sun. And so we thought, maybe there should be another object farther out past the sun that we can't see because of how far away it is. And so what we did was we developed a calculation. We determined the mass and the exact position at any given time that it would need to be to have this effect on Uranus. And we looked through a telescope and we saw it. We saw something that matched our descriptions to a T within a 1% error.
Awesome. That's brilliant. But that's to do with celestial objects, isn't it?
Dude calls
So
it
you can
Uranus.
Yeah, I don't want to call it Uranus, right? That's silly. And I don't like calling it Uranus. I don't like calling it Uranus either. That's a
You could have just let that one go. I just think that one's funny because yeah, we get different pronunciations. I think it's funny.
Yeah, Uranus is the best pronunciation.
Uranus was actually before it was discovered that year.
You're breaking up again.
About
Cut down, bro.
40 years before then. You do know that, right? It was observed 40 years before this.
Neptune? Neptune was not observed 40 years before, right?
Oh,
But you're trying to figure out. Are you trying to figure out the curvature through stars? I mean, isn't it a concave, like the dome above us? So wouldn't the constellations be like curved inside of?
Convex, by the way, not concave.
Convex is the outside of the
No,
dome.
yeah, from the outside.
Concave is the inside of the dome. So, like, if we're looking up
Concave is
from
like a
Earth,
bowl. Concave is like a bowl. Okay.
bowl, right?
Convex is like a
That's
bowl
right.
turned upside down.
And the constellations sit inside of that bowl, do they not? I mean, on the flat Earth model.
First off, there is no flat Earth model. Secondly, no, we don't. The sky is more like a blanket. The sky is more like a blanket.
To that, right? Some people think it's a fishbowl, or not a fishbowl, but
Yeah,
like
no,
a snow
some
globe.
people are a
Like a
bunch of
snow globe.
fucking trolls too. Freaking, don't listen to the concavers, okay?
Concavers. It's
I mean,
like
like,
basic science.
there's like nothing really like to listen to when there's no model, right? There's like the only commonality is that you guys believe in the flat Earth, right? None of you really have any
Listen,
more
the
validity.
commonality is that we can discredit your globe. We can debunk
But that
your
doesn't mean the
globe.
Earth is
That
flat,
is
though.
that is the commonality, debunking your globe.
So shouldn't it be like 24/7 globe skeptic?
It should be like 24/7. The Earth ain't no fucking globe.
Well, is it a snow globe?
What the fuck?
Like, it could be a snow globe.
No globe
What do
Earth
you
flat.
mean?
Yeah,
I
but
mean, it makes sense.
no snow
It's like in a
globe,
bowl.
snow globe Earth,
It's like a
no
bowl of
globe.
water. Water stays level. There's land in the side of the bowl. You have everything is contained. Everything is inside.
What about a petri dish?
Quit trying to
I don't know
sneak
about a
your
petri
globe head. Stop trying to sneak in globes, you globe head.
Globe tribe.
It's kind of funny that you guys are poking fun at it because you really don't know anything about the globe. If I was to ask you who was the first person to measure curvature with drop over distance, what would you guys who think the Earth is a globe answer? Go ahead. Who wants to brave this one?
We did this one not too long ago, Miggy.
Sorry.
That's kind of how we got here.
Yeah, no,
The first one that
we're
comes
doing a
to my
pulse
mind
check
is
with these guys 'cause-
Eratosthenes, but I don't know who came before Eratosthenes in terms of measuring the Earth's
Yeah,
curvature.
well, specifically, what I was asking is drop over distance. So, if anybody has ever done that, you guys have been like poking fun at because it's silly, right? Flat Earth in your mind, but it's not so funny when you actually start to think about how did it ever get measured. Then you don't really know. Everybody starts talking about calculations and Eratosthenes and everything else. So, if you really focus on that, it stops being funny, and then you're like, oh
I
man.
get that you guys like don't like math, right? But
It's not about that. Did you hear what I just said? I think that you're just skipping
Google
over the
Maps
fact
is
that I asked for evidence and you didn't provide it. Did you realize that? That you didn't provide it, that you went straight into, well, you guys don't like math, and you didn't talk about who measured the curvature.
The one that came to mind was Eratosthenes, right?
Okay.
But I don't know who observed like drop over distance in particular.
Okay, that's the issue. That's the issue we're having.
Miggy, 1 second. I mean, I actually take offense though. I think many flat earthers take offense. We love math. We love math and we love science. Okay, but we want to stay true to them. Okay, and we have to understand what one is and what it can prove versus the other. Right? Math has a lot of utility. Okay, we can use math. But it is just because you can math something out doesn't make it reality. Okay, like I can go into imaginary numbers or negative numbers. I can't have less than 0 of something, right? Like just because you can math something, and I said this the other day, just because you can math something doesn't make it fit reality. But you can use math if you trick people into thinking that math is reality, then you can convince them of anything.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, but you can use math
Sure,
to describe reality.
Math is probably
Yeah,
math
it
is
can help
probably not reality. I can agree with that, right? But like, if you guys claim that you love math, but then you constantly complained about
I'm
like
not saying I
the
love it.
whole.
I'm not in love with math. I'm just telling you,
You just said you love math.
it has a
Sam.
lot of utility.
Like for
It
me,
has a lot of utility, and when you say things like, "I get it, you guys don't like math. I get it, you guys hate science." No, we hate liars. We hate liars, and that is what is the same between both of them. We hate people who claim to be doing science that are lying and doing pseudoscience. We hate people who are doing math and claiming it to be reality when it can never prove reality. It can only be a tool towards understanding it.
Yeah, good. That's well put.
All right.
Does that make any
Okay.
sense, gentlemen? I don't know.
Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah.
Okay. But remember, back to the premise. Everybody was kind of poking a little bit of fun at like flat Earth, but once again, the only thing that you guys have is people that are making calculations. No one's actually directly measured the curvature of the Earth with that drop over distance, because from point A to point B, there would be somebody that figured out how much drop there should be between 2 points. That hasn't been done. Nobody's ever measured that. There's only these ideas that you look up at the sky and see star rotations or something and say, voila, the Earth is a globe. Nobody's ever trying to. Anybody measured
That's
the
just
ground?
one piece. That's just one piece of evidence for the shape of the Earth. It's not the only piece. Another, you can look at the sun as well, right?
Yeah, no, I get what you're saying, man. Like, check it out. But if you say that it's a piece to a part, it's not like a puzzle. Really, when you're trying to figure out in geometry, let's put on logical thinking hats right now. If we're going to be talking about geometric shapes, and if I define a shape by its geometric properties, then what is it that defines it to be what it is? Well, we can measure the sides of a cube. We can know that it's of a certain size of dimensions. So we're not going to go off and say it's absurd. We need a puzzle piece to put this cube together. We can just measure all of its sides and find out how big it is, and then define it by its geometric properties. Well, it's a cube because it's got the sides that it has.
Depends on the size of the cube.
Yeah, but we live on a geometric shape. That's what I'm trying to tell you guys. I'm trying to reason with you. We live on a geometric shape, and if that's the case, then the geometric shape of the properties of that would be defined as such. Why is it so there's like 1,000 puzzle pieces we got to put together? It's not that. It's just directly measured.
I just want to jump in there. We don't know if we live on a geometric shape or not. We do know that the claim from the globe is that we do live on a geometric shape. So if you guys are claiming we live on a geometric shape, we can test against that geometry mathematically. And that's what we do as flat earthers with our observations and our laser tests, our freaking long distance sightings, and so on and so forth. Like, we're testing
Yeah, but you guys are
against
just more globe
your
skeptics
claim.
than flat earther. You don't have a model though. You're just going against the globe Earth.
That's
so
absolutely right. That's absolutely right.
That's correct. That's correct. And you know what we're doing?
That's not a flat Earth by default.
Real quick, what we're doing is testing the globe. So there's a certain geometric values that are given to us, right? Radius, diameter, circumference. That's already purported to be whatever the numbers are. You can look them up, right, on Google. It's public information. So we're taking those values and then going to the Earth and seeing if they don't purport the same exact measurements. So when we don't find that, the Earth is not a globe like they told you and me and everybody else on this Earth.
But did you take in all the variables in real life measurements though?
Like, if you're worried about us like calling ourselves flat earthers or calling the server 24/7 flat earth, like the reason why it's called that is because people like you, the moment we question your paradigm, you say, "What are you, some kind of flat earther?" And we've embraced it. We're like, you know what? Yeah, I'm a fucking flat earther.
Yeah,
all of my observation, all of my fucking experiment, all of my testing of measurements have shown a flat earth. Everything that you can do also shows a flat earth. Now, show me something otherwise.
Lou, to be fair, what he said was a better name would be globes.
No,
Skeptic,
globe
yeah.
skeptic is like, yeah, it might be a better name to be better like fitting in what we are, but it doesn't matter. No matter what we call ourselves, you guys will say flat earther in disrespect, derogatorily. You will be derogatory in calling us flat earthers. So
Yeah,
instead of
so what it means is that Earth measures flat every time we measure. So there's no contrary measurement or measure of any kind that shows that Earth is this globe of the with the given numbers they've given us. So Earth remains to be measured and used practically as flat. That's just what it is, even coming from your side.
flat earther honestly is like a weaponized term like conspiracy theorist, okay? Like created by the CIA in the late 70s, like conspiracy theorists. Like, flat earther is another way, like that word, to discredit somebody, so that when they say something that might be of interest, that you discredit it based off of the idea that this person is crazy.
Yeah. And most of any kind of image that people have or think of what flat earth is has actually been given to them spoon fed as well. In other words,
So what is flat earth?
Have you guys
Without us
Okay,
straw manning what is
so
flat
here's
earth
the
is.
thing. Most people have a concept that was actually spoon fed to them by the medias. So we have to clear the air first. So what do you think flat earth is? Or why do you think we think or know that earth is flat?
because some of the natural
Personally, sorry, go ahead. Go ahead.
some of the natural sciences, some of the things we observe, and like I think the human can see up to 3 miles on a good day. Like the average person can see up to 3 miles, and then Google says on that you could see, but because of the horizon and the curvature of the Earth. So Google will always say the curvature. They will always mention things like the curvature.
Well,
But
why can I go out almost every single day of the year and see 3 times that far?
Dude, you want to know something really crazy? You
3
want to know
times
something
as
really
far
crazy
as 3
about that?
miles.
That's the
You know how
best you
far
should
3 miles
see,
is?
right? For a 6 foot observer, that's the best you should see if you live on a globe, right? But
No,
in that
that's
black
just to
swan,
the that's just to
you guys
the
all know that. You guys all know that black swan observation, right? We've been through it dozens of times in here.
right, but that's not
What's
correct. That's
what's
just to
really
the
crazy about
horizon.
that? What's really crazy about that is that there's 2 islands in the background in that video that you can still see from the 1 foot height that are like 30 miles away. Okay, like you can see their shore from 30 miles away, 1 foot off the ground, off the water. When we give you guys 10 miles to the horizon, that is being extremely generous. We're talking more like 30 miles to the horizon or more.
Yeah, whoever's saying that
That defeats the radius of your globe by like almost 30 times.
Yeah,
Okay,
whoever's
just
saying that you can only see 3 miles, you need to get out more.
no,
It's actually
it's
60
3 miles.
times that black swan gives you an effective radius of
Sorry,
250,000 miles if you're going to try to say that it's a ball.
No, if you're on
A
the
couple of
ground,
weeks ago, the
it's
visibility.
up to 3 miles, and then after a while, like if you're on the ocean,
You can
see up to
you
3
can see
miles,
far
and
beyond 3 miles.
you start to see a curvature. Is what I'm saying. You start to see
That's the
it gets
horizon.
closer.
That guy is a LARPer. He's been in here for like a week. The first week he was just acting like a flat earther. He says a lot of goofball things, misrepresents the subject. I don't
Yeah,
know.
he's saying you could see curvature. That's the number one thing that they don't say that they say from the ground that they see curvature. It's too big. They say.
Yeah, no, yeah, it's always too big. It's always it's too big to see curvature, and so I agree. It appears flat. You just refuse to look at the stars.
So someone had asked, what do we think the flat Earth is? Just from our perspective, right? So my understanding is the flat Earth has topography. It's just the large, if you want, the plane is just overall has a tendency towards flatness. And of course,
Yeah,
understanding there's topography, et cetera, et cetera. And
you're
some
right.
people
I've got
say
a
that
good way
there's
of
a,
putting it. I've got a good
and
way
some
of putting
people
it. So,
say
like,
that
think of
there's
your
the
bold Cheerios
Antarctic.
in the morning.
Hold on, let him finish. Let him finish.
Some people say that it's ringed by an ice wall with a dome over top, firmament, and I think that's mostly a lot of the religious people that kind of hold to that from a
You're right.
biblical perspective.
Yep.
Then there's others who say that there is land beyond Antarctic. I mean, there's a lot of different theories or hypotheses out there of what's beyond that. But that's my understanding of what the flat
Yeah,
Earth
no,
would.
yeah, that's well understood. So, like, yeah, as I said earlier, there's a lot, there's different different types of flat earthers. What we do agree is that this Earth measures flat, and what we're talking about is the geometry of it. When it comes to what's beyond, I understand, like, especially for Globers who, like, they have this whole space, like, heliocentric model, this whole space Big Bang idea of everything, and they I don't even think they realize how much they're in love with it or they fantasize about it. But it gives you a story that's well beyond what you could ever experience or test or know for a fact. Like it helps to answer questions that you might have that would keep you pondering, where you stop thinking. You go, oh, this has already been answered. Here's the answer. Instead of thinking about it, you go, this is what they say. Kind of like exploring those outer regions. They say, like, there's nothing out there to
Jedi.
explore. Wasteland, right? Like don't waste your time or your energy. It's too dangerous. Like don't worry about that. We've got this for you.
There are things we can all agree on, though. We know that every sea has a shore, every ocean has a container. Basically, yeah. There's no ocean at as far as we know. Now we seem to be in what you might call the Antarctic basin. Now I'm not making any bold claim about that. It may or may not be. It may wait. It may or may not be all the Antarctic. There might be areas that are open to another area. I don't know, but I guarantee you there. I bet when you went there, you would have seashore there as well.
Well, that's the speculation about outer ponder stuff. Like, so, like, if there was multiple suns, like, imagine you did have an infinite plane of ice,
You're
right?
just
An infinite plane of
extrapolating.
ice.
You're just
Okay,
extrapolating.
You're just joyriding.
I got a jet, so thanks. Take care, everyone.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry if we blew you away.
Like Sonny, what you're saying is
No,
like
I've
if
got
you
an
did have
MRI
an
I have to go
infinite
to.
plane of
So
ice
Hold
and you
on.
had multiple hot spots, then you would, and the suns that were doing these circular motions, you would have multiple ponds.
No,
That's
I'm
the
not
outer
even saying.
ponder.
Yeah, but Lou, I'm not even saying that. All I'm saying is that if there are areas that let's say it's not ice, it opens up to another ocean, as yet we've been told about.
Yeah,
Something that remains hidden. That we wouldn't know that, but that there's seashore there as well. So just a general
Yeah,
statement that
I
every
don't
ocean
like
has a
that idea
seashore.
though, unless you have another heat source. Because, like, as far as,
Oh
like,
yeah,
I know there's
well,
flat earthers who say, like, the sun isn't necessarily the light, it's not necessarily the heat. But
but see,
I disagree. I disagree completely. Being an outdoor worker, like, the
but look,
sun brings the heat, it brings the light.
I know,
Like
but look,
that. Like
personally, Lou, Lou,
it's.
but personally, Lou, look, I'm not extrapolating out that far. I'm not even going to that realm yet. I'm not there. I'm still staying at that spot where, okay, let's say we can call it the Antarctic Basin, but then there may be areas that are open to another area. I don't know about the sun and the rest of it. I didn't go there yet. That's all. You just extrapolated out further than I went because I
Well,
stayed in that
it's where
position
you were
on
headed,
purpose.
though. It's where you were headed, though. This
No,
idea
I
of, like,
wasn't.
outer
No,
lands,
no,
like
no,
Greenland and stuff like
no, I
that.
wasn't. No,
That
I
comes from
wasn't.
the Admiral Byrd.
I
It comes
wasn't
from, like, the
headed.
Admiral Byrd freaking thing about what's beyond deep into Antarctica and stuff like
But
that.
look,
Like,
no, I wasn't headed anywhere with it personally. I wasn't headed anywhere. I was staying right there.
well, then, if you
Just
didn't have
as far as I went.
if you weren't headed somewhere, then why did you say it?
I said it because there's a possibility that well, because it's a general statement that every ocean has a seashore,
No, you
regardless
can't
of
just
where it is
generally
here.
say something.
Yeah, it is. It's just that's it. That's it. There may be places that are open that aren't ice or cold even, but
Do
that's
you
they
think you
have a
can go
seashore.
beyond the cold and find warmth without another heat source?
Dude, I'm saying there's who knows? I didn't go that far. You want to extrapolate? That's fine. I'm not blaming you. I'm not saying it's wrong. I'm saying I didn't extrapolate out that far to all these other
Right,
aspects
you're
of it.
making a blanket claim without thinking it out.
I thought it out as much as I cared to. Every ocean has a seashore. Period. End of the story. Let's move on then. That's all.
Yeah. let's move on. Is anybody else who's
Simple.
Did the other guy leave?
Yeah.
I got a question.
Table got any questions for us flat earthers? Please say you have.
I got one question.
Oh, that's why everybody went quiet. QE's here.
How much for an order of ribs?
How about if you pour it in my hand?
Isn't that an appeal to authority?
Wait a second. Let him ask a question, please.
I did.
We didn't hear you. What was it?
How much for an order of ribs?
Oh, how much for an order of ribs? Like $12.95.
No.
How much for one?
How much for one rib?
One rib of what? A brontosaurus?
He's doing the Chris Rock reference. What was that comedy he came in when he said that?
I'm gonna get you, sucker.
Yeah, I'm gonna get you, sucker.
A T-Rex rib?
Are we talking full rack or half rack here?
I don't know. I bet they're priced pretty well in your area, though. I would guess.
That $12.95. That's super cheap now. Like, dude, like back in like the, 15 years ago, $12.95. You might have got a half rack of ribs for $12.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but you in the Midwest and the Upper Midwest have much higher quality, I'm sure.
I mean, yeah, I think I don't know. I have no really. I don't really like leave, like that often. So like, I assume that we have. I mean, I know we have more agriculture. We have more like small farms and stuff like that. I don't know if the prices make it that much better, but probably higher quality.
Yeah, I don't know. Seem like smaller sources, higher quality. Seems to be across
Yeah.
the board that way, pretty much.
I think we get better quality, but we also pay for it. That's the thing. It's not like you get better quality cheaper.
Yeah, that's true. You know what? And I would buy Wisconsin cheese. Like, I love Wisconsin cheese, man. There's nothing like it. Especially some good white aged cheddar.
Man, we got so many different like independent, like small family farms and dairies. Like there's thousands of different cheeses that are just available. Like and so many of them are so good. Like pretty much every cheese that's made anywhere in the world, they make it on some small dairy here in Wisconsin, and they put their own little spin on it sometimes.
Yeah, man. Listen, I think it was called Red Apple cheeses and something like that. But they make this hickory hickory. What is it? Hickory aged Gouda that is just phenomenal.
I'm big into the smoked cheeses, man. Smoked cheeses are the fucking best. You get some good small dairy and then do it smoked over. Oh my god.
The hickory
Oh
smoked
my
Gouda.
It's so good.
Give me some of that Gouda. Yeah, with a
Yeah,
nice.
crackers and cheddar never sounded so good. Let me tell you.
With a little amber ale or something.
Yeah, you can do cheese pairings with like wine or beers too. That's a big thing around here. Also, like you get some like there's really good pairings with like microbrews or certain wines where it's amazing like the alchemy that happens with pairing certain things. Like you take a small bite of this cheese and then you take a sip of your beer or you take a sip of your wine, and like you could taste it individually and it would taste like one thing. You do that though, and all of a sudden like it explodes. You're just like, oh my god, like that was That was amazing. But that's some howdy towdy shit. But it's
Yeah,
pretty
man.
fun to do for a while.
It sounds like you're talking about a foodgasm, if you ask me.
Yeah, it is. Like, dude, I mean, there's chemistry involved, but it's like it's more talked about like alchemy. Like,
Yeah.
I don't know.
Cheese pairing in philosophical terms.
Yeah. No.
Exactly.
Peach.
Yeah. What was that? Blah blah blah.
I said peach.
Peach.
You want some peach cheese?
Peach aged cheese.
Like you go down to
That's where
Atlanta, and every road is called Peachtree something. Like they should have like a peach cheese road.
No kidding.
Peach cheese. Anybody made a peach cheese?
Peach wine. That sounds.
I've never heard of it.
No, nobody's ever done a peach cheese. I'm gonna do one. We're in Wisconsin. If somebody's gonna do a peach cheese, we're gonna do it. Somebody's gotta send some peaches up here from Georgia.
Peach cheese with some plum wine? No, I don't know.
Yeah.
That was your first funny joke. Yeah.
Well, good thing it's
Wait,
not.
Sonny or me?
So what's up? What's next on the docket? We got anybody else?
Waiting for QE to pounce on someone. QE, who are you gonna pounce on?
There's no willing subjects in here to engage anymore. I think you're ready.
Bullshit. He pounces on flat earthers daily. Don't tell me that shit.
How much for one rib?
One rib. I don't know, dude. I don't have any ribs in front of me here. I don't have any.
I'm hungry.
I don't have any rib on me.
I sure am
One
hungry.
rib. One rib. $3.99. Inflation's a bitch.
I'm not eyeing no rib. Rib eye. That's when you got your eye on a rib.
You got change for 100?
Change for 100 on one rib.
I think Huey's popped a fuse or something, man. Like, when the Terminator comes back, like had a few glitches from going through the freaking. Are you okay, bro?
I know. I know. Let's have a spelling contest.
Oh shit!
Why?
I'm probably gonna fail. Yeah, but why?
Now let's have a pronunciation contest.
Okay, never mind the why. Let's go.
I can do that.
All right, but Ptolemy.
Ptolemy.
Ptolemy had pneumonia on the brain, and he had to see a psychiatrist.
No, it's not. It's not pneumonia. It's pneumonia. Pneumonia. All right. How am I doing?
A psychiatrist.
How much for a soda?
Ptolemy had pneumonia. Go on.
How much for a soda?
How much for a soda?
Soda? No, I don't sell soda.
Sorry,
sir. You're in the wrong. You're in the wrong
Come on
saloon.
now, man. Listen. Can you pour it in my hand for a dime?
Well, probably so, but this is still the wrong saloon there, sir. I'm sorry. You need to go down to the corner. Just past the drugstore,
BC stuff. Jeez, oh man.
Remember when they had sodas?
Sonny, hold on. No, I want to hear QE on his pronunciation test because, like, literally, I got my pronunciation down. What do you want to test it on?
I already did, man. What you ain't been keeping up.
All right, pneumonia. Got it.
No, it's pneumonia.
No.
No, it isn't. Like I said, you're in the wrong saloon, sir. You got to go down to the southeast corner.
That is actually one of the things that bothers me. Like a lot of the, I don't like speak out on it too much, but like sometimes I correct people more often than I probably should. But like, there's a lot of very intelligent people who speak in here that when you get them reading or something like that, they don't know how to pronunciate words correctly, and some of it could be about like some of it could be about like regional dialects and stuff like that. However, oftentimes like a larger it's like, no, you dipshit, that was just wrong, it's pronounced like this.
It could be in the mind of the perceiver.
I like the Wisconsin draw or whatever, the accent.
Yeah, well, we're considered so like this Midwestern type thing, not necessarily Wisconsin, but in the Midwest, we have one of the softest like accents and dialects. Like if like I think it's a little
There
bit
it
fallacious.
was. In
It's a
the
little
word
bit fallacious to say
Wisconsin.
that any place has no accent. Like everybody has an accent, right? But if you're gonna get as close to like what like pronouncing what the rules of spelling and like how a word is actually like written out, like the sounds, the vowels that a word makes and all that stuff. Like
Phonetics.
in the Midwest in Wisconsin, we are considered to be some of the most accurate speakers. Um, which is probably disrespectful to the English. Because they have actually slandered their own fucking language more than anybody else in history.
I was just saying I like your accent. I was not at all trying to say that you sounded less accurate or anything like that. Just FYI.
Oh, well, I appreciate that compliment. I especially like it from the ladies. Oh, yeah. But, no, but what I guess what I was saying though is like, like people talk about accents and they say a northern accent or a Wisconsin accent or a Midwest accent, and it's like the thing is that we're actually more accurate than most. That's why when voice actors come from other countries and they try to learn, they learn how to, like somebody from England tries to sound American. They typically don't do like a southern draw or a northeastern or a western or a northwestern. Like they take this kind of heart of the country, middle of the country type speaking, and it just kind of works everywhere. Like it's like the most direct English according to
So
like the
like,
way that you read it in the words.
so in other words, like Tony park the car. That can work in New York or Chicago.
Yeah, no, but you're living. Yeah, you can easily fuck that up though. Like, so you're doing this thing like you just did.
Yeah.
You, yeah, you try to put like a spin on it. Then you think this is your American accent. It's like no, anybody else that's wrong. You
Hey,
know, like, you know.
I think Kiwi wants to come in here and talk to Malfurum or whatever the hell his name is.
Manufactotum.
Manufactorum. Okay, go for it, Kiwi.
Is he?
Manufactotum, Toterum. What's up, mate?
Doing all right? How are you?
Going good, mate. Moved house last week. Got a beautiful lawn to look at now.
Nice.
Sheep and cows and nearby paddocks.
All my plants out back are dead.
Oh, like the globe.
It's a really hot summer.
So what's up,
So
mate? Perspective.
yeah. So I heard people talking about this angle of resolution thing and how that somehow causes things to disappear from the bottom up. That's not really clear to me how that would work.
How increasing your field of vision would allow you to see more?
No, that part makes sense. It's the bottom up part that I'm not getting.
Okay, so I've posted videos on this in the chat before. I can send you a video about it, and I can DM you a video showing exactly how it works.
Sure. I've likely seen them, but yeah.
Okay, so could you resolve a single brick that's on the ground 2 miles away with your eyes?
Probably not.
Okay, so if we built a bunch of bricks on top of there to build a cathedral, would you be able to see the cathedral with your eyes 2 miles away?
Probably, yeah.
Okay, but the bottom brick would still be unresolvable?
I think every brick would be unresolvable, but I don't think I would
But you
not
wouldn't be able
see.
to, but you'd be able to see the cathedral, but not the bottom brick that you couldn't see in the first instance?
Well, I wouldn't be able to make out the bottom brick. I don't know if it would just be
Right,
gone.
so we have bottom-up obstruction over a 2 mile distance, right?
No. What I'm saying is you wouldn't be able to make it out amongst the other bricks. Like you wouldn't have that detail.
Okay, could you see the single brick? Yes or no?
You wouldn't be able to make out any single brick, no.
I'm
But you would
talking without the
see,
cathedral, a single
Mhm.
brick on the ground. Could you see it?
You probably wouldn't be able to make it out amongst the
So
background
you
noise.
couldn't see something that far away, even though it's there. So we can build on top of it, but the bottom part is still unseeable, right?
Every brick is
Okay, so
unseeable.
now welcome to actually figuring it out. Now you can figure it out.
No.
You've just been given the tools to be able to figure out how a bottom-up obstruction could work on a plane.
No, you're obfuscating terms. When you say you can't see something, that just means to me, in this case, that you can't make it out amongst the other bricks.
Okay, so bottom-up obstruction would be not being able to make it out?
No, because you would still see the top, even though you couldn't see how many
Yeah,
bricks
so
were at the
bottom
top.
up, so you can't see it from the bottom up, but you can
No,
see the
you can't
top,
see
right?
you can't see the top ones either. You see the
Well, you can
entirety of
see
the
the top,
structure,
though. You can see the top of the structure, right? But you
not
can't
the
see the
top.
very bottom. You can't make it out because there's
This is
bottom-up
it.
obstruction.
Like
Not the
without
I
top
going
like
brick.
the
into
way
the back
you
and forth
talk.
bullshit. This is easily explainable. It's angle of incidence, like the way that you see it, like what your eye can resolve. So like resolution angles.
Mm-hmm.
When you lower your angle of view down to a very acute angle of, I believe it's like 0.02, somewhere around there.
It's about what I've seen too.
Degrees.
Yeah.
Then it's unresolvable. And so once things hit that acute of an angle, they kind of get muddied in with everything else. So those things that are elevated higher are at of a more obtuse angle than those things that are being grayed out, kind of muddied. And that's why you get that bottom first disappearance against a flat surface, against a surface, I guess
Well,
I
no,
should say. But
no. So what the angle of resolution isn't, so you can't make that more obtuse by looking up. What it says is that something that's small enough to fit within that 0.2 degrees in your eye is not going to be, you can't make that out against the background. So it doesn't matter
it's
where you're looking.
0.02, by the way. But
Right.
no, so like as something gets down to that very fine angle, as it's going into the distance, it still will be going farther away and still be being like slowly brought into that acute angle that you cannot resolve. And so the top still remains visible while the bottom appears to disappear.
So when you say when you go down to that angle, what do you mean by that? Because maybe that's where we're disagreeing.
It has to do with perspective. So as something is going away from you, it shrinks by inverse square law, like in size as it goes away. So the farther it goes away, its size gets smaller. as well as its angle is being like lowered to a more acute degree, right?
That last part, what do you mean by that?
The farther it goes away, its
Mhm.
height will shrink because it's going farther away.
So
It's apparent height. It's apparent, not its actual height, but its apparent height.
sure, yeah.
Its apparent
So
height will shrink.
so do you mean that it gets closer to the ground?
No, it looks like it is as it
Right.
goes away from you. Yes.
Yeah. So what the angle of resolution is, I mean, it doesn't really have to do with the ground at all. Like you can look up at a skyscraper, say, and let's say it has a particular office window. As you get further from that,
No.
that will become
Okay,
smaller and
I know
smaller
where you're
until it
going with
takes
this.
up
Look,
less
look,
than
look. You're
0.02
talking about
degrees.
against a surface. So like you can look into the sky and it no longer matters, right? There's no surface there.
But it's still
But if
2
I look,
degrees.
let's say I had a long wall, a really long
Mhm.
wall, and I lowered my angle against the wall. You now have a limit on the let's say I leaned right, very tight to the wall. Now I have a straight, flat, like platform to lower my angle against. So now there's this one 90-degree angle and another very acute angle that gets lowered and lowered the more I press to the wall. When it gets very low, you will still lose the vision against that surface.
So this works for vertical walls as well.
Yeah.
But why does the surface matter?
Because it is a physical it's a physical limitation to your view.
Well, so is it, but that doesn't have to do anything with angular resolution though.
Your what you resolve will get muddied in with it. It'll create like a false horizon, like a sideways turned false horizon against a wall.
So it sounds to me like what you're talking about is like some kind of refraction where you're too close to a surface, you get that sort of hazy effect, like how we
Yeah.
get mirages and
Yeah.
such.
Yes.
Okay, that has nothing to do with angular resolution though.
No, it does. The angle at which you can resolve things, angular resolution,
Right.
has right.
No, that
Once you
has to
get
do with
to
perspective.
once you lower your angle beyond what you can resolve, it becomes hazy, like you just said.
Hmm. Right, that's not angular resolution though.
Listen. Do you understand my point? Whether or not you call it one thing or another thing.
I suppose so, but I don't know that that's the effect that we're seeing. So when you do that, when you like put your head against the wall and you see things getting hazy, I mean that happens pretty much right up close. Someone posted a video of the
It does.
coin.
It does. We've demonstrated pennies disappearing on a kitchen table by
Right.
doing this.
And that's not going to less than 0.02 degrees though. So that's not to do
No,
with
no,
angular resolution. It's got to
no. It
do with
is. If you lower, you can lower the camera down. Like you. It has to do with lowering the camera down to like literally like near zero. Like you have to, 0.02 is very near zero. Like, do you disagree?
So are you saying the angle at which the viewer is, so are you describing this angle as the angle from the ground to the object in the distance back to the viewer's eye? Is that the angle you're talking about?
Yeah, the angle would be so if you assume let me see how to describe it. Actually, ask your question again.
So it sounds like the angle that you're describing that needs to be less than 0.02 degrees is the angle created at the object between the ground
Right.
and your eye.
Right. So for a 6-foot observer who's looking 6 miles away, right?
Mhm.
That you have a 90 degree from the surface to your eye.
Mhm.
and then that angle downwards towards the horizon is very low. And at that object that you're looking at, or the horizon, that angle is extremely acute. When that angle becomes lower than 0.02 degrees,
Mhm.
it's unresolvable.
Okay. No, that's not what the angle of resolution is. So the angle of resolution is the angle at your eye. When that angle between the top and bottom of the object you're looking at becomes less than 0.02
You're
degrees, that's when it becomes.
you're confusing the angle of the object with your angle to the ground. When the angle of the object becomes zero, the bottom of that object is at 0 degrees, or the ground, and so any point when you keep moving an object further than that, the bottom is going to disappear because you cannot resolve the ground any further.
Right.
That is
That makes sense.
not my understanding of what angular resolution is.
Look, angular resolution has been talked about, like when you're talking about like in photography, like we're not talking about like in photography. We're talking about angular resolution of the eye.
Mm-hmm. Right. So that would still be the angle.
Once that angle gets so low, everything else around it gets kind of muddied and grayed.
Well,
Like,
no, but it's not about low, though, is my point. Like, it's about size, just size.
no, that's perspective. That's not angular resolution.
Well, angular resolution has to do with size.
No, perspective has to do with what you just said,
Excuse
though.
me. Yes.
It's
Sorry. Yeah. Has to do with perspective.
both are in play here. Perspective and angular resolution.
Yeah, we're not just talking about angular resolution. We're talking about the angular resolution limit of your eyes.
Yes, I understand that. So here in this image, right? This is what I'm talking about.
That's
The
perspective.
No, yes, but angular resolution is when that thing becomes too small. When that angle becomes 0.02 degrees, then you
Yeah,
can no longer make it out.
when your
Right.
angle to the ground becomes
Let me point this out. If you were to take a zoom lens and aim down that, what is it, walkway or whatever that is, that catwalk.
Mm-hmm.
If you were to take a zoom lens, would you see farther than you are seeing now?
If the lens has a larger angle of resolution, yes. I suspect that was your example, yeah.
Right. So if you take a binoculars or a telescope or whatever else, you would see farther than you're seeing now. It has to do with, so what you've done is magnified what you, like, you've given yourself essentially like a bigger distance, but the angle hasn't really changed.
Well, the angle of resolution has changed. So
The
whatever
angle
that
has not
particular
changed.
machine is able to resolve.
No,
at
because
that
the
distance.
binoculars are still pressed to your face. The
Yeah.
angle has not changed. You're just getting a bigger lens.
Right.
Is all.
But the angular resolution has to do with the lens. In this case, we're talking about the eye, but binoculars or
It doesn't
telescope
have
will
to
have
do
a
with the
different.
angular resolution of the lens. It has to do with what your brain and your eye can interpret.
Yeah, you're confusing digital zoom with optical magnification.
Optical magnification still magnifies things.
Yeah, that's different. That's how we can actually see further. We're using telescopes and stuff, even though
Right.
the geometric horizon appears to be to the human eye at only 3 miles away from a 6-foot observer. But when you use a telescope or a camera with a bigger aperture, you can see further. But then you can also use a digital zoom, and you can blow up that image and see things that appear now bigger than they actually are.
Sure.
Yeah, the angle is still just as acute. You just have a bigger aperture to be able to gather a little bit more light, see a little bit farther. But
Well,
even
it's not.
still, even through looking through your lens, things will still reach that minimal angle of which you can resolve.
Yep.
So this seems to be, this is my understanding of what angular resolution is. That the human eye is able to see an angle of 82 arc seconds. I don't know how much that is. I assume it's that 0.02, whatever. But it's the angle that they're talking about is the angle at the eye, not the angle at the object.
Yeah, it's the angle the light enters your eye
I
from.
mean, one has to
Right,
do with
but
the
it's
other. Like
sure. Also
it's
with
Pythagorean theorem. So like either way, it doesn't really matter. This is so like the angle as you lower the one will also change the angle like at the eye. Pythagorean theorem, straight lines, like we're talking about angles here, not curves. By the way.
Sure. Yeah, that's fine. But I mean, either way, I don't see how this makes anything bottom up.
Oh my goodness me.
The reason why it disappears bottom up is because, like, okay.
Well, I mean, does he
Whatever
think
you're
it's
reading or
because of the
your
geometric
understanding is,
horizon he
whatever
can
your
feed it off?
understanding it isn't the same as what we got people who have done extensive studies into this. Like, you should actually look up the Life is Short channel. He's done very extensive studies into this. And if you're interested in it, you will research it. Yeah, Life is Short. He's gone back to the same locations over and over again, making observations on different days, pointing out where the horizon changes up and down, showing things against like surfaces, like against the wall, against the floor, against the ceiling, and like comparing them and doing diagrams and all kinds of mathematical breakdowns of it. Like, this is, and we have other examples like the RC boat GIF that you may have seen. Like, it really has more to do with, even if you understand it differently, it really has more to do with the angle of inference with the object than it does with your eye.
Okay. So how does that work?
I kind of describe it pretty extensively, I think.
Okay, so so you need some sort of wall or surface, and that just gets kind of hazy.
Yeah, you're looking at the way that like the Life is Short videos, the way that he describes it in his title, it's angular resolution against a surface. So it's not just angular resolution, it's more specific to against a surface.
It becomes indistinguishable from the surface. Especially, for example, with Lou's wall example, if you press your head against a wall, for example, let's imagine at distance you've got a light switch that protrudes about, 10, 15 mil from the surface. If you keep going further back at a distance, you will not be able to distinguish the surface from the light fitting. But if the light fitting was bigger, you would be able to distinguish it because it has a bigger angle. It's about distinguishing the object that's protruding from the surface. So you understand this? You understand this, yeah?
Yeah, but so the images that I've
Yeah.
seen aren't disappearing into haze. Like when you zoom in, you don't just you don't get the entire object again, you get part of the object. And it's
Yeah.
not sort of hazy
So it
where it's
becomes
fading into the bottom, it's clear. There's a clear distinction.
I've given
So I don't know if that's my connection or yours, but you're kind of
protruding out
spotty.
from a wall. If you were to back up, eventually the light probably mine. Do apologise, it's probably mine. I'll hush up and let somebody else explain.
Hey, Bo. All right, show me this magical fucking trick you do 2 times.
Do you think they should teach flat Earth in schools?
Are you talking to me?
They should, but they shouldn't do it in the way that they already do. You know, they teach like Mandela effect in schools and stuff. There's classes, Mandela effect and flat Earth. But the way they do it is they teach kids like how to Professor Dave against flat earthers. That's what they do. Like in school, public money, public schooling, the kids' time. They teach you how Professor Dave against us. They already do it.
I mean, if they taught it in a way where they were telling the truth, have we not reached a solution or conclusion yet without the proper evidence, that would make sense. But taking an absolutist position without evidence is just foolish.
Yeah, they teach people, they teach kids now to accept what they've been told, and that to believe that there was evidence, and to discredit flat earthers or skeptics of any type.
Denialist. It's not skepticism when you have no evidence.
Oh, we're denialists. Yeah. Oh, we're
just a round earth. You're just a round earth denialist.
They teach kids to discredit people who deny reality. Is that what you're saying?
Right. Well, I mean, yeah. When you deny reality, you don't get to teach kids in school because you don't know what you're talking about. When you just deny things, you can't prove the Earth is flat by saying.
Again, that sounds like a
vanishing
ad hom.
point
So like,
on a horizon.
So like, instead of offering the kids the opportunity to think about it for themselves, you teach them that these people are just denialists.
Well, no, you teach kids how to use their brain and use logic and reason, and then see that people are not using logic and reason, and so they can come to their own conclusion that the Earth is round because they see the facts and they see the evidence.
You can come to the conclusion that the Earth is round because we didn't offer you an opportunity to talk to the people without discrediting them first.
You've had plenty of time. I mean, you've had thousands of years to prove that the Earth is flat, and you don't.
Well, don't some science classes like replicate Aristophanes' experiment?
More. See, it's like Jesus fucking Christ. See, it's so weird. It's like once I hit the green one, then it's like it comes back to reality, to where like you can go ahead, start editing it, and it falls into place.
Snap back to reality. Oh, there goes gravity.
I don't know why you're just doing that. Weird.
Gravity is one of the weird ones because before it was described as a force, but now it's being described as the shape or geometry of space-time.
Which does what to mass? So like, which does what? Like, what is if gravity isn't a force and it's just the result of the space-time warping? Like, what is that doing to mass?
That's a good point. I guess mass would like consolidate in some regard.
Well, they haven't like totally checked out Newtonian gravity though. With Einstein's theory, did they? I think they still use it occasionally.
6. Just the difference.
Yeah, Einstein only proved like why gravity is happening, as opposed to like knowing that gravity is happening.
Well, gravity can be.
Regardless of
it might not even be like it might not even be a behavior. It might just be a state of how things are.
well, we can observe the effects of it, whatever we call it, right?
Yeah. We launch shit into space and it comes back. So I don't know.
When you say we, do you mean you and I?
Like humans in general. Like, I have not personally launched anything into space, but there have been people that have done so, and whether or not space is fake is to be debated and regarded. But I don't know.
Aren't humans like monsters that evolved from apes?
Well,
yeah, that's funny. Like shape-shifting monkeys. I don't get how humans came from monkeys. I think we've been created to some regard, but not in the sense that we evolved from anything.
Oh, so you mean mankind? No, not monsters that evolved from monkeys, right?
Yeah.
Humanity.
Yeah.
Anyhow, just out of curiosity, for those who don't actually believe that space is the thing, with all of the different space exploration, do you think that's just propaganda?
Yeah, it's basically science fiction. It's fantasy. It's literally just to get you. It's to get you imagining having sex with green people. Like
Nah, it's about world peace. It's about different nations around the planet getting
world
together
peace.
to explore space.
Okay, think about that logically. Like, let's say there was life from another like galaxy that we came in contact with. Would they think of us as like somebody to like get to know, or as a threat?
No, they would think of us as like a angry like monkey species because we haven't evolved enough yet.
It depends on the alien, doesn't it? Like we
True,
could
it
be
does
more,
depend on the
no more
alien.
than
Yeah,
enhanced to them.
No, more than likely we would have no way. Okay, first of all, they wouldn't look like us in any way. They wouldn't.
They wouldn't.
We would have no way of communicating. In fact, we would most likely not be able to even detect each other. Okay, but like, let's say they did. We happen to be the same. Like, we wouldn't be too large or too small or too physical or too like whatever it is. I don't know exactly what an alien would be, but real aliens, if they existed, would not be anything like us. It would be like it would be like trying to relate to a cockroach. Okay, like,
oh, even worse than that, possibly.
Yeah, probably worse. Probably worse. They don't care about you, and you shouldn't care about them. You shouldn't try to get into contact with them. It would be a danger to you and your society, like your humanity. Like, you should want to squash them the same as they should want to squash you. It is always, when coming into contact with such a foreign possible threat, it is always in your best interest to either avoid contact or crush them before they fucking crush you.
Well, the only reason why aliens would ever be hostile towards us is if we had resources that they wanted. And if the universe is as abundant as it is said to be, there's no reason to fight wars over resources.
Do you know what Jupiter and Saturn are?
Giant resource gathering planets.
Yep, giant fuel tanks.
Yeah, giant fuel tanks. I like that.
So we have planets they can steal. They can steal
Is that
planets.
is that why Uranus smells like farts?
So the only reason we didn't get invaded by the aliens yet because whatever gets to our stellar system gets annihilated by the angels.
The reason we haven't been invaded by aliens is because aliens don't exist.
I'm pretty sure there were like around 25 jumps into our stellar system last year. Do you know what a jump is?
We're kind of going off tangent here, or off topic. The reason why I asked about the propaganda was I was just wondering because I mean, there's places like Russian stuff. It seems like they've crashed, right? They've reported to have crashed their landers into the moon. But if it was for propaganda's sake, wouldn't they say, "Oh no, we totally landed on the moon. We're there. It's all good. Yeah, no worries, people." Same with India. Like their first one, they crashed it. Now this time they say they've landed it.
Look, by the way, every space agency on Earth works through NASA. NASA did it first, and they have seen how all these countries have seen how big of a great money laundering scheme it is. Like, they can fake shit with crappy CGI and sell it to the public for millions and billions of dollars. Okay, like,
to what end?
Dude, they don't even have to try. It can be obvious crap, and people eat it up because they're in love with the fantasy of space.
To what end, though? That's what I'm asking. What's
What
the point
end?
of that? Yeah.
Where do you think all the black budgets come from?
So you think Canada's got a black budget because of
Every
our
fucking country has a fucking. Every country is working behind the scenes, spending money and laundering it and fucking hiding it.
Gotta tell
Every
you a
fucking
fact
one of them.
about space. A fact about space. It wasn't discovered. It was invented. There's a difference. Space, outer space was invented, not discovered.
Like
Okay.
the way he said, like, do you think Canada is like what? Canada's an exception? No, Canada's the only good fucking government in the world.
No, I'm just wondering about the other ones. I'm just talking about my own specifically. I don't think they really have much of a black budget because of their space program.
Dude, they find plenty of ways to fucking like. I mean, I haven't looked too much into Canada's budget, you know, but look, you know, when they spend their, you know, $10,000 on a toilet seat and shit like that in the United States, I'm sure Canada's doing it too. When they fucking say that they're investing in something or they're gonna fund something or whatever, the real money, they're not really doing shit. They're putting that money somewhere else.
Okay. I disagree, but that's fine. I mean, you're welcome to believe what you believe.
I mean, you're obviously Canadian. You think that, and you trust your government. You think that your government is like stands alone as being like higher moral grounds than
Oh.
like other governments.
No. I've got a healthy level of distrust for them, but I don't think the space program is one of the areas where I.
Is this something? Is this something that you think the United States would do, but Canada wouldn't?
Well, I mean, financially, yeah. There's a lot of wars that the U.S. has gone into that we haven't been involved in. So.
I think I've already made my point. I don't even. I'll just stop there.
No, I'm just saying we can agree to disagree. That's all.
Yeah, don't go trusting Canada as though like your government like has the best interest of its people, whereas America's government really is just a bunch of freaking, you know, in America, yeah, they love to scam their people, but Canada is just looking out for our best interests. Like that's ridiculous. That's absolutely ridiculous.
And not what I said. I said there's areas I distrust them, but I don't think the space program is one of them.
Do you guys have a space program?
Yep. Have you heard of Chris Hadfield?
I mean, he works for NASA.
He's a Canadian astronaut.
Oh, he's from Canada, but he works for NASA.
I don't know if he works specifically for NASA, but yeah, we have a space program. It's not much of one.
No, it's not just because you have a Canadian astronaut doesn't mean you have a space program. Do you have launch capabilities?
Nope.
Have you put anything into space?
Yes.
Through Russia or the United States only, though, right?
Yes. Yeah, we've had to piggyback off this Americans. That's for sure.
Okay, so when you're talking about space agencies, like in them lying and so on, like you understand that like the Canadian Space Agency is nothing more than just like a branch of NASA, right?
I don't think so. It does operate independently.
You think
we
so?
get to decide where?
How?
Yeah, we get to
How
decide
if they
where
don't have
we
any
put our
launch
money.
capabilities?
We get to determine where we put our money. If we want to send up a satellite, we have to piggyback off the Americans for sure.
And we piggyback off the Russians.
Mm-hmm. So they are doing something then, huh?
No, it just means that it's a one world fucking space agency.
There is cooperation, that's for sure, but I don't necessarily know if that means they're all in cahoots. I'm sure if the
none
Russians
of them are independent of each other. If there is an independent one, it would be China, who supposedly created their own space station.
So what would their impetus be? Like, they don't need to have a space agency to funnel money wherever they want. They can just do it.
Which Chris Hadfield are you talking about? Chris Hadfield 1 or 2?
The astronaut?
Yeah, number 1 or number 2, because it seems like there's 2 of them.
2 of them.
Yeah, because when he was the ISS commander, he said that the sky is almost white with the light of the universe with the uncountable number of stars. You can't see the constellations because the sky is just so alive with stars. And then when he landed, he said, what you see is an immensely deep blackness. It's like a black with a texture. It's a palpable blackness. Not just a blackness, but a powerful blackness with a black velvetness, but textured without any shininess forever. So which one are you talking about?
I'm just taking a look at the quotes.
Yeah. So there's at least 2 different Chris Hadfields, or the one is a contradicting numpty dipshit.
Okay. Anyways, so about China, why would China need to
Yeah.
have
So
space
anyways,
No, I'll look into it. I'm just not going to talk about it right now because I don't have the information in front of me. So, but my question is, why would China need a space agency to funnel money? They can funnel money anywhere they want.
I gave you the information. What else do you need? It's right there. I just gave it to you.
China did?
Yeah, that's what he
What
said.
information did you give me about? Yeah, so they can funnel money, right?
No, so he could contradict himself because he's never been in the second law of thermodynamics violation.
China, not Chris Hadfield.
I don't give a shit about China. Who cares?
We were talking about China, space agencies.
Space agencies?
You're not
Space? What space?
You're not in the conversation, dude.
What space? I am now. What space?
Oh, for crying out loud.
Yeah. You compromise, right? You try to divert away from it. But okay, I'll play along.
No.
What space?
Here's my question.
Just what space? I
asked
asked the question. Here's your question. I asked you a question. Here's your question. What space?
Space is the area outside of the atmosphere, Earth's atmosphere.
Atmosphere? That's a contradiction in terms. Atmo means air. Air is a gas. Sphere is a shape. Gases have no inherent shape.
Oh my goodness. You know, I was having a decent conversation with someone, but you
Oh
come
my
in all
goodness,
bargy and
that's
hot
not
under
gonna.
your
That's not a
skin.
rebuttal. That's not a rebuttal. Your feigned exasperations aren't a rebuttal.
Oh,
So
it's
you
not
said
feigned.
atmosphere, which is a contradiction in terms. You want to try that one more time? There's another feigned exasperation.
No, it's not feigned. I'm very exasperated by you.
Exasperated.
Mm-hmm.
Is it by me or by the comments that you're making that are contradictory?
So to the
like
other
the Hatfields.
to the other fellow who I was having a conversation with, we can pick up the conversation another time. But apparently, it doesn't seem to be happening right now. So
No, because you keep on contradicting yourself,
no, I'm not contradicting myself.
and then you're trying to grease the skids away from your Chris Hadfield number 1 and number 2 contradiction.
I'm not aware of those contradictions, so I'd have to look into it before I can
Is this
verify.
a commonality among Canadians or something?
I don't know. You sound very douchey, so you must be from where
That's
exactly?
not the first time I've been called a douchebag.
It might be a language barrier, QE, a language barrier between Canadian and United States people.
And our own heretic is from Canada, so you got to be nice.
All right. No swearing.
No swear.
So you want to
So
try
we-
that space definition again?
So we were talking about space agencies, and
Yes.
I was asking about them. Okay. Do you
Space
acknowledge that
agencies?
space
Well,
agencies?
don't you have to define space first?
No, you don't have to.
No, you
because
don't.
Space agencies are a thing, are they not?
These
Is
are a
NASA
thing.
not a thing?
Well, if you have an agency regarding a thing, then that thing must exist first.
I don't know. There's a flat Earth society, so you tell me. Does the flat Earth exist?
Flat
There's
Earth Society. I have no affiliation with them.
But it exists, does it not?
What does
Jesus.
that have to do with your space? The flat Earth definitely exists. We can get to that. We're on space now.
Yeah, okay. So we were talking about space agencies, and the reason why the one fellow, I'm sorry, I didn't catch the guy's name, thought that they were
Wait
there
a
was so
second.
they could funnel black money, so they
Oh,
could take it, all of that. So
oh,
I was
that's
saying,
more. That's interesting.
Why does
That's a,
China need a space agency when they can funnel
who
money to
cares what
wherever they
space?
want?
Who cares what
Oh
space?
my goodness.
What does it
You just
matter?
don't, you're not
Whoa.
following.
You're not.
You're
You're
not
trying to
following,
talk
are you?
about funneling money and shit. I want to get down to the brass tacks.
All right. Well, I'll tell you what. How about you talk to someone who wants to talk to you? Because I'm not sure I really want to.
I'm sure you don't.
No, I'm just gonna get some dinner. Maybe I'm hangry. Maybe you are making me hangry. Maybe. Anyways, later.
Oh, poor baby.
Aw. Oh yeah.
Oh,
This baby
you
needs to
want
get
some
some
hot
food or else
chocolate?
he's gonna get hungry.
You want some hot
Nah, not
chocolate
really.
and somebody rub your little footsies?
Nah, it's a little too warm right now.
kind of gay.
But
Yeah.
if you could sing me some nice lullabies, that would be appreciated. Although
Hmm.
based on your voice, I don't think you have a very nice singing voice. So be more like nails across the chalkboard,
I
I
wouldn't
think.
make a bet on that, sir.
Or hey,
No,
Bad
no,
Moon
okay.
Shadow. That's a great one.
Anyways, whatever. I'll talk about this another time.
Yeah, yeah. Just take QE as your angry grandpa. You know, when your grandpa tells you something and you like, Grandpa, I don't want to listen. Just, just be respectful, bro.
Well, is it being respectful of the old man who's yelling at the clouds?
He's not yelling. He has a high tone. It's just that you are too
I see.
Your
Maybe,
vestibular system is too sensitive.
maybe you might be right about that.
Also, you came into a conversation about reality, and you want to wax on about sci-fi, so it's just not going to work out.
We're talking about space agencies. Those are in reality, are they not?
Space.
If they are,
Agencies dedicating to exploring a place that can exist. Yeah.
sure, whatever. They're agencies, though, and they do exist. We
Yeah.
can all agree to that.
Do you want to know what is the inside joke of the CIA about
Therefore,
NASA?
Baltard. The space agencies exist. Therefore, Baltard.
NASA, not the space agency. That's the inside joke of CIA.
You in the CIA?
No,
Then how do you know?
because I saw the former guy from the CIA talk about it.
You mumbled away. How do you know?
I'm from the 24/7. Quentin and Miguel.
Oh, what's up, Miguel?
What's up?
Miguel Zoza.
Yeah, did these guys find the curvature?
I don't know. They couldn't find space. I don't know where they can find curvature.
I saw a rat on top of a rocket.
I can give a definition for space.
Okay.
Let me find it again. I just had it.
Discovered. It was invented.
So space is an almost perfect vacuum nearly void of matter with extremely low pressure.
Oh, that's outer space. I just wanted space, just for first of all.
Okay, so space is a three-dimensional continuum containing positions and directions.
So it's length, width, and height, right?
Basically, yeah.
All right. So in outer space, you said it's like a vacuum?
Almost a near perfect vacuum with very little matter in it.
How are you still breathing then?
It says nearly perfect vacuum, not a perfect vacuum.
I didn't say anything about nearly perfect or a vacuum or a high vacuum or an extremely high vacuum. It's still a vacuum. And my question still stands. How are you breathing?
Because it's not a perfect vacuum.
No, that's not an answer. No, that's non sequitur. There is no perfect vacuum. There never will be a perfect vacuum. I'm not claiming there's a perfect vacuum. You're not claiming there's a perfect vacuum. My question still stands. How are you still breathing?
Because gravity holds together a large amount of gases
Really?
together that create oxygen.
that
Ding, ding.
that create oxygen. That's some bullshit right there. What's gravity?
It's a force.
It hasn't been a force for 108 years.
Gravity is the geometry of space-time.
Now let's stick with that guy. Gravity hasn't been a force for 108 years. You haven't been keeping up on your continuing education credits, have you?
It's the force
Well,
that
what's
attracts
crazy
the
is that
body
we can,
to the
like,
center of the earth or towards
we
any
can
other
cause.
physical body
Hey,
having
could
mass.
somebody muffle the third party that's trying to introduce himself into the conversation? We want to get back to Mr. Force.
Yeah, I took him out. Good to go.
All right. So,
it's
like
a-
I said, gravity hasn't been a force for 108 years, man. What are you? You doing hard time or you freeze dry?
Technically, gravity was discovered in 1687, so
Really?
I don't
By
know
who?
about the 108 years. Sir Isaac Newton.
Sir Isaac Newton discovered gravity. What did he say gravity was?
I don't know what he said it was, but he was the first person to observe it.
What he observed it. Does anyone else observe it?
Up until that point, no apples fell from any trees.
You're just being an asshole with this. Like you're
No.
purposely doing this.
No, I'm not. I'm trying to get you because you said because it was the force of gravity. How we're breathing
Have a
is
good day. You're not an
the
honest
force of gravity.
interlocutor.
You said how we were breathing was the force of gravity, and I said there hasn't been a force of gravity for 108 years. Whereas, and then you rebutted that I'm nasty or something. I'm just trying to be aggressive.
You're not an honest interlocutor.
Interlocutor. That's a big fucking word. What's that mean?
Surely
Have a
means
good day.
interloper.
Have a good day, Mr. 108 years out of date. Do you know that Newton's debunked? Did you know that? All of it. Laws of gravitation, all his laws of motion, are all debunked.
By
who?
Einstein replaced Newton 108 years ago, and then quantum mechanics took both of those numpties out to the woodshed and bludgeoned these to a bloody lifeless pulp.
I like you. I actually like you.
You don't think that's true?
No, absolutely not. I think that
Absolutely not. Okay. Are you in text?
complete misunderstanding how science
Are
operates.
you in text chat? Let's see if I'm completely misunderstanding it. Are you in text chat?
No.
Can you get there?
Sure.
I wonder why
All right.
everyone is muted in this.
So 10 minutes after the hour. Let's see if I am just misunderstanding it. From your alma mater wiki, Newton's classical mechanics were superseded in the 20th century when Albert Einstein developed the special general theory of relativity.
Yeah, they were superseded, not debunked. Those are not the same thing.
Superseded as he replaced the whole fucking thing. We're going to get to that. That's what superseded means. Go ahead and look it up. ScienceAlert.com. The mathematical equations of general theory of relativity, that's a problem. There is no equations in theories. But I digress. Tested time and time again, are currently the most accurate way to predict gravitational interactions, replacing those developed by Isaac Newton several centuries prior. How about that one? We could go to Phys Libre text. Douglas Klein, professor of physics. Newton's two crowning achievements, the laws of motion and the laws of gravitation, that had reigned supreme since published in the Principia in 1687, were toppled from the throne by Einstein. Any question with that? From Nature.com, the most prestigious quote-unquote science journal in the entire friggin' world. In 1916, Albert Einstein published his general theory of relativity in full mathematical detail. That opened the window on a radically new framework for physics, abolishing established notions of space and time and replacing, yet again, Newton's formulation of the laws of gravity.
Sorry, cut out the problem. What did you say?
Uh-oh. And then we have Jerry Ghez, UCLA professor of physics and astronomy. Einstein's right, at least for now, said Ghez, co-lead author of the research. We can absolutely rule out Newton's law of gravity. Looks like I understand it and you don't.
No, because you are being very myopic in your reading of
Myopic?
this.
I'm
Yes.
being very myopic. How am I being very myopic? Well, I never.
Explain, or do you want to continue with your flamboyancy?
Does he want to continue reading citations that destroy your notion that mass attracts mass? Yeah, let us do that. Yeah.
We could do that, or you could tell him how he's being myopic. Go ahead.
Sure.
That was,
So
you mean
when we
that
look at
that last little bit
when we
wasn't
look
enough to smash it to bits?
when we sit there, when we look at science, a lot of science is not just right and wrong, but there are layers of abstractions with different explanations.
Oh, that's a cool story. Citation, please. Citation, please.
Yeah,
I think you just made that shit up.
What source is that from again?
I'm only a scientist for a living. I'm a pretty decent
Okay,
source.
good. We need the source and citation then for what you just fucking said. Thanks.
You know, it's
You don't know what science is, man.
This is given at least 4.
He doesn't know what natural. What's natural science? What's natural
You must
science?
think you're really funny, don't you? Organizing
Really
a
funny?
server, just belittling people.
That's not what natural science is. Try again.
It's actually pretty cute because this whole song and dance is kind of
That's not
useless.
natural science. This whole song and dance.
I don't recall that dance.
Have you got any rebuttal to the 4 citations that were read
No,
out?
because the citations
Not
don't need to be
2 minutes ago.
don't need to be rebutted.
Any
It's interpretation.
rebuttal at all with citation and demonstration?
No, again, because the citations don't need to be rebutted.
Or are you just going to pull something out?
Presentation of them is
Interpretation of superseded and replaced and done away.
Specifically ruled out.
Newton does not provide a mechanical mechanism for the operation of his theories. His theories are based on
Newton never. I'm sorry. Newton never compiled a scientific theory in his life. You don't know what scientific theories are, do you? What's a scientific theory?
they tend to be sets of rules that can be tested relative to how the universe operates.
Incorrect. You made that
What
up.
are-
Citation, please.
Fine. You give me a definition.
A theory? Now I'm going to give you the definition. Do you want to win citation, or am I going to be too myopic?
Your citations were great. Your use of them was problematic.
That was problematic. Okay.
You.
Here we go. Scientific theory.
For you.
Yeah, they're problematic for him. Yeah. So, old chemistry about scientific theory summarizes a hypothesis or group of summarizes a hypothesis or group of hypotheses that have been supported with repeated testing. The other ones say more or less the same thing, because that's what it is. So you're saying that Newton had a theory? Did he have a theory of gravity?
No, he had a model for how gravity operated.
He didn't have a model? What's
really?
a model?
So you're telling me that his equation
his equation, that's mathematics. That's not science.
Science often involves mathematics.
All right. Let's see if he gets this one right. What was Newton's equation?
Which one?
Gravity.
I mean, I've not used it in.
Wait. Before we get to that, though, I'm sure you're going to be able to give it to me, and that's fine. Before we get to that, you did mention something about Newton's. Did you say experiment? I'm sorry.
I don't think.
Okay.
Newton conducted experiments in order to get to his results, if that's what you're asking about.
Oh no, he didn't.
Really? So how did he measure G?
He didn't measure G. Neither did Cavendish. CV Boys conjured it. Uh-oh, SpaghettiOs. How can Newton have done experiments on gravity when in the Principia, Isaac Newton says, I have not yet been able to discover the reason for these properties of gravity from phenomena, and I do not feign hypotheses. That means he didn't have any hypotheses. And to have a scientific theory, you need to validate and confirm hypotheses via experiment. So you're incorrect on that too.
I'm actually not, because you're again presenting a sentence and chopping it up, interpreting just part of it, and not looking at the whole.
All right.
Yes.
Well, let's take a look at the whole thing then. Give me one second.
You just quoted it, and your own interpretation of a sentence you
Give
just
me
read
one
is wrong.
second. There's no
I mean, I think you
interpretation
need to
here.
go like
Just
maybe
what he
take a
said.
class for remedial English.
Just what he said. Take a class. I know more about
He
classes.
does not have any hypothesis.
I
as
forgot about
to the.
What?
He said he did not have any hypothesis as to why gravity works the way it does.
Yeah,
It
that's
doesn't
right.
mean He doesn't have a hypothesis as to how it works.
How
He
it
doesn't know
works.
why, which is exactly what he did. He provided models for how it functioned,
No,
but
he
did
didn't.
not produce an explanation as to why it functioned that way.
Study. Well, hypotheses tell you the how.
You actually have hypotheses on a lot of different topics. You can have hypothesis that says, I hypothesize
didn't say that.
this model represents how this thing
Model. We'll get to model in a second. So there's the whole
Oh.
citation from Isaac Newton from the Principia.
Yeah, he does not have hypotheses as for the reason. That
Yes.
doesn't mean he doesn't, because he does not know how, doesn't mean he doesn't know what. He had actually a very accurate model as to.
Oh, no, you don't do hypotheses on what's and is's.
I mean, you're just wrong.
Oh, I'm just not. So
Yeah, you're
show
just
us.
wrong.
How do you get a what out of a cause and effect relationship?
I don't understand the question.
Doesn't either cause. Let's get to models. What's a model? Hold on. Yeah, wait a second. Let's go in that because you said he had models, right? What's a scientific model?
A model is a explanation of input to output relationships.
Citation, please.
I don't need a citation. I do this for a living.
You do what for a living?
Make models.
You make what? Runway models, airplane models, what other models?
Mathematical models.
Part of my
job.
That's mathematics. We're talking about physics here.
You use math to describe relationships of physical things.
No, you
That's how
don't.
you describe them.
No, you don't. No, you don't.
Okay.
Not cause and effect relationship.
So,
You don't.
so you're right. I just make like 250K a year to do absolutely
So I
nothing.
don't give a
You're
shit
right.
how much
I'm
money
sorry,
you
I'm
got,
actually
how many
masturbating all day
Jolly
at work.
Ranchers you got. You don't know what science is, and you don't know what mathematics is either. So that $250,000, well, great. Good fraud. Congratulations.
Feynman. Give him Feynman.
I mean,
he
I don't
doesn't
know what
need
to say. Hurling insults at me isn't particularly.
throwing insults at you. You've been insulting me the whole time. I didn't insult you. I just compromised you 10 different ways from Sunday.
I mean, maybe if you're high, you'll think that. Cool.
If I'm high, no, I did it. I did it systematically with everything you said so far, and supported it. By the way, how you like that?
I have a question. Like, do you jack off thinking about these conversations later on? Is this how you get off?
The cope. It's embarrassing.
Only that and with that in the
Absolutely
Sears
brilliant.
catalog.
And your mum.
Anything else?
I mean, I was answering your questions. You got another one?
What's natural science?
No, why don't you tell me?
Earth.
Listen, what definition you like?
Space is fake.
He doesn't know what natural science is, but he makes $250,000 making up runway and computer models. How about airplane models? Those two?
No, I've never worked with airplanes.
Can natural science be conducted without experiment?
No.
So you must have experiment. You got one question right. So you must have experiment if it's to be natural science, correct?
I mean, I have a feeling you're about to kind of like unitize operations in a way that makes this answer problematic, but generally, yes.
Don't try to divine my motivations, man. I mean, what's your vocation?
Me?
Yeah, you guess people weights or bark for the yak woman.
Cute. I do cryptography.
That's outrageous. So what was your answer to the question?
Which question?
The question was, can natural science be conducted without experiment?
No.
That's correct. You answered the question correct. What else? I can't say anything about that. You got that one right. So what's an experiment? What are the three constituent parts of an experiment?
You know, I haven't taken a remedial science class in
This isn't
20+ years.
remedial.
It actually is, because it's not often that you sit there and look at the official definitions of things when you're actually doing shit.
So you don't know what shit means?
I don't remember this definition that was presented to me in a high school physics class. No, I do not off the top of my head.
You know what a hypothesis is?
It's a guess as to how something functions.
Negative. That's incorrect. You'd fail 5th grade general science.
Right, I probably would.
There you go. How's that 250,000 working out for you now?
Well,
still good,
I mean,
right?
I think this is more criticism of how our education system functions and the explicit reliance on definitions than it is on anything about my quite successful career.
Definitions. Well, you have to know that. Do you ever hear the Socratic method?
Yeah, it doesn't really work very well, in my opinion.
Oh, the Socratic method doesn't work very well, huh? Citation, please.
Actually, that I could find you. There's multiple educational studies that show the Socratic
Oh,
method.
let's see them. Yeah, there's multiple educational studies. Are those experiments?
I mean, they're not physics experiments, if that's what you're asking.
Let me ask you, see, Socratic method deals with defining terms, right? Let's deal with this at a fundamental fucking level, right? Defining terms. So when we communicate with each other, when I'm talking about an apple, then you know exactly what I'm talking about. And it's not an orangutan, right? We're down at 2nd grade retard level. See, if you think it's an orangutan and I'm talking about an apple, we cannot communicate with each other, dipshit. That's the Socratic method. So you have studies to show that the Socratic method doesn't work? Really? Fucking show. You idiot.
It'll take me a little bit of time to find them.
You fucking idiot. What the fuck, man? This is 2nd grade retardville. So you think that if we don't define terms, that we can effectively communicate with each other and others?
I mean, that's not what I said. That's
what you just said. It's implicit. You said you had
No, it
research
actually
studies
is not. The Socratic
debunking
method
it.
is not just defining terms. It's a
Yes, it
specific
is.
process of
Yeah,
debate
it
in
is.
the classroom.
Define it. Citation, please. You know I got it right here.
Fine, read me your definition of
You
the
know,
Socratic
it's not my definition. Do you think I'm Webster's New World College Dictionary, 5th edition?
Never met a talking book before if you are.
What the fuck? I have to explain this to an alleged $250,000 earner and shit? Wow, man. This is another level.
Read to me your definition of Socratic method. Let's see if the
let's go.
definition is define things.
Let's go through this. Yeah, we'll get to that. Let's go through the whole thing so it makes sense. So at 27 minutes after the hour, words, they mean things. That's from an unknown sage. Let's go to Anne-Marie Helmstein, PhD, biomedical sciences. Words have precise meanings in science.
Wait, I
Do you
thought
know
you were
anything about-
defining the Socratic method.
Well, we'll get there.
What
We're
are you
getting
doing
there.
now?
Just
So
be
you're telling me
patient,
your
Banger.
definition isn't
Just
longer
be
than a
patient,
sentence? That
Banger.
isn't what a definition is.
Just be patient, Banger. We're getting there. So I'll say again, Anne-Marie Helmstein. Words have precise meanings in science. Then we got Nielsen, Peter, natural, synthetic, and artificial from DNA, PNA, and XNA. As in all scientific communication, precise language is essential for giving and receiving messages correctly. From Dr. Mary Schweitzer, paleontologist, North Carolina State. Exactly. That's one of the things I drive my students crazy on. Words count. Words are important. Choose your words carefully. And then finally, which you were prematurely ejaculating on, the Socratic method from Webster's New World College Dictionary. A method of teaching or discussion like that used by Socrates, in which by means of a series of questions and answers, the logical soundness of a definition is tested. The meaning of a concept examined.
So it's not just reading off definitions. It's a specific mechanism of interacting with your students.
The logical soundness of definitions are tested.
Look, you learn something new every day, don't you?
That's what it just said. Do you snack on paint chips from the 70s or something?
Actually, snack on crackers, and he parrots stuff because you see his icon. He's a parrot.
I didn't see it. I can't see that, man. I'm getting too friggin' old.
I don't know, bro. I'm doubting his salary cap.
I'm down this salary cap. So you got one thing right out of the past 30 minutes. Good for you. Good job. Give yourself a raise. I know. Let's have a spelling contest.
Oh, what's my favorite color?
We gonna have the QE spelling bee?
Not the greatest speller, but I'm not bad either. Like, I just want to know what like the first word is gonna be.
It's just a joke, man. Just jokes.
Come on, no, come on, give us something. Give us something.
Triglycerides.
TR, is it Y or I? TRIGLYCG.
Negative.
Fuck. Fuck. It was.
Fuck.
Better get this right.
Triglycerides. Where did I fuck up? Hold on. G was wrong. What was I missing before it?
You put a G in there when there should have been a vowel.
Try TRY or what did it say? TRIGL C.
No, incorrect. It's T.
What the fuck is it then?
It's GLY.
Well, that's what I said. I said GLY
Okay.
the first time.
Oh no, the first time it was another problem.
Riveting.
And you could already look it up. It's too late now.
All right, I got one for
But
you.
I'm not doing it. I'm willing to take the scrutiny and just fail over and over and over
Look,
again because that's
You've
kinda
already
how I
done
am.
that in 20. You've already done that in 24/7.
Oh, dude, I do that 365.
All right, inhomogeneous.
Oh, that's an easy one. INH Homogenious.
That sounds wrong.
Inhomogeneous or inhomogeneous. It's the same thing.
All right, that's enough of that. I was just joking with let's have a spelling contest. It's from a movie.
Come on, tell me I didn't fucking fail on that one.
Ah, you got that one. You failed the movie though.
Triglycerides. I might have failed, but I'm not even sure if I did. I think you might have cut me off before I failed.
No, you failed.
I don't know if I accept that. How did I fail?
Dude, how about
You had extra consonant where it should have been a vowel.
Well, tell me
How
what
about
the fucking consonant and vowel was that I fucked up.
You said G
I said
too many
G.
times.
I said G. What was the vowel that was missing?
You said G too many times.
I said one G.
No, you didn't.
Gee golly.
Don't try to rewrite history. See, it's from this movie right here. Remember Doc Holliday?
I didn't say GG. Are you fucking kidding me? Like, I did one G, so, like, where was the vowel? What was the vowel I was missing?
I can't remember.
I went from
golly.
triglyceride, TRIG, and then you said fail.
No, that's rewriting history. Who are you? Fucking shits at 60?
No, dude. Maybe it was because I paused and maybe I like started again. Maybe I did maybe I said G twice, but only because I was like backtracking like a second. Like
listen,
I didn't
if
know.
you're feeling up about it,
Telling me.
tell your therapist. In the meantime, we got to talk about flat Earth.
No, I want you to spell fucking. Give him another word. Give him a word. Not triglycerides. Give him a word.
Maybe you had way too many beers already. Maybe.
Here, I'll give you more words.
You spell it.
I'll give you 2 words from the art field: fuchsia and chiaroscuro.
FUCIA. Fuchsia.
No swearing.
FUCIA. That's kind of like FUFBI.
Yeah. That's a good one. I like that one.
Has anybody in here got any questions pertaining to the shape of the Earth? Or has anybody got a scientific experiment that proves the shape of the Earth? Snigger.
Any objections with
What
reality?
about the flight path that the flat earthers organized?
I'm a flat earther. I didn't organize anything.
Well, I mean, there's a whole video of a pilot who had flat earthers. He made a challenge. He said he'd fly the impossible path. All the people that believed the Earth was flat, they would get on it, and if they were right, they'd all die. If they were wrong, then the Earth is just not flat, or their model, the flat Earth map, is just wrong.
Model.
So this pilot has taken, and I can show you the video if you want. This pilot has taken dozens of flat earthers who've organized himself as the pilot to fly them off. Unless, I mean, like, I guess they could argue, oh, I'm feeling the plane curve, but you know,
you're feeling the plane curve.
I think the physical. I think taking.
I think a physical. Well, did this pilot? How fast was he flying?
How fast was he flying?
Yeah, was he commercial airliner?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I don't know how fast he was flying.
Did he? If he was,
is that an issue?
Yeah, because if he was flying at 500 miles an hour, then according to the spinning ball space monkey religion, he'd have to drop 2,789 feet every minute.
Okay.
Does that happen? Have you ever flown in a plane before?
I'm not a pilot. I've been on a plane like once.
You don't have to be a pilot. Where'd you fly from? Was it longer than an hour?
I think I was a child, actually. It was when I was coming from Michigan to Virginia, but I was a child.
Huh. So for everyone else out there that's flown on a plane, right? If it's flying at 500 miles an hour, then that plane has to adjust its altitude 2,789 feet every minute to stay level. Does that
So
happen?
you mean like pull up,
Down.
Pull down.
down, go down?
Yeah, drop.
Curve.
Yeah, it's on my website. It's the first one. Here,
Are you saying that like everything's closer than what is explained?
I'll give you a link to it.
Okay.
Yeah, right there
Yeah.
at 38 minutes after the hour.
Yeah. So how does this prove flat Earth? Does flat Earth say that the Earth is actually closer in conglomerate?
Flat Earth doesn't say anything. It's not an entity. It doesn't have.
Okay. I mean the map.
The map. All maps are flat maps.
Okay. Yeah, flat, and then they, of course, I mean, like, yeah, you had the flat maps, and then they're flat and circular, like they draw circles on the maps.
Look,
sure they draw a lot
no
of them.
maps, no world maps are accurate. Okay, do you understand that? Like,
okay,
when it comes, you can break things down into locality for navigation purposes and so on, but nobody has ever created an actually accurate world map.
Yeah, but what does his point?
We don't
yeah,
know.
well, wait
the
a second,
actual
Lou. Stop cock blocking me, man. Right?
I'm not
that had
trying to
nothing
cock
do with
block
his.
it.
That had nothing to do with his statement. I said
No,
all
it
maps.
does. This has.
I said all maps are flat, and he said, "Well, people draw circles on them." I don't really care if they draw Bugs Bunny on them.
yeah,
They're all
yeah.
flat.
Yeah, I get it. It's just a joke. But so if this flight path was actually taken, though, I mean, I'm not too well versed in the argumentation of this impossible flight path. But the flight path really was flown, wouldn't it disprove flat Earth?
I don't know anything about what you're talking about. So if something that you don't know about would
It's like
take
someplace
place,
to Argentina.
well, if you can't.
He's trying to hold you to the AE model as though, like, the AE map as though it's a model.
Dude, we don't know what he's doing. He needs to present his evidence in the first instance. before he
I'm
can
not
say-
really. I'm just asking. Like, is there an impossible route on the flat Earth map?
Yes, it's
That-
actual
okay.
flight without dropping in elevation. It's actually
Okay.
impossible on a ball. I posted the citation to you. It's really easy to understand. Just go there. There's other flat Earth proofs in there too, but just for this one specifically, it's really short. It's got friggin' diagrams and shit.
Okay.
It's got pretty pictures too, but it's really short.
If I show you the video of the pilot doing it, and I mean he makes sure that everything's organized by like flat Earth people, like the route that
Flat
he
Earth
takes.
people.
Yeah,
What does that
flat,
mean?
flat Earth organizers, they're
That's not me.
Who?
The route is organized by flat Earth defenders.
Post the video, brother.
That's a stereotype fallacy. We don't have nothing to do with that. You don't have an argument just yet. Do you have another argument?
You defend flat Earth, right?
Defend it.
What does flat Earth mean to you? Like,
I mean, like you in the
doesn't say-
argumentation of flat Earth, right? Like you fall in that belief system.
It's not a belief.
Okay.
I know it.
Well, when you believe in something, I'm not actually asserting that your knowledge of or lack of, you just simply have the belief.
I do not have a belief, sir. Don't you say that again.
When you say you know something, that's still a belief.
No, it's not.
No, it's not.
It's a belief.
No, it's not. Hold on.
You believe you're right. The fuck?
Hold on. Believe. What does believe mean? Let's see if you're
belief.
Yeah, let's see if
I
you're
know
correct.
I know I'm a male. I believe you might be gay.
Nice.
What is the definition of belief?
No, I'm wrong in the definition.
Fair enough. So yeah, I know the Earth is flat. My website that you probably won't go to has 7 flat Earth proofs. One of them you just brought up.
Okay.
You want to hear another one?
Wait, which one did I bring up?
Flight.
Yeah, the flight path.
Not the flight path, just flight in general. Who gives a shit about the
flight
path?
general.
Yeah.
Oh, you don't care about the flight path?
I really don't care, especially if they can't fly on a globe tard.
Okay. Well, I don't know how. Well, is there a certain calculation that they're like you said they have to drop 2,000 feet every minute?
It depends on how fast they're going and how far they're traveling. But yes,
Okay.
to travel over an hour, if they're traveling at 500 miles an hour, and the flight is just, I used a simple flight. Which one did I use? It was Pittsburgh to Atlanta to see the Super Bowl. So that's an hour flight, 500 miles away, traveling at 500 miles. I tried to keep it simple. So there's a certain amount of drop over that distance that must be accounted for on the Globetard. And that drop is 31.7 miles.
That's a troll.
of
He's
vertical
denying
drop.
a downward force, bro.
A downward force, bro. Number one, there hasn't been a downward force in 108 years. Number two, the downward force has nothing to do with
Your
when
feet
you're on
ever
the
get
plane.
tired?
I wasn't done yet.
Yeah.
When you're on
yeah,
a
you were.
plane.
Yeah, you were. Your feet get tired.
What's going
Yeah,
on?
you were.
Oh, I think I get your argumentation. Like, yeah, you're saying if we truly are on a sphere, then you know, well, this would be a denial of. I guess you deny gravitational principles as well.
No. Number one, gravity doesn't
denies
exist
things
to
go
begin with.
down.
Number two, number one, gravity doesn't exist. Number two, even if it
That's
did
what I mean.
exist, even if it did exist, this argument is over and above it because you would know that you're dropping that amount of distance, whether it's gravity or 1,000 trillion billion invisible three-toed gnomes pulling you down. You know that drop, but it doesn't drop. Stays level for the most part.
Gravity would make it more obvious, wouldn't it?
No, it has nothing to do with it. It doesn't exist anyway. It's non
No, if
sequitur.
it did, if it did, like
It's
when
non
you say you
sequitur
would
to
know.
my argument. It's a category error. I already dealt a death blow to gravity just 20 minutes ago. You want me to do it again? It doesn't have anything to do with my argument, though. Not this one. I've been on flights, and I know most people, well, not most people, but I've flown back and forth across the pond greater than 50 times, right? Most of these flights, 12 to 15 hours. I know if that plane drops 20 friggin' feet, I know it. Me, sitting in the plane. I don't have to be in the cockpit. Some of those flights, it was like simple cruise on just an ice bath. Others,
okay,
a lot of turbulence, right? So you couldn't really do too much of that. However, lots of flights were smooth as a baby's ass. And guess what? We weren't dropping shit.
Wait, but isn't this just? I mean, because everything's being pulled towards the Earth's core, because it's a large mass. I mean, like
in
this.
your paradigm, that's what you say. Yes.
No, it doesn't have anything to do with this argument.
Okay.
To keep
Can I show you the Red Bull commercial?
elevation, you would have to pull down. This has nothing to do with gravity.
Exactly.
Would the Red Bull commercial convince you?
The Red Bull commercial.
Are you retarded?
I mean,
Yeah.
Probably.
it's pretty. I mean, I think it's pretty simply showing us.
If you think we're going
the
to
Earth.
be convinced on reality based off of a commercial, you're
Yeah, the
fucking
Red Bull
retarded.
commercial.
Look in the
man.
sky or watch the TV. Here's my proof.
That's a good one.
Yeah. I mean, like, if you take a GoPro up to okay, so if I myself took a GoPro up to the sky and I sent you a video of it, would you then believe me?
What's the problem with a GoPro?
If I took a
Can I see Kev?
wide angle
I'm gonna call Elon.
If I took a
regular
Musk can
camera.
do that right now.
Yeah, no, he's roboting. This would be so epic right now. So what he's saying is, if I took a fish,
I mean, that was the Red Bull
with
commercial.
with me on an airplane and jumped from the sky and used it to try to sell a fucking energy drink, would you believe the Earth is a fucking globe?
Well, I'm just saying, like, they weren't even trying to sell like pro globe. They're just trying to sell Red Bull. They have really no hand. I mean, unless like, I don't know how far people will go to say like every corporation is in like some giant cabal. Like I don't know how far people go with that.
They're not. They don't have
So
to.
I mean, I guess if you believe that,
we don't believe it.
I'm just saying, if you believe that Red Bull's in cahoots with them, then like I can't really, I can't
No
point to
one
the Red
said
Bull
that.
commercial.
No one said that.
Oh no, I'm just saying it. Like if you do believe, I'm not okay. I'm not trying
I
to shove a
don't.
belief on you.
No,
I
no.
don't.
Okay.
Pause a second. Do you understand? Like, I don't know if you watched the Red Bull jump back when it happened, but like before Flat Earth was a big thing, I was actually really intrigued by this, and like actually kind of believed the globe story at the time. But I gotta tell you, there was more to the story than just selling energy drinks. They were talking about how they were doing research for having more like lightweight and flexible spacesuits for astronauts. They were doing real research for NASA and for freaking like space travel, where they were going to be having movable helmets and freaking like thinner.
Wasn't it
Sounds like they're
even
trying to set
called
up
the
the
first
mining
jump?
colonies. I've heard that theory, the mining colonies theory.
That's not a theory. That's just an abject.
No, I mean, well, yeah, it's what Jeff
True.
Bezos actually Jeff Bezos did. I think he did say something about like, what is it?
Not a
Wanting to
theory.
launch? Yeah, he launched. Yeah.
He launched. Yeah. He watched too many Arnold Schwarzenegger movies.
I've watched Terminator 1. I can't really name many of his movies actually.
Well, your parents must be prouder than game roosters.
Let's get back to flat earthers deny gravity. That's always funny.
Well, would you at least say the flat Earth map might be a little bit incorrect?
Which map is that?
The flat flight path. Well, I know there's a multitude of maps, so I guess it matters which one that I'm pointing to, right?
Well, they're all flat Earth maps, so
I think
guess
there's
you're
one.
I guess you can't
I think
miss.
there's one consensus. Yeah, I mean, I guess. What I mean, what's can you show me the map so I can one-to-one align it with the map I'm talking about? Because I don't know.
With the one you're talking about, you don't even know which map it is.
I mean, I don't know. Yeah, I don't know the names of every single map.
Well,
like Gen 2,
that's-
Gen 3. Like there's
that's on you
I mean,
then.
I'm just saying there's multitudes.
Yeah, multitudes, and they're all flat.
Yeah. Well, I'm just asking. Well, yeah, I know. Yeah, it's the common denominator there. Yeah, I'm just asking which map are you affirming?
None.
None?
Nope.
Oh, you don't believe in any of the maps?
It's not that I don't believe in them. Maps do exist, but I don't
No,
affirm
any
you
of the
said,
maps.
Any of them. The maps.
Okay.
That the is a definite article. So the maps, that's a contradiction in terms.
Any of the maps available?
Any of the maps available.
Is there an issue with my verbiage?
There has been since the beginning.
Okay. Well, I've asked if you affirmed any of the flat Earth maps
I heard
available.
what you said the first time, and I said no.
Okay. Well then, I mean, I don't know what to tell you then. I mean,
I'm not a cartographer. Or you're asking me to compare flat maps to flat maps to say which one's not flat.
I mean, I don't know which one falls into your belief system.
I don't have a belief system.
Okay. Which one falls into your knowledge system? Which one do you know is correct?
Well, I'm retired military, and we use the universe transverse Mercator. I use that pretty accurately, but I don't know if the whole thing's accurate.
Okay.
that?
Well, I'm asking simply, do you have a working map?
A working map now. Yeah, well, I use one and I worked with it. It's called the Universal Transverse Mercator. The United States military uses it.
Okay. So you'd affirm the map the United States military affirms?
I would
Citation
affirm it.
posted.
I would affirm it to the point where I've used it in the spots that I've used it. I would make that affirmation. Yes.
No, I'm saying like the maps that the United States military affirms. You would affirm all of them.
I just told you. No, they only use the Universal Transverse Mercator. That's their base map.
Yeah,
Okay.
let's do some Socratic. Hold on, friend. Let's do some Socratic. What do you mean by affirm?
You would agree with. You would support it. You would. I don't know what else. Like you would fall in line with it. I don't know. You back it.
What do you mean by
You're
falling in
a
line? Is it giving me
supporter.
orders? Is
I
the
thought
map
he was
giving
gonna
me
say-
orders that I gotta fall in line to?
I thought he was going to say hey, you're fall in love with it. That's what I thought he was going to say.
So are you
that.
just here to play like a Mimi semantical game? I'm asking honest questions, and now you guys are just gaming around. I don't come in here to joke flat earthers. I joke people who think that we came from pond scum. I don't joke flat earthers. So if you don't want to take this seriously, then I won't either.
That was a serious question he asked you.
You
Go ahead and
said-
ask him again, AI.
Yeah. What do you mean by affirm? And then you responded like fall in
Like
line.
you support it. Like this is what your where your support goes.
I gave you.
I mean, I think we all get what affirm means. I mean, we've faced like 3 years of being told we should affirm things.
It's an irrelevant question. Is the map the territory?
What?
It's an
Is the map
irrelevant
what?
question.
Right, so-
Is the map the territory?
Is the map
correct
the
answer is no.
territory?
Map. M-A-P.
Okay, is the map the territory?
Yeah. Is the map the territory?
What does that question mean? Is the map the
You're
territory?
trying to reify maps as if they are representations of reality. Reality is reality. Maps are maps. They're two separate things.
So, what maps are absent of the real world we live in?
They are
Yeah, that's
representations, and
correct.
then they have their flaws. All maps have
Okay,
flaws.
yeah, I can agree to flaws. Yeah, I can't say any map is 100% perfect, hooga booga, but I would say that yeah, they're accurate as far as yeah, you can go from where were the two locations you were talking about you've flown to? You said Chicago to some other place.
No, from Pittsburgh to Atlanta in my example.
Oh shoot. I didn't even get the right yeah. Yeah, Pittsburgh to Atlanta. So like maps, I mean if they're accurate enough to do that.
Yeah. I don't know if they were using the Universal Transverse Mercator. They probably were. Yeah, what's your point? Still a flat map.
So you affirm the flat map?
All maps are flat.
Okay. Do you
Haven't we
affirm
been
the
over
flat
this?
map?
Maps is gathered from a flat Earth. What are you
Haven't we
talking
been
about?
over this territory before?
Okay, so you do actually affirm the maps.
No.
No?
Yes,
Okay,
what do you
then
mean
why
by
do you
affirm?
depend on the
What do you mean
maps?
by affirm? What do you
What do you
mean by
mean by
affirm?
Why do I have to give a definition of affirm? Okay, well first off, do you not actually know by what affirm actually means?
That's why they've been
No,
asking you.
check this out, friend. What do you mean by affirm? Only you know the answer.
Yeah, I mean it in the most normative sense.
Or
So you
affirmative
can just
way.
take it as such. Yeah, I'm not playing games when I ask
Hold on, friend. Hold
about
on.
your
I'll answer your
affirmation for
question.
things.
I'll answer your question. I do affirm that they are indeed maps.
I'm asking if they're accurate.
They're accurate in the sense that they're created and practicable in the use that they're going to be implied. So I also was in the military and used the UTM map, and I navigated from Kuwait all the way to Baghdad. And they seem pretty
Okay.
accurate to me. And you know what
Okay.
they look like to me? Let me tell you what they look like. They look like rectangles and squares.
Yeah.
So you have
Okay,
phase
so is
lines,
that
right?
the
Every map there's not a map big enough that you can hold that's going to take you all the way from Kuwait to Baghdad with the scale that the military maps use, because we have terrain features on the maps that we can see and we navigate by with grid squares, right? 1,000 kilometers. And you can go it down to 110, right? So you have to put map upon map upon map upon map. And all you do is you just take out your next rectangle map and line it up with the previous rectangle map. And you just trace your lines right across. So it never crossed my mind once in any practical way that I was navigating on anything but just a planar surface with grid squares.
Yeah.
That's just my experience. So when
do
you
you
say
think
affirm, okay, that map, right, got me to where I was supposed to go, and it matched the terrain relatively that I could tell with my ability to tell. Keep in mind that they are claimed to be within 3 meters accuracy for calling in coordinates. But then again, when you call in coordinates, right, from artillery, you have a couple 100-meter swing. That's why you have to call danger close, right? So who knows, dude?
Well, fire for effect.
Oh, I would just put that in there as a side because there's always Globers coming in saying that artillery has to count for Coriolis, but they'd never actually seen a round placement from a large gun and how much off it is. Pretty laughable.
Yeah, they're numpties. So what's your point? That all the maps are still flat maps.
Yeah, but I think you can translate. Well, do you think that we can't take a circle and basically translate it out on a square surface, a square flat surface?
No, you cannot accurately represent a 3D shape on a 2D surface. You're going to have to make some kind of adjustment somewhere to accurately do that. I don't know if that's the argument being made, but yeah, there's always going to be some kind of distortion going from 3 dimensions to 2 dimensions. And isn't a map by definition flat?
Well, okay, we weren't calling out perfection because you're asking about perfection. I'm asking, can we do it enough to our capacity for it to be
You can
working?
represent it. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, you can have yeah, absolutely. The point is that, like, yeah, just you're going to have to make. That's why we have different maps. This is the argument that people make, right? Is that there's different maps for different purposes.
I'm just making sure that we're on the same wavelength because I mean, like, look, I'm an electrician. I can use triangles and make circles.
Uh-oh. Triangles.
Yeah, man.
Triangles.
Triangles.
That's funny. That's funny you would mention that because that's probably the most succinct, conclusive, dead to the point, flat Earth proof that we have. Do you know that?
Is it?
Yeah.
Okay.
Particularly elevation angles.
Elevation angles. Okay, what's with the elevation angles?
Well, you're aware of celestial navigation, correct?
Celestial navigation. I don't know what that terminology is.
Yes. Well,
Talking about like stars, using the stars.
Well, it's not only I'm using celestial navigation, but it's all elevation angles. But it's easiest this way. You don't have to be an expert in celestial navigation to figure this one out. So what they do in celestial navigation is they use elevation angles they acquire using a sextant. Are you familiar with that?
Yeah.
So what they do is acquire elevation angles. It's one of the first steps that you do. I mean, it's a rate limiting step. You need elevation angles to certain celestial bodies so you can fix your position. Now, what it does is it acquires an elevation angle, which is a right angled triangle. Are you familiar with right angled triangles?
Yeah, I'm very familiar with right angle triangles.
I'm not trying to be condescending because this is the same.
I literally am very familiar with right angle triangles.
Okay.
I'm an electrician.
So the elevation angle is the angle between the hypotenuse and the adjacent. Okay.
Yeah.
And they do it. They have a horizon mirror that make a right angled triangle all the way out. The baseline is the adjacent, and it flows right out to and past the horizon. Can you acquire an elevation angle with a curved adjacent?
Can you acquire an? Well, I think the issue is when we're talking about this is, well, you deny, like,
No,
the theory of
stop.
gravity.
Stop.
Well, okay.
There's no theory of
Hold on,
gravity.
You said
No,
you
no, no,
don't
no.
believe.
You stop.
You said it's wrong. You said it doesn't
You
exist.
stop. You are red herring fallacy away from this discussion. We'll get back to
Okay.
gravity in a minute. Can you acquire an elevation angle off a curved adjacent, sir?
Can you acquire an elevation angle at a curve on a curved adjacent?
Off of a curved adjacent, the one you're standing on.
Oh, so you're saying like if we were on the side of the planet?
No, we're not on the side of the planet. We're out in the ocean. We pulled out our sextant. We're trying to find out where we're at. And what we used is a sextant to acquire elevation angles to 3 stars. And we acquired that elevation angle, which is a right-angled triangle. So I guess it would be probably beneficial to define what an elevation angle is a little bit more than a right-angled triangle. Would that help?
Sure.
I think it would. If you're in text chat, I'm going to post something in there right now at 3 minutes after the hour. From Math is Fun. Radar
It's funny. I can tell you're military from just that verbiage.
Yeah. So angle of elevation. Okay. The upwards angle from the horizontal to a line of sight from the observer to some point of interest. Yes. From Merriam-Webster, angle of elevation, the angle formed by the line of sight and the horizontal plane for an object above the horizontal. And from radartutorial.eu, the angle of elevation is the angle between the horizontal plane and the line of sight measured in a vertical plane. My question to you is, where is there a horizontal plane on a sphere?
Well, I think the argumentation is that the sphere is so massive, it's illusionary. Okay, well.
Incorrect. That has nothing to do. You don't know how big the Earth is. That's another topic. How do you get an elevation angle off a curved adjacent? You
Off of
already
a
know
curved adjacent.
You already know the answer, don't you?
Well, I mean, like, okay, because I do pipe bending, so like, yeah, you use a flat adjacent. I get what you're saying.
Yeah, you don't. You already know what I mean. That we're not playing any games here. You know what a triangle is. You know what a right angle triangle is. You know what a horizontal plane is. You cannot.
Yeah, I know what the.
This is like when I ask you that question. If I ask a mathematician how you can get an elevation angle off a curved adjacent, how I get any angle off the curved adjacent, he's going to look at me like 35,000 heads, right? Because that is like dividing by 0. It's undefined. You can't do it. Therefore, the Earth is flat.
Well, but wait, hang on. Didn't you bring up a point? And this is just, I'm just throwing this in there as a potential, because I'm sure somebody else would probably make this argument in terms of degrees of accuracy. So, like, if you were on such a large spherical body that you have like a tolerance level that could make it so that it was approximately straight, couldn't you? Because isn't what you're doing anyway? Wait. No, I'm asking. Couldn't you?
Telling you. I'm telling you. I already know where you're going. The answer is no.
Okay.
You can't get an angle off a curved adjacent, and you can't get it 90 degrees off a sphere. You can't do it.
No, I'm not saying that you. I'm not saying that you can. I'm saying that if you were going to kind of how to maybe I want to phrase this more carefully. Because aren't you like you're not actually drawing actual triangles, right? You're drawing theoretical triangles based on these observations. So couldn't you have?
That's correct. Yeah, you're not drawing the triangle. However, you can't get an angle measurement off that baseline if it's curved.
But I'm okay. But do you not?
He's calling out specifically the usage of the sextant and how it can be accurate.
Sure. And I guess I was going a little bit more sideways with that. But that's fair.
Like he agrees you can draw a triangle.
Yeah, I didn't think that was a point of contention. But no, I see the.
We also have to understand that there is a distance between you, the observer with the sextants,
Jetty, you're
geographical
roboting. We're
ground
missing
position of
points.
the star.
Jetty, we're
In
missing.
some
you're-
instances, it could be up to a distance
Oh
of
my
3
God.
to 4,000 miles in the case of Polaris.
Jedi, you're
So
roboting.
that's a
Roboting, Jedi.
sorry.
Jedi, you're roboting. It's impossible to obtain an elevation angle. It doesn't even matter if you were getting one to a lighthouse. It doesn't have to be celestial navigation. Or if you were just trying to obtain an angle to like a lighthouse, and you're out on the ocean, you can't get an angle off that. It's like dividing
You've
by
enlightened
zero.
me now.
It's
Look,
like
I respect the
The
argumentation.
question is,
I
if you get
respect
an
it all.
approximate,
It can't be no. You can't get the angle. Go into AutoCAD and try getting an angle off a curved adjacent.
that's not the point I made.
That's the point I'm making.
No, I understand. That's already great.
You can't have it. Define a triangle?
Nobody's arguing with you about triangles.
That's my whole argument.
Which
Right angle
kind of
triangle.
triangle?
Say again?
Yeah, no, and people have granted it. I don't think anybody wasn't.
Well, then the argument's over. Unless
You
you
know,
can read.
I respect you so much. I'm gonna go, and I'm gonna be your opponent at Flat Earth. I'm gonna be your grand opponent. I will take extra special interest in spherical data.
Oh, in terms of triangles, then. So, what
No,
about
it's
the
because I
idea? Because I've
respect it.
heard
I
this.
actually respect this argumentation so much.
No, and I believe Jenny, and I appreciate that. And whenever I see kind of actual respect on either side of this argument, I always think it's worthy of lauding and appreciating. But yeah, I'm curious because I've heard occasionally this idea that if you were on a spherical body, that by nature of that being the case, measuring a triangle like on the ground, you would end up with angles that would add up to like quote unquote triangles.
That's not his argumentation. He's talking about the usage of
No,
specifically
I know it's
the
not. I know it's
sextant.
not. I know it's not. And I already grant. I know. I don't think anybody was like making an argument against that. But if people want to continue with that conversation, I'll step aside. I was offering a different.
I just want to say everyone should respect this man, and if anything, laugh at people who believe in evolution.
Evolution. What's that?
Oh boy.
Exactly.
Yeah, like I just jumped in here. Sorry, Quantum. Sorry to interrupt. I would say like I've listened to Quantum for quite some time, and like he's probably the most like diligent intellect that exists in this space. Like he's spot on, like
Well, thank you.
flawless with his perspectives. I've learned so much from Quantum.
I want to thank my fans. I want to thank. I want to thank my mom for having me. I want to thank all my friends. I'm just kidding, man. Thanks.
No, but let's be honest, bro. Like, like the work that goes into studying this topic, most people don't understand how much work you've actually put in. And like, I'm a researcher as well, so it's like when I see someone's actually willing to do the work, like I almost want to like make sure people that are like so quick to interject, I'm like, hey, slow down a second. Just listen a little bit longer. He'll explain it to you. And then you'll get it. You'll catch it.
Well, thank you. Appreciate
Really
that.
good point. It's actually something that I think is frequently a source of like a lot of like friction that comes up in these conversations because I think a lot of people who are on the globe side sometimes don't. If you think about it from a perspective of somebody who has never like a globe believer who hasn't engaged in the topic, I think to them sometimes because it is such a truism that they've heard repeated so frequently in their life and they haven't questioned on any real level, to them coming in, I think they can often underappreciate the amount of attention and investigation and research that goes into developing a contradictory perspective. I think it's a very valuable thing to recognize that for a lot of people on the flat earth side, there's a fair amount of time and care that has gone into investigating a variety of different topics. I think that can be frustrating, I'm sure, when somebody comes in, mocks your belief or dismisses it offhand, when they themselves haven't spent any time at all really questioning their own beliefs or assumptions. I'm sure that would be incredibly frustrating.
Hey, can I straw man your position for a second? So
How about no?
if a line of argumentation is that maps are flat, so we have to then conclude that the Earth that we're working off of is flat. Maps are also square. So is it a square flat Earth?
Wait, not all maps are square.
But they are square.
What are you talking about? I have a round map at home. I have a triangular map. I have some weird like pyramidal one
You
or
have a round map,
trapezoidal ones.
like in a circle?
Yes, I have a circular map. Why is that strange?
No, I mean just this circle. Like it's on the like the shape of the map is the shape of the paper is circle.
Like the physical map, right? The shape of it's not paper. It's a table, but yeah, it's a circular map.
Oh, you have a
But why is
table?
that a strange thing? Obviously, well, it depends on what you're mapping. Number one, it depends on the scale. Like I think you're making the assumption that this is like a full planetary map or something. Like no, you can have maps of any. Like why would it be weird if I took a square map out of like an atlas or something and I cut it into a
I'm
circle?
just
Is
trying
it
to
no longer
understand
a
what
map?
kind of map you're using.
Oh, I mean,
Like I'm trying to envision.
fantasy map.
Would you mind if I interjected? Would you mind if I interjected? Like, would we all agree that there's no way to know like the extremities, whether it's square or circle? There's really no way for our minds
No,
to
the
go that far
Bible
out.
says that at least this Earth is circular. At
I
least.
understand that, but remember the Bible
So
is
anybody who proposes that
Yeah, I know,
we would live
but
on a
like,
square Earth has to immediately be laughed at.
yeah, but the
No,
foundations
but
on the Bible are
saying
based on
the whole like
belief.
maps are square thing. But the maps are square thing doesn't make any sense. Why would you think that all maps are square?
Yeah, but remember the Bible is based on belief. It's like we
Technically,
can't.
all maps I've seen are square. So
If I take a map,
that's why I
out of an
believe
atlas,
all
take a
maps
page
are
out of an
square because
atlas.
I've seen all
What the hell
maps
does
that
the
are
Bible
all
have
the
to
maps
do
I've
with
seen
a
are
map?
square.
If I take a page out of an atlas, if I take
Bible.
a square map out of an atlas, and I
The
cut it
Bible is
into a
God's
circle,
revelation.
this is a different conversation.
Yeah, let's steer it back to flat Earth.
Yeah.
No, you steer back to flat Earth. Honestly, I laugh at anybody who would say that
You can't all
a
talk
square
at the
planet.
same time. It's not
But
going to
bringing
work.
it back to flat Earth, wouldn't it not make sense to like bring it back to logic and reason and reality, as opposed to like assuming what we read in the book is accurate, as opposed to like focusing on our
I'm not
reality?
assume it.
No, I know, but you said the
So this
Bible
is my question
says.
about triangles.
Yeah. God says.
So my point is like you said God says, and we're trying to say we observe.
Well, they don't
So,
want to steer
like,
to this conversation.
Yeah, I know, but like you're trying to hold a position that is not
Yeah,
tangible
God
to
says
any,
and don't.
but it's not a tangible position anyone else can grasp
Look,
but yourself.
it's God says and note right there.
I know, but it's
That's
not a position.
fine, but we're already
They,
instructed to
they don't
move
want to
on
debate
from
it.
that
They don't want to
topic.
debate it.
That wasn't the point to then talk about it again.
Okay, I understand. Sorry to harp
All right.
on it.
That also wasn't the cue for everyone to go silent either.
I mean, I've got to go.
Well, I was
just
going to
got
ask
home.
a question about triangles and flat Earths. If nobody else has another question, one thing that I've heard vaguely mentioned, and I'm not sure if this is something that's been brought up frequently or not, but the idea that if you were on a large spherical body and you tried to observe or map out, if you had like 3 people and you tried to kind of plot out and measure a very large triangle, that the interior angles would end up adding to more than 180 degrees. Wouldn't this be the case? And if so, like, has anybody tried to do this or measure this out? It feels like it would be a pretty like doable, like accessible way of kind of trying to make observations of this.
I've not done it, so I don't know.
Am I wrong in that assertion that if you were on a sphere and you measured like a very large triangle that you would have interior angles more than 180 degrees? Because I think that's correct. I could be very mistaken.
Hello, can y'all hear me?
You're coming through, bro.
Yeah. I got something to say. Since there's everybody in here. Just a quick message. So, as you can look around, the world's going to shit. America's full of pride and sodomy and homosexuality. So,
Going.
Well, let's be clear. The times
Any
are
argument.
always appearing. Times are always appearing to go to shit.
I
You
think
know
he
what
got.
I mean?
I think he got pulled out the chat. I saw him like.
Time is a
Yeah,
fraction.
exactly.
Yeah.
We knew exactly where he was going as soon as he started talking with the tone of voice that he had.
What was he
Dinner
doing?
for
I missed it. I missed it. I
Yeah.
missed it. I just got here. I
Yeah,
don't know.
what did I do? No, he said that the world now that the world has gone to
We
shit.
love you. The world is
But like,
Appears
but
to
what?
be going.
Listen,
Anybody want to
okay,
engage in the
listen.
topic?
Like, hey, you guys, don't jump on my back real quick. I just want to understand what happened right there. Like, so what did he say that was wrong?
Yeah, what did I do that was wrong?
Not you, dick. The
I think perhaps the
Talking
line of
about one,
argumentation
irrelevant
was
topic, two, sensitive topics. So three, he got yeeted. There you go.
there we go.
No, I spoke one sentence
Right, now that
and
that's settled and
apparently
everybody's happy and
I
we can
had a
all kumbaya, move on.
I'm only responding to the question that was posed before I started speaking. He asked. He said something about how
I'm
the
trying this
world
with
is
interior
going
angle.
to shit, and I just wanted to say it always looks like it's going to shit. This is not like a negative thing. This is a positive
Yeah,
thing.
it
Like
sounds like
people.
a feminine voice is trying to speak up, and I can't tell because it's constantly being cut off.
Oh
So
my
whoever
God.
that was speaking, your
AI,
mic
what is your
is
issue?
poo-poo.
No,
Oh.
I might be
Go ahead,
mistaken, but I think
Or
I was the feminine voice. I don't know if
maybe
he was saying your voice was feminine.
okay, that's better. It sounds like you might be using a method that cuts you off because your audio gate isn't strong enough, or you're letting
Wait,
go
can
of
you
your
hear me
push to
better
talk
now?
too soon.
I think the problem is AI. You're also
Can you hear me
Oh
better
man, that's
now?
robotic.
perfect.
Wait, who's the feminine voice?
I think that might be me. Can you hear me?
No, it's me.
No, it's me.
I can try and
I don't know. Someone else
switch to a
someone
different
else
mic,
could have
but
to confirm.
You're fine. We can hear you really well. You don't need to move close or anything. It was just a miscommunication. You're
thanks.
welcome.
Sorry, I just want to make sure I wasn't roboting or something. It can be hard to tell
Not a
sometimes.
miscommunication. AI for some reason wants to attack me.
Yeah, that wasn't greatest conversation starter, Lou.
No, I'm not trying to start one. Like, dude, if he literally tried to strike me down in one fucking sentence.
Untwist your panties, please.
Oh, it's my panties that are twisted. Got it. Or maybe it's somebody else's panties that are twisted.
Anyway, any questions, comments, concerns about the Earth?
I just want to say it's glad to see Jedi here. Jedi, how are you, brother?
robot, and probably. Apart from that,
Always
Yes,
a
you are.
always a pleasure, brother. Always a pleasure.
So did we just win the politics server and they have no more Globers who can come in here and try to argue? They all gave up. They're all too scared.
I don't even think I see it, Glober, on the panel.
The Earth is flat. It's
Yeah,
actually hollow. Checkmate, atheist.
Yo,
we're
debate me on
reaching
the
a
flat
point.
Earth. Debate me on the flat Earth.
That's
We're
why
reaching a point where like the noobs have kind of run through here, and they've either given up or moved on, like whatever. And now we're getting like the usual suspects that we get, like that we've ran through in years
Debate me
previous.
on the flat Earth.
Oh,
you know, I'm
Right,
not
which is
arguing about
interesting.
hollow. I believe that the Earth is hollow. So checkmate.
So, well, but I wonder. So, if that is the case, if the kind of the hordes or the masses have thrown themselves against the wall and been rebuffed, so to speak, do you think that there's potentially, and I genuinely mean this in like an open way, but if the goal, and I don't know that this is the goal, but if the goal is to educate people or convince them that they're mistaken, might there be like, or do you think that there could be like the potential for doing so, like taking a little bit of a different tack? Like obviously, the debate seems to have, if that is the case, the debate would have served its purpose. You know, people come in, they recognize that like they don't have the understanding, or like their arguments don't hold against the arguments that are being posited. So then the next step would probably be like, okay, now that we've demonstrated to you that you can't really defend your beliefs in a functional way, might we offer some kind of like a more
yeah.
I don't know, a more open or educational approach?
We can do that, but we only like feed off of our audience, right? And so like
Very true.
we have had these instances throughout here where somebody is receptive to the information, and we start going to more of an educational mode, right? This has happened. It's just so extremely rare because most people are on the defense. Most people are trying to like they don't really bring those logical arguments. They're being emotionally defensive.
Yes, yes,
And when
because it's
they're
such a
doing
deeply
so,
rooted,
when
you
they're
can think of
doing
us.
so, like we really have no rebuttal other than to try to point that out to them. And now we're talking
obviously
about,
it's a difficult emotional thing.
So lunatic. Sorry to interrupt, lunatic. So Fox, you know, if you were to be like master in charge of everything, what tactic would you use to communicate the message more efficiently?
I mean, it
Yeah,
it
I was
is a
gonna answer
case
that
by
before
it's
you asked the
totally a
question.
case by case scenario. So like,
So I was asking Fox.
Oh, so that's an interesting. It's an interesting point in terms of a case by case. So here's the thing. So I spend a lot of time. Like my interest is very broadly in communication. I really enjoy unpacking these debate topics between these kind of more deeply rooted, these kind of foundational beliefs, because I think it's that's kind of where you dig into the fertile soil, so to speak. And it's a really good question, and it's actually a very good point being on a case by case basis, because I think ultimately think of it this way, and I'll change the topic to kind of abstract it out a little bit. So if you were going into a conversation as an atheist, trying to convince a Christian not to that there was no God, right, or that their beliefs were false or something like that. If you just gave them a list of kind of logical defeater points, like here's a list of all the times the Bible contradicts itself, do you think that would be a very effective way of engaging and convincing them over to your position? I'd wager wager a bet that would not be very effective. Right, we understand this on an intuitive level and like from our experience in these spaces. And so ultimately, we can kind of understand that with these more foundational beliefs, they often are, if you think of them, even something, I don't think a globe, flat earth, I don't think people think about it very much, but ultimately, I do believe it is kind of like an identity belief. You have an identity as somebody who believes in the
Are you just asking questions that you yourself are going to answer, or is this coming to a head somewhere?
Yeah,
I'm almost done. Sorry, I was just responding to the question that was asked.
No, I had asked the question.
I was just going to say that
Yeah, so Fox, if you let me interject. So basically, I had
She's
asked the
having a woman
question.
moment.
I had asked the question and she was responding to it. I had asked her like if she were to be communicating with people that are trying to understand the topic, like how would she approach it? And I think she was basically elaborating on her perspective. So we were just listening to what she was saying.
Yeah, I also want to address it a little bit. I want to
Just
address it a
real
little
quick,
bit.
I'm almost finished. I'm almost finished. I just want to kind of close the loop a little bit. Because my point there being that if it is emotionally based and it is tied to identity, then you're correct in kind of thinking that every individual coming in is going to have to be approached kind of in a more nuanced way. You aren't going to have some kind of like broad universal approach that's going to, there's no like one lecture that will convince everybody over from the globe side to the flat side. That being said, I think that a lot of that work is done on the less on the side of the content and more on the side of the approach and the emotion. But I think that people would be absolutely receptive, more receptive to the ideas if they were presented in ways that gave them the ability to save face. I think that one of the big things in these kind of
Yeah.
debate centric areas is that by definition, asking somebody to concede a point or to like change their mind inherently feels like admitting like you're being kind of humiliated on an abstract social sense, right? So I think potentially if I were in charge, I think I would just change the tone of the presentation. There you go.
Yeah, the
All
thing
right,
is,
so that was a very
Lou, wait. Let me say something. Let me say something. I have been making her argument for years. I've said this 1,000 times on our streams. We've talked about this 1,000 times, and we have many different methods for dealing with people. There are types of personalities that take this super personal, and it's super tied into their identity, and so there is, like I keep saying, there's different keys for different locks, and you can't use the same method on everybody. But what we are here is the tip of the spear, and so what I suggest people do is just take what you learn and put that into movies and entertainment and other things that people can enjoy, and normalize this so that it isn't such a horrible dissonance for them that there is somebody else who believes something other than what they believe.
Oh, very good point. Models. We talk about this as social models. If there's a model in the social zeitgeist for somebody who is a socially acceptable, positively viewed individual character who believes in a flat Earth, that would go a long way towards normalizing the belief set. I absolutely agree. That's a really good point. Also, the idea of being the tip of the spear. I think that's an excellent point as well. This is why one recommendation I would give, and this is something practical that I would absolutely recommend in this space particularly, asking people when they come in how certain on a scale of 0 to 100 they are in their belief that the Earth is a globe. The goal being, ask them again at the end after they've had like some kind of back and forth.
We've done that.
The goal
This is literally the thing I added to the server. Like, I told them to do this 4 years ago.
Yeah, we do.
Apologies, I was unaware of that.
We do.
No, I love the symmetry between what you're saying and what I've been saying. So I'm sorry for interrupting you.
No, you're all good. You're all good. I find that in my conversations where I'm trying to convince somebody, getting them from 100 to 99 is the biggest step. Having them recognize for themselves that the door is open, that this is a belief that they are now willing to evaluate, is the biggest hurdle that you have to get over. And I think that that's it's an easy way of doing it by asking them to quantify their belief. Most people don't do that. They don't think of their beliefs that way.
Yeah, and also if you just ask them before and then you ask them after you've presented your case and it had no effect, then you know they weren't paying attention or they're hand waving it away or denying it in some way, and you can go over it again and help them understand and ask them questions. What is your issue with this, instead of just going to the next topic?
Right. And also point out there were points of friction. Usually, if there were others points of friction and you're still at 100, what does that tell you about your belief set? If you have questions that weren't answered, or if you weren't able to accurately defend points and you're still at 100, do you think that deserves some kind of evaluation on your part? I think getting a little bit more abstract sometimes can help loop back to the more practical, the more proximal.
Can I ask you this?
Well said, folks.
Like,
Well said.
so are you not convinced of your globe? Because what you're saying is like it's a little bit middle ground. I understand that, but most people don't offer us the middle ground. So I'm questioning your belief in your globe. Can we press on you a little bit?
You're welcome to, but I don't believe that I've asserted any opinion one way or the other in terms of globe or flat.
No, I'm just saying, like, you're giving us your arguments that you've just given are a lot more than we're usually allowed in. Like you understand? Like when you want to give us
yes.
yeah, so it makes me question how devout you are to your globe religion. You know what I mean? Like, do you really believe in a globe, or do you think that flat might be true?
I think that there are very, 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 very few things that I am so certain of that I would kind of hang my hat on them in a I am 100% certain case. But I understand that I'm the minority in this position because I'm somebody who spends a fair amount of time kind of poking my own beliefs with a stick. And I very much value consistency in my own thought. My goal here, and I do understand that this is probably not the main goal of everybody else in this conversation, so I will kind of take a step back in a moment. But genuinely, my goal here is kind of coming from a little bit of a different approach, right? I'm looking at this as a conversation about a belief that is deeply held, that is something that is foundational in the sense, and when I say that, I mean it's something that, whatever your belief is, globe or flat, it is something that probably influences and is impactful on your behaviors, that it makes a difference in how you view yourself in relation to the world, in the universe, to other people, and that has a meaningful expression in the way that you comport yourself in daily life. And I think that if you are somebody who
astute. Like flat earthers typically like are much more conscious to like everything around them.
and this is what I say all the time to people who come in here and get really nasty with a globe perspective is I understand that, and here's the thing that I just real quick, if you do, as people seem to kind of assert in here a lot, that this is a religion, this is indoctrination, this is something you've been fed with a silver spoon from your earliest breaths, so of course you're going to be whatever. If you believe that's true and that these people have been indoctrinated, so to speak, then you should understand on a more like intuitive level that this is probably something people have not questioned or thought about. They just have this reflexive assertion. And if that is the case, then there should probably be a little bit of empathy in terms of people being idiots, people having like a dumb emotional response to anything that contradicts that. Not pointing any fingers, just like abstractly. And here's the
I agree with that. I don't like
it makes it
I
like
don't like
from
the
my
trolling and stuff that happens. I
like
don't
I said
like
a little
that.
bit earlier, one thing that I absolutely think is like so laudable and should be prized so valuably within this community in particular, this seems to be a group of people who absolutely values examining their own thought process, examining their own belief set, critically turning an eye towards the things that they believe to be true, doing the research and like examining the evidence in a way that involves time and energy and effort. And that's something that I fundamentally appreciate on a very like deep level. And I think that one thing that bothers me that I often
Focus.
poke
How many
globers
hours of this
with is
conversation have you heard?
dismissing
Focus. How many hours of this conversation have you heard in total? How many hours?
this like tonight or in general.
In general, how many hours in this on the community, like in the 24-hour Flutter Discord and this VC as well?
So this specific VC, I'd probably wager between somewhere around 20. Broader flat earth versus globe, probably closer to between around like 150, I'd say, maybe maybe more than that. Actually, I'd have to be a little bit more careful with that because I do include it kind of more broadly in, like I said, my kind of set of beliefs that I think are, or sort of arguments or points of friction that I think are kind of deeply held and like tied to individual expression. But it's something that I
How
think
many
is a really,
hours?
I think it's, I just said around 150 probably, but I'm going to put an asterisk in terms of like not being certain.
Okay. All right. So that's
But
no.
that's just, and I'm speaking in terms of, wait, I'm going to be careful. I'm thinking
Because
in terms of the arguments, not my own personal investigation into the facts behind the arguments. I'm just speaking in terms of listening to argumentation back and forth.
I just want to say maybe it's because I just tend to always like the chicks that are outspoken. Like, but you are. I think that you are an asset to a community like this. I like how you're outspoken and knowledgeable. You're a little long-winded, but
Definitely long-winded apology.
I can deal with that. Like, you're getting your point across, and you definitely have one. Whereas a lot of people that come in here, they come in here talking without a point. You have one.
Yeah, a lot of people
I
can.
appreciate that.
I was just going to add, a lot of people can come in here and say like, you can be better, and then not actually explain or try to help them be better. And I really appreciate you actually going into that and detailing that. So thank you.
Hello.
No, and it's something like I said, it's something I engage with frequently, and I really value. And I see so many times one thing that really it and I know I don't know if anybody here has heard when I've kind of come in here and tried to kind of at points of high friction tell people to take a step back because I can emotionally understand empathetically on both sides. Like I said before, if you are somebody who's been fed this narrative of the globe from an early age, the idea of a flat Earth will of course seem to be something that is ludicrous. And of course, if you're somebody who's spent a lot of time engaging with this and has found there to be issues and thinks that there's like something worth looking at and engaging with here and you've done that, it's going to be incredibly insulting for somebody who can't even articulate their own beliefs in any kind of eloquent way to come in and like assert that you're the idiot because they have a different opinion than you. It's ridiculous. I think that sometimes there's value in kind of understanding the viewpoint or perspective the other person is coming in from.
Is the moon
No.
flat? Oh, the moon's not flat? Oh, the moon's a sphere?
Is the moon the
Dude,
Earth?
like, yeah, guys
No, I'm
that
just
come in
asking.
with these
Is
fucking
the sun
the
flat?
Earth?
No, I'm just asking a
can
question.
literally
Yeah,
just
I'm
be
just the guy
ignorant.
asking the question.
Is the moon
No
the Earth?
need, no need to get your arms all up.
Yo, is the sun flat?
But this
Yeah,
is
I don't. No, I
just
don't think so.
Why is it
So-
always Australians that ask stupid
Yeah.
shit like that? Are you upside down, dipshit?
Well,
Why am I?
real
How
quick,
is that a
as an
stupid question?
asterisk to the point that I was just making, I think, and I don't mean to point any fingers here. I'm on mobile, so I can't see who just came in and was speaking about the moon. But I think that we can all, or maybe most of us, can hear there's a kind of like tone of derision that's coming through in terms of asking a question, but it's being hidden behind this idea of I'm just asking a question. But I'd wager a guess that it's a belief that like, oh, of course the moon is not flat. Anybody can see that. You numpty, obviously, blah blah blah. And I think again, this is kind of like part and parcel of the whole issue, right? People coming in, you're subjected to a wave after wave of individuals who are coming in believing that they are so certain in their assumptions and so certain in their beliefs that yours are laughable and just dismissible offhand. And I'd wager that that means that anybody, the rare person who does come in with a genuine question, can be mixed or confused or missed and fall through the cracks. And I think that's kind of my goal largely, is to like reduce the likelihood of that happening and to capture the people who do have real questions and offer them a line of engagement or argumentation that opens the door to them for their own personal introspection. But I will take a step back. I appreciate the soapbox. Thank you very much.
What you said very eloquently was that his fucking question was fucking retarded. Like,
All right.
I would say
don't
bad
ask
faith,
stupid
but
questions.
yes. No, hang on. It's not stupid questions. Don't ask disingenuous questions. If you're coming in with a derisive tone and you're being dismissive, then that is disingenuous. And do not say, I'm just asking questions, bro, because that's not what you were doing. You're baking a conclusion into your premise.
All right, I'm going to ask you a question. It's the question that's going to start it all off. Are you 100% sure you're talking on Discord right now?
Nope.
Why
Oh
not?
shit.
Good night, folks.
The only thing I'm certain of is that I'm having some kind of sensory experience. Beyond that, I'm not willing to make any kind of 100% claims, but I don't think anybody wants to go into my own personal, like, meta-philosophical or meta-epistemological approach.
Is there absolute truth?
Depends on what you mean by truth.
Is there absolute facts? Truth.
Yep.
There's reality, there's subjective reality, there's
It's a
social
yes or
reality.
no question. It's a closed-ended
No, it is
question.
not. No, it's a yes or no question, but there are terms within that that can have varying meanings. It can mean it's a variety of questions packaged as one question.
No, it's
I was trying to
absolute
answer.
truth.
I was trying to
It's
answer.
very simple. Very simple.
There is reality. There are things that are in line with reality and things that aren't in line with reality.
Yeah, you're just obfuscating.
I am, but I'm obfuscating
I
the
know
proof
you are.
point. I'm not.
So does everyone else.
Fair enough. Very fair.
You were right.
Have you ever ate food?
I'm eating gummy bears right now, or I'm being led to believe so, whether I'm in the Matrix or being taunted by demons or poked as a brain in a vat with a stick. Who knows, right? Who knows?
Oh my good.
Have you ever taken a breath?
Man.
Oh my god.
So this is where you guys been hiding out.
I just Jera has been trying to speak, but he's roboting. So just letting Jera know you are roboting, Jera.
Just let him get it out, and then okay, we'll move on. Okay.
Oh, sweet Jesus.
Go ahead, Jetty. Go ahead and robot the shit out of us for the next 2 minutes. We'll be good. Go.
Meow.
All right. No worries. No worries. I'm just laughed in the back.
Thanks.
Jetty. No. Oh my god. Type in text chat. Type in text chat. You're coming through maybe in the rate of like 1 letter per word per minute.
You know, I would like to say this. If you can't validate something as basic as knowing that you exist or that you're on Discord talking to us right now, do you realize how that could also kind of, if you can't do that, how that would like render anything
Oh, but
that
hang
you.
on.
Sorry.
Don't rump us, sir. We want the cat fight.
I apologize. I should not have intervened. I should not have interjected. That was very rude of me. I apologize.
Yeah, just mute while
Trying to
she
make a
speaks. Go.
point. I'm just trying to make a point. I'm not trying to be mean or anything like that. I'm just being straight to the point. Don't you see how if you can't provide validation of your own existence, how any kind of other type of validating that you would do in a conversation would be pretty much moot?
Yes.
That's how I see it.
Yeah, I'm not sure if that was. Yeah, and the thing is, I want to be very careful here and distinguish between a couple of things. So when I say that the only thing I'm certain of is that I'm having some kind of sensory experience, what I mean is that I'm certain that I exist in some capacity. So I'm not making a claim about my own existence. I believe I exist in some way. But when I say, am I certain that I'm having some experience that I'm on Discord right now? Subjectively, to me, I would place a very high likelihood on the chance that I am actually me, as I believe myself to be, in the reality I believe myself to be in, talking on Discord right now to people I believe to be independent minds capable of their own functional thinking the way mine is. However, I have to be a little bit careful here because I'm trapped in my own subjective mind prison. The only way that I have access to the outside world is through my sensory experience. And I understand on an intuitive level that that sensory experience can be false. I can view things in a way that aren't in line with reality. If you look at something like that dress where it's like, is it blue? Is it gold? You know, our senses are fallible, functionally speaking. They're limited. If I compare my nose to that of a dog's, I can intuitively understand that I am receiving or I'm interpreting things in a very different way. I'm garnering less quote unquote raw information than a dog is. So I don't believe my senses to be this kind of like apologies if I cut out. But yeah, my point being more broadly, I believe I exist. I'm not certain that I'm on Discord, but I mean that only in a very kind of like asterisk kind of a sense of anything beyond my own existence. I'm going to have to kind of make some sort of assumptions about the nature of reality. I can use the fact that I exist to describe reality in terms of like the laws of logic. I can make kind of broad descriptions of things that allow me to build up from there. But yes, there are going to be axiomatic assumptions underpinning everything above the fact that I broadly exist somewhere in some sense. For all you know, this like look at the Matrix. Matrix is the cliche example, but how are you certain that you are not like being manipulated in some way mentally? We know even if you look at something like advertising, something as basic as that, we understand that we can be manipulated by other individuals. We can be manipulated by things outside of our own control. That being the case, I feel like it would be very, 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 very silly to make the assumption that everything we experience and everything we interpret as being in line with reality is in fact in line with reality. This does not mean, however, that everything gets equal weight. I can proportion my beliefs in terms of like the rationality or the reasoning behind them, the likelihood that something is or is not the case. And again, I understand I'm being very long-winded. I will step off the soapbox again. But yes, I understand. I absolutely intuitively understand that me making claims like that does necessitate some level of unpacking. and I'm not making any kind of assertions in terms of like, well, like, nihilistic, whatever, bro, like nothing means anything. I can just like sit around because nothing is whatever. That's just no. Nobody wants to go there. Nobody wants to go into like the void. Nietzsche can have his own fucking fun.
Hey,
But
let me
like
ask you this.
ultimately, I think
One
it's worth
second.
expanding and unpacking.
Are the gummy bears
you
like
kidding?
really high on THC? The gummy bears that you're not sure you're having, are they like high in THC or something?
I don't believe so. But then again, how would I even know that?
Could you
But it does
elaborate
not
on
seem to be
what
that they're causing me to go into some kind of like altered mind state so far, and I've eaten a fair amount of them, as the empty bag will attest.
Can you elaborate?
Oh my god.
No.
Yeah,
He's still here.
unnecessary.
How do you lie in wait like that, dude? Like it's like I forget you're here. Normally, all right, do it.
Yeah, I don't think anybody needs to hear me go on anymore about my own personal beliefs. I don't think that's the point of this channel, but
Now you figured it
Okay,
out.
Sounds like you
let
don't
me ask
have
you
any
this question.
beliefs since nothing's real. So
Yeah. So
questions? No, that's not true. That's not true. I did not say that I don't have beliefs. I said that I proportion.
oh,
Hey, I said he was going to ask something. Hold your horses.
let me ask this question now. So I asked the other question. Now we're going to ask this question. Okay. If the world is subjectively idealistic, then why the heck is there no demonstrable curvature?
Sorry, would you mind rephrasing that one more time?
Yes. If the world exists as subjective idealism, then why is there no demonstrable surface curvature of the alleged globe?
What do you mean by subjective idealism?
Well, you've posited the idea that you can't be certain about external reality and only internal reality is certain, right? On that axiom, there's no reason to assume external reality exists at all and that everything's only internal and idealistic, which means it exists as a mental state alone. So whether the earth is a mental state or not, how come when we go out and
That's not
measure
what I
it,
said. That's not what I said. I didn't know. No. Careful, careful. I did not make the claim that it exists only, that the external reality exists only as a mental state. That was not the conclusion that was drawn, number one. Number two, subjective does not mean subject to my will or my control. So wait, are you trying to say like if I believe the earth is round and my reality is subjective, that the world, like that I should be able to demonstrate that it is round because my subjectivity will like make it so?
well, let me put it this way. If it is a globe, you should be able to demonstrate that it is one, right?
Yeah, like objective reality.
Sure, but that's just like a
Let me
tautological.
put it this way. I said it earlier. So the world, like reality itself, like is objective. There's only one reality, and all of us can view that objective reality. Now we're all going to have our own subjective beliefs and ideas and things that, like about how it works and all that stuff. But your subjective idea about reality is not reality itself. It's like it's
There
only
you
one.
go.
Yeah. Okay, so what is objective is true always. It's not like you can just create your own objective reality. Like that's not possible. You can create your own
Right, so
subjective reality.
this
That
is
would be
objectivity.
that
Yeah,
would be a psychopathy.
everybody would be God.
God, this
Everybody
is
would
well
be God. Yeah, it's a strange loop that people make intuitively. And I just want to be very clear here. This is why traditionally objectivity is defined as sometimes mind independent, but I think frame independent or reference independent is often a better way of phrasing it, right? Just because something exists objectively, that relationship to the subjective interpretation, like you said, is minimal. Somebody can believe something, somebody can experience something that says nothing about the reality of the thing.
Right, but so what I'm claiming anyway, I'm not going to speak for all flat earthers, but what I'm claiming is that the globe belief is a psychopathy.
Or you could be more
psychopathy in the
liberal.
sense that they
You could be
believe
more
that there's
liberal.
wait, hang on. I just want to be really clear here. The problem that I have with that statement is that it seems to me, and I could be incorrect, and correct me if I am, but it feels like what's being said is people subjectively believe that the earth is round. They therefore like believe on like in an objective sense. They believe that their subjective interpretation maps neatly onto the objective. And that being the case, that belief mapping from that jump from the subjective to the objective is where the psychopathy lies. That because you believe something to be true from your subjective experience, I would agree with that. I think in a sense, but I don't need psychopathy is difficult though. Psychopathy comes with a whole lot of baggage. In this conversation, I think we can like meaningfully understand that like you don't necessarily mean that in like a man with a knife stabbing you in a shower sense. But I think when people think psychopath, they think aggressive murderer, which I don't think
but
is like
it
equitable.
doesn't
But I
matter
think
what
most people you
people
have to be
think.
careful with your
It doesn't
language.
matter what people think. Psychopath in the majority of cases of psychopathy, right? Most psychopaths are not murderers. Most psychopaths do not hurt anybody. They just right.
But I believe
That's
so. I
true.
agree. But do you agree that the average layperson on the street, if you
Right.
said that man is a
It doesn't
psychopath,
matter what the layperson thinks about psychopaths.
it matters if you're talking to my only point is it matters if you're talking to the layperson. That when we use language, we have to be aware of the fact that everyone is coming to the table with their own subjective meanings baked into every kind of word and assumption that's being brought. So if your goal is to convince somebody, if you're entering into a conversation with somebody and you're saying something like, oh, it's psychopathic to believe that the earth is a globe because you experience it to be so, that somebody's going to take that on an emotional, intuitive
They don't
level to
understand
mean
your
that you
meaning, but
consider them to be a threat.
they're also too much of a layman to understand what you're talking about. Therefore, you're most likely, first of all, A, never going to have that conversation with them. B, even if you do, they won't understand you. C, even if they understand you, they're not going to turn it around and say, like, I'm one of those people.
Which is why a different approach in that case would probably be more functional. And so this is why I understand here also, I just want to throw in here, I think that probably, especially in these spaces, the grace that I get by nature of being a woman, by nature of having a voice that is feminine, is probably more than would be allotted to somebody who came in here saying the same things in like an aggressive masculine tone. Not saying all masculine tones are aggressive, but if somebody who's coming
Right. The only
Yeah,
reason
you
this
might
is
be surprised.
is
There's a lot
because
of guys in here who will
Let me
cut you
get
off
here.
even quicker because you're a woman.
So Fox,
good.
so Fox, you're telling me that there's a chance?
What are you, Lloyd?
Yeah.
Christmas?
I'm sorry.
I want to just say a little bit here. We deal with the whole spectrum of the dark triad: sociopaths, psychopaths, narcissists, and sadists. That's not to say the whole of the globe believers are like that. It's just the types that want to find something to abuse, find this
the ones
topic.
who want to come in here and the
Yeah,
ones who
that's why
want
we
to pick
get-
a fight and who are very confident.
Yes.
Yes,
Yes, that's why
that
we
is
get
my
the
broader point. Yes,
That's why we get this tilted view of many of the globers. When you go out and you just talk to normal people, they're more understanding and willing to listen to you. Although many of them also have that cognitive dissonance. It's hard for them to come to terms with this whole thing. So of course you need to take it slow and just let people go at their own pace. But that's not what we're dealing with. We're dealing with the crazies.
Hey, Gemsy, that's some funny shit, man. That was a
Right,
good
so
one, dude. It caught me off guard.
Right, so let's deal with it then. So if you're uncertain about external reality, right, because you're not 99% sure that you're not just an experiencer, right, receiving subjective experience filtered through whatever, then how in the heck are you going to validate whether the thing in question is a globe or flat? What methodology could you possibly use? Now that's a stone cold, dead ass serious question. If you're uncertain about the validity of your perception of the exterior world, how could you possibly adjudicate whether the Earth is globe or flat?
Ask him what adjudicate means, Foxy. That
No
Lost a
swearing.
matter word for the day.
Foxy, have you ever been in Turkish prison?
Yeah, it's a good point. In Turkish prison, they won't let you out unless you can prove whether the Earth is globe or flat.
You ever hung around a gymnasium?
I just want to apologize. I just said absolute weasel of an unfunctional human. Anyway, I'm back. I apologize. You were in the middle of saying something and then missed the end of it. Apology.
You had to deal. You
Oh,
had
hi,
to deal with
Foggies.
a weasel of a dysfunctional human. What?
Oh yeah, just somebody being a woman outside. Oh my goodness, wow, just gonna be just the worst kind of a person. Not the point. Not the point. There's somebody who's making a point. There's somebody who's making a really interesting point about like lay people
Then don't
and
go outside in the dark.
this is
No,
true.
the point
Excuse me, how
on
do you
the
pronounce
table
your
is
name? Is it Falkies? What? How do you? I don't want to butcher it.
Fox.
AI is trying to ask a question. Stop.
you pronounce it as irrelevant. There you go.
It's Chewbacca.
There you go.
Chewbacca. Yeah.
I didn't hear anything. So there was like 7 people talking at the same time.
Right,
Yeah,
because we're
mute
just trying to
yourself.
tell you that,
most people
that we don't
talk.
care. Nobody cares.
Okay.
All
Fair
right.
enough.
So the question on the table is, if you're uncertain about the validity of the external world via the disparities between perception and reality, then how could you ever adjudicate whether the Earth is globe or flat?
Oh, well, it's just about
What?
frames, right? That you just everything. So everything, basically, and like this just kind of I think intuitively how you can kind of like make this jump, right? So you don't have to be certain. You just talk about things within frames or given certain assumptions. So if the world is the way that I'm experiencing it, then X. That's all you have to say. You just have to leave the door open. That's all it is. It's just an asterisk, excuse me, on the end of any statement. So it's not saying that you can't make
No
claims,
swearing.
but the claims are made within a certain, given a certain set of assumptions. Given the world is as I interpret it to be, Y.
You mean 99% chance it's Y?
Right. So
Right, sure. I mean, that's not even that doesn't even have to be accounted for, right? It's just because then the
that's fine.
hypothetical just involves the 100% certainty.
Right,
Yeah,
that's
you got it.
fine. That's fine. So that puts the arbiter of one's position about whether the Earth is or is not something beyond the realm of making any positive assertion of what it is. At best, it can only be an opinion.
But isn't that the case with everything? Like, what is it that you are so certain of that you would make a 100% truth fact claim about it?
I'm talking on Discord
Beyond
right
your
now.
own existence. You are 1,000, like, you are so certain that there's no chance at all that you are in the Matrix, that you are a brain in a vat, that you are being taunted by demons. There's no other possible explanation for your experience right now that you are on Discord. Zero, none, zero at all.
I think there was fentanyl in your gummy bears.
I think I'd be napping at this point. But no, genuinely though, I mean this in a genuine way. Like, I think that for me at least, I feel very uncomfortable making any kind of claims about 100% certainty. Like, do you genuinely believe that there's no chance whatsoever? Do you believe that there's a God, or are you atheistic?
So if someone committed a crime against you, you're just gonna say nothing because there's a chance that it couldn't have been anything?
No. Again,
No, check this out. Check this out, friend.
all of this can be held as an asterisk. I believe the likelihood that I'm experiencing reality the way that I'm in experiencing it now, that is the actual case. Because there's a very high likelihood that that is the truth. However, can I be certain to a 100%, 1000% capital T truth certainty? No. Does this mean that because, like, this is the slippery slope to nihilism, right? This is the problem, is that everybody, you hear something like this, and your brain intuitively goes to, well, then nothing is anything and everything is nothing and whatever, I can just lie around with my thumb up my butt. No, this is not the case. Things are proportional. Belief states appear to be kind of like yes or no. Belief states appear
But
to
to be
be binary,
fair,
but they're not
the
so.
only reason atheists aren't nihilists is because they're in denial. So,
What do you mean by that?
well, the fact of the matter is, if you are an atheist, then that is the case. You can't know 100% for anything, so you can't assert
Sure.
actually anything. So, if you're
Right,
as an
this is
atheist,
why this is
nothing
why
really
modern
matters.
atheists, right, but this is why modern atheists typically make statements like, I'm not an atheist, I'm an agnostic atheist. I'm not making a belief claim or not, I'm making a belief claim and a knowledge claim. I don't believe that there is a God. That is not the same as believing there is no God. And I also want to include the asterisk that I do not believe that I have the ability to know for certain.
Wait, Fox, you're Christian?
What, dude?
When
Can
did I
you
say
read?
that?
Oh, I
This
thought you
boy
just.
can't read, bro.
I don't. I'm not reading her
What?
thing. I talked to her before, and I didn't know. I thought she was an atheist.
No, I am an atheist.
Oh my goodness,
Oh, you are
dude.
an
Okay,
atheist.
hold on, friend. Hold on, friends.
However,
Hold on. We got to make a public announcement. PSA. Okay, she talks really fast, so try listening faster.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I'm genuine. I'm not trying to be difficult. I apologize.
Hey, it's no problem. I can keep up, but not everybody is as fast as me. So.
And here's the thing: is like ironically, like I'm relatively say 6/8 of the way through a bottle of wine right now. I'm definitely not in my fastest state, but I do know that like sometimes I'm talking at a rate that is like
Excellent,
vaguely
excellent. So yeah, cool story. So let me hit you. Okay. The presence of the mind, which is necessitated by the sentient observer, and the ability to interact with other sentiences on the assumption of the intuition that they exist by the conveyance of information, which must be present
Is he
with a
just
code
reading
and
stuff
decode.
off of a book? Like,
Hey, shut your freaking mouth, Bones. So anyway, that presence, right, proves the mind in the first instance, right? So the mind is necessary before you can even begin to talk about reality. Okay, consciousness is obviously and axiomatically the fundamental unit of reality. Therefore, God necessarily exists. He is either me or someone else. And that's just that simple.
I apologize. Would you mind? I'm so sorry. Would you mind restating what you said at the beginning because you got interrupted? I apologize.
I know, but some slow guy too, for goodness sakes. Dude, my dad was the micro machine guy. If you get that reference, you get extra points. Anyway, to sum it up, without putting it into a proper form, the mind exists before reality exists. Therefore, necessarily, God exists, and God is either me or someone else.
Okay, so can I try and restate the argument to make sure that I understand it? Is that okay?
Sure.
So, I agree. This is kind of what I was alluding to, right? This idea that the mind comes before reality. Your experience is the primal thing, right? You are having some experience. Reality, your ability to engage with reality, comes by nature of your having a conscious experience, right? Just that is just a fact of the matter. I'm confused, or I would enjoy it very much, and I would appreciate it very much if you could unpack that next step of consciousness exists, therefore God exists.
Well, consciousness is the source of reality, therefore it's the creator of reality. Consciousness exists in an uncaused state, atemporal. So therefore consciousness creates subsequent reality. So consciousness is the creator. So consciousness is God. Or transversely, you could say, or hold on. Or transversely, you could say God is conscious.
Sorry, by that you mean God is conscious or God is consciousness?
Well, you could say God is consciousness, but not consciousness in the loose sense.
The one thing that I want to maybe unpack a little bit there that I might not be understanding as well is the idea that consciousness is the creator of reality. In a subjective sense, I agree. Your subjective experience of reality is mediated and constructed by your consciousness. That was kind of what I was getting at from the beginning there. I agree. Does that mean, though, is that next step that therefore, if you want to make the claim that, like, therefore I am my own God in the abstract sense of I am creating my own reality in an abstract sense, sure, I will grant that, absolutely. But what does that say about your ability? Like, are you including any other individuals or any other subjective, like, consciousnesses in this? What is your relationship that you're seeing in terms of, like, your
Okay, so
subjective
after you
experience and other subjective
experience, check it out. After you experience yourself, you then experience the others through the intuition of the self via communication. Right? Communication is a specific type of metaphysical transaction, right, that requires the code and decode to exist at both ends in the first instance, right? Since I didn't create that, I know something else did. So I then intuit through my own rational faculties that I am not the greatest mind that exists. First, I'm not the only mind that exists, and second, I'm not the greatest mind that exists, and therefore I'm not the source mind. And I rationalize that also through certain experiments that you can do in tangible reality that will kind of lead you towards down the path that Mr. Berkeley did when he came up with Berkeleyan idealism.
Okay.
So standard idealism, right, before Berkeleyan idealism, right, is that all is a construct of the mind. And he rationalized it down to, well, yes, that's true, but with so many subjects interacting, what's the grounding mind? And so he created what's known as the overmind.
Right. Yeah. But this is the difference between, like, Berkeley and Heidegger. But this is the difference between Berkeley and Heidegger, right? Acknowledging that, like, the subjective construction of one's own experience and, like, the construction of reality with that frame in mind, even if you're including acknowledging the potentiality of, like, other subjective autonomous beings within that there's a difference between the construction of meaning, the interpretation of the brute raw facts of the experience of reality, and then the meaning that is added on to that. So if I, like, this is a difference in my mind between, if you talk about the color red, you can talk about the color red with regards to a wavelength that is reflected off of a source, and, you know, could have brought into my eyes and then perceived by my brain as to be the color red. You can talk about it that way. But the experience of seeing the color red is so abstractly remote and separate from the wavelength that we, you know, that we call the color red, as to be basically meaningless. You know, this is a whole game of, like, you know, oh, how would you describe what red is?
No,
No,
the internal experience of red, check it out. The internal experience of red is the meaning. It's not meaningless, it is
I'm
the meaning.
saying. But that's the Heidegger, right? That's what Heidegger is saying. That the meaning. So if I took people from two different cultures and asked them to give me the words that they first associate with the color white, they could be radically different. Some cultures, white is the color that you wear for mourning. White indicates sadness.
Right there. Let me stop you right there. Yep, let me stop you right there. So if you go to every culture before they've been tainted by Western philosophy, and you ask them, what do you associate with the surface of water? You know what they'll tell you? Flat and level.
Oh, that wasn't quite where I was going with that, but I appreciate that point.
That's where I'm going with it, because
okay, so let's go.
Let me tell you, friend, hold on, just hold on. There's always going to be a circle back to the subject of the room, which is the Earth is clearly and demonstrably flat and stationary.
Right, but here's my problem with that. So the issue that I went into with this line of argumentation, barring anything else, I'm not making any kind of broader claims. But when I hear people say things like, well, the earth looks flat, the earth feels flat, my senses tell me the earth is flat. My problem with that line of argumentation is that the globe model appears to also assert that you should experience it as such. The globe model says nothing about, like, it doesn't say that, like, oh, you should look at the ocean and experience it as curved. That is actually the opposite of what is asserted. So to me, it feels like a flawed line of argumentation, because this isn't the assertion of the opposite point.
Look, both sides agree that the Earth is clearly experienced as flat and stationary. And the globe arguments, as you said, are excuses for why that's not true. So the base axiom is of our experience is that down. Yeah, the base axiom of our experience is that. Well, you're breaking up, so I'll give you a chance to go while I'm not speaking. Go ahead.
Oh, no, I'm so sorry. I really did want to hear the end of what you were saying. I apologize. I shouldn't have interjected.
Right. So everywhere we go, down is down. Right, perpendicular to horizontal. Just as we experience, that's what you experience where you are. That's what I experience where I am. Everywhere we go, water's flat and level. That's what you experience where you are. That's what I experience where I am. And so along comes the globe with contradictory claims to your natural experience. They tell you that down isn't down, that down is actually inwards to a giant floating ball. They tell you that water doesn't lay flat and level, it actually conforms to the sphericity of an oblate spheroid floating in free space, contrary to your experience. And their ways that they validate this is by appealing to some logical fallacies, such as, like you said, well, the Earth is so big you wouldn't see it anyway, or I can't see the bottom of that object. Now, the reason why they claim you can't see the bottom of the object somehow proves that the Earth is a globe, because they claim that the curvature is a hump in between point A and point B that blocks the light from reaching your eye. That's a physical obstruction. They claim throughout antiquity that this is an artifact of what's known as a physical geometric horizon that must be at a certain distance. Now, the physical horizon is falsified in spades because, one, the horizon is never in the same location. Two, the things that are obstructed by the alleged obstruction of the alleged horizon is never consistent. In fact, there are supersediary observations by orders of hundreds of miles from what the globe geometry predicts. There are laser tests that falsify the curvature by 2 orders of magnitude.
Sure. So
both
I just
near laser test and far laser test.
So there are a lot of claims that have been made, and I want to just kind of go potentially point by point because there's only a few places that I think I would find a little bit of friction. So number one, this idea of down not being like down being inwards. I believe I could be mistaken. I believe that down is defined even in a globe model as perpendicular to the observer. I don't think that there's any, like, I understand that intuitively there's this like, oh, you're saying people are upside down. I understand that this is like feels like a point of friction. But again, this seems to me like a line of argumentation that isn't going to be particularly salient to a globe believer because their model doesn't assert that you should experience down in any other way than perpendicular to the observer. So I don't think that that's going to be a very like clean point of entry there. And I understand when you say that this is like, oh, they're kind of excuses for why your experiences might not be in line with reality. I think again, this is just intuitively going to be kind of a non-optimal line of engagement because if they are actually, and I'm assuming here that this is a glober who like has engaged and like understands what the globe model actually asserts. But that being the case, then like saying to them like, oh, well, it's an excuse for why you would experience it. Well, it's not going to be an excuse. It's just going to be part and parcel of the description. So I think they would find contention with that language, and I think that would probably elicit a bit of an emotional response and might be a bit of a derailer. That's a personal opinion. Third thing I would bring up is that if we are talking about a geometric horizon, I would believe that any like knowledgeable globe asserter would make some point
Hold on,
there.
friend. Hold on right there. Okay, let the majority, okay, of globe earthers that come into forums like this come in with an already predisposed hostility towards flat earthers and a derision
Oh yes,
for
absolutely.
their intelligence, intelligence and even sometimes their ability to be free people. For example, they change their screen names. They come in and change their screen names to imprisoned flat earthers.
I have specifically and aggressively like stopped conversations in this space to shame and deride people for doing exactly those styles of behavior. My entire goal most of the time where I'm in this space is to try and eliminate those points of friction because I believe that they're like not only dysfunctional, but in some cases just are obnoxious and rude and nasty and are not demonstrable indicators of somebody engaging in faith. That's why I was very careful to say, I'm assuming in this case that I'm talking about a globe earther who is rationally coming in good faith and is relatively well engaged with the conversation as a whole. And I understand that that is not the norm. And if I was talking to somebody who wasn't in that norm,
I'm glad. I know, I'm glad. So, and we understand each other. That's fine. So now that that's said, and now that we've recognized that we took a slight accounting for the fees of both parties, okay, the arguments presented in a logical form are excusatory arguments. That's the nature of the argument. They're excusing why the thing in question isn't present. So you could just take all of those. Just hold on. We could take all of those. We could take all of those arguments, right, that are structured in that way, and just push them aside, right? So let's get to the brass tacks arguments that can actually arbitrate.
Wait. That was my whole point there. That was my whole point there. Is that
Wait. Don't start your speaking in the middle of his sentence, because other people want to hear
apologies.
Replying to what you're saying. So you're being allowed to finish your sentences, but you're jumping in the middle of his sentence.
Very true. I'm sorry.
Right, so I presented to you at least 3 methodologies to falsify the claim of the globe geometry. One being that the horizon is not physical in any way, shape, or form, and that the assumption that I can't see the bottom of something is not a logical necessity of the Earth being a globe. Right. 2, that you can do laser test measurements, right, that show like orders of magnitude differential. And 3, that you can do long distance photography and see images of things that should be like a mile below the Earth curvature. Right?
Yes. And so this is actually really interesting. You brought up a couple of things that I think I just allow me 30 seconds to take one step more abstractly. So I think that these are very good lines of argumentation. I think that intuitively, it depends, ultimately, you agree, I'm sure, on who you're talking to with regards to like the globe believer. I think that attempting to, number one, an engaged, like a knowledgeable, well-intentioned, good faith globe engager would point out that with regards to the distinction between a geometric and a perceived horizon, these are going to inherently be two different things because we're viewing everything through some sort of medium. I think you're going to run into a wall of friction there that would need to be unpacked.
Yeah, that's the problem. Just a second. That's the problem. The geometric horizon then has never been observed, but they derived the size of the globe from looking at the horizon and assuming it's geometric.
No, they don't.
Yes, they did. Alberuni.
Is that the only way? Is that the only way that that has been determined?
No, they also use math and calculations and assuming how all of the light from the sun is arriving to us, when you can use different assumptions and get the same results on a flat surface. Yes,
so
they
correct.
did.
So here's the thing, and I want to be very careful. This is a huge issue. The big issue here is that when we're talking about, oh, you're making assumptions and then making a mathematical model and using that to verify that yes, but that is somebody who is actually intelligent and engaged will say, yes, of course. I'm not trying to use this as proof. Science is very good at falsifying incorrect things. When I say, oh, if the Earth was a globe and if the rays of the sun were arriving at us parallel, we would expect to see Y. We see Y, therefore I cannot reject this. It's the null hypothesis, right? This is the whole idea. Nobody, I think, if you're an idiot, then yeah, you're going to say like, well, duh, so that like proves whatever. Yeah, no, you can just obviously
this isn't affirming the consequent logical fallacy. You can say the same thing. You just say like, if my assumptions are correct about the light splaying out from the point source that we see in the sky, which is what we see, the point in the sky, all the light is coming from that point, then the Earth being flat, then we would see the same effect of the shadows, and therefore the Earth is flat. That's not a logical argument, but that's what we get from the globers.
I agree. I know. And the thing is that if you're engaging with somebody and that is a response that they give, that means you probably need to start over and take a different tack where you're starting from a very, very, very low level of Hello, let's talk about what it means to engage with reality. You're going to just by necessity, you're talking to somebody who does not understand the difference between induction, deduction, abduction. This is a different sort of conversation. But presuming that the person does have the ability to distinguish between these things and is able to form like coherent arguments along these lines, I don't think that somebody would then logically make an assertion that like, oh, I see X, therefore Y, like that being the capital T truth. No, the idea is, okay, I hypothesize a model, I make assumptions. I say, if this is the way things are, I would expect to see this. If I do see this, that means I cannot reject that hypothesis. That does not mean that that is true, but it is evidence in favor that it might be true. This is the biggest hurdle that people have to get over within these conversations, understanding and distinguishing between things proving things to be the case or things not disproving an erroneous assertion. So I understand that this is kind of like a wall that you're going to run into. But no, I don't broadly disagree. These are good points and good lines of
This is
argumentation.
not a problem for us because what the Globers claim that all the light is refracting around the globe to make the horizon, the geometric horizon, apparent and always changing. And so that's why we can supposedly see 10 times further than the geometric horizon. If the light were refracting for those 10 miles, we would see effects of that refraction. Refraction has serious effects. Different wavelengths refract at different rates, so we should be able to quantify this imagined refraction. But when we go out into the field and we look for it with infrared cameras or lasers of different wavelengths, there's no fucking refraction and the world is fucking flat. So
There's no
what then?
refraction? Hold on, there's no refraction also? Like, you're gonna
When
bring
Hang on a second.
the three,
There's
let me teach you.
Hang on.
When you have three lasers of
Okay,
different wavelengths and all three lasers hit the target, there was not refraction bending all three lasers, because if that was the case, then all three lasers would separate accordingly with the amount of refraction you were having.
Oh,
we don't see that separation in real life. The laser beams hit the target, so the Earth isn't curving, the light isn't bending.
Well, the asterisk here would be that by refraction, all good faith, intelligent, and engaged observers would say that no. By that, all I mean is that anything viewed through a medium is going to be distorted with comparison to like the reality that it is that it is, right? So like the only point air is looking at something through air is looking at something through a medium.
Yep, it doesn't matter. We already invalidated the ad hoc excuses that light is hiding the ball from everyone. We tested it with infrared cameras, which infrared refracts far less than visible light. So if we're seeing the horizon 10 times further in visible light, then if we look in infrared and the horizon isn't moving way closer because there's less refraction, then the globe excuses have no fucking validity in reality. I can't take this nonsense anymore.
Well, okay. Go ahead.
Shit, did it go quiet? Fuck.
Wait, yeah, sorry, somebody just said they were just going to ask something or interject something. I just want to make sure that they got the space to do that.
Did you understand what Dre said to you?
Me?
Yeah, he was talking directly to you. Do you understand what he said to you?
Yes. Yeah, no, I was going to respond, and then somebody had just kind of interjected, and I'm going to give them the space to do so, because I've been taking up a lot of the airtime, and I'm cognizant of that. Yeah, no, and that's a really good and interesting point. And I think, unfortunately, and again, forgive me for taking a little bit of a more abstract meta view of things, I think that when you're talking about this kind of like different wavelengths are going to operate differently within the medium, that's a really, really, really good, super salient point of kind of like evidentiary expansion, right? But if you're going to do that, I think you're going to intuitively run into a wall with like the limits of the interlocutor's engagement or understanding of like what that functionally means. Why would they expect, I think, a layperson, if you're just saying like, oh, 3 lasers of different wavelengths all hit the target, therefore, the distortion of the medium or through the medium is irrelevant. Like,
No, that's not what I said. No, you're strawmanning me. I said
apologies. Repeat it.
different wavelengths refract at different rates. If you understand this simple aspect of how refraction works and how light and different wavelengths refract, you can continue on with the conversation. If you don't, then I will have to show you evidence of that, like I had to do to this Jakobito Nia guy who doesn't know shit about refraction. And then, after you've done that, you can show them, we shoot these 3 lasers, and they're shooting over this lake, and this lake is too big for us to be able to hit the target with the lasers because of Earth curve. The lasers would be 60 feet up in the air, so they're not going to hit the target. And so globers tell us, no, all the light is bending around the globe uniformly. That's not how refraction works. So we test it and we shoot the lasers. The lasers are not separating as if they're refracting. They're hitting the target. So there's no curve deviating the lasers up 60 feet into the air. The lasers are hitting the target, and they have no excuse.
Well, but this is exactly, it seems like you understand, right? So the fact that you were like, okay, if you don't already intuitively grasp, what it meaningfully means for these to be of different wavelengths, then I'm going to have to show you and demonstrate to you like why this is an important aspect of this point. That being the case, I would wager a bet that if you're, regardless, even if there is a glober engaging on the topic who does understand the implications of those differences in wavelengths, the idea of what this experiment kind of meaningfully demonstrates is going to be so kind of counterintuitive. Like, you're already so kind of lost in the emotional sauce.
Hold on. Let me stop you there. So, one of the reasons why we're lost in the emotional sauce is because you have such a high tempo that you're creating a fog of war pace with freneticism. So people feel like when they're speaking to you, they have to rapid fire, right? You also interrupt people as they're explaining something to you to apologize about it. So that being said, I want to ask Allison, since she is an adept and astute observer of human behavior, to judge me on my critique of what I just said. Go ahead, Allison.
So to be fair, I just jumped in like 10
No
seconds
excuses.
ago.
No excuses. I want performance on demand.
What I'm saying is I wasn't observing. I didn't hear anything.
Fair.
But I will say this: as soon as I heard, actually, I don't know, is it Fox?
Yeah, Fox works.
Fox. As soon as I heard her talking, I was like, I like this girl. I like her. So I don't know. So that was my first reaction. I only was here for 10 seconds. So I can't respond to what you asked, Jedi. Sorry.
Allison, I'll submit to you that over the past hour, all the betas said the exact same thing you just did.
Yeah.
Say it again. I don't. Yeah. So I mean, whatever. My opinion is my opinion, or my observation is my observation. I didn't hear what anybody else said. Sorry.
No
problem. And I would like to, I do not disagree. My rapid fire pace, I understand this is not an unknown criticism to me. It is not meant in any way to try and confuse things. I do not mean to make people feel like they have to rapid fire. I will try and take a little bit more of a calm approach, and genuinely, if I'm interjecting to apologize, I will try and be less of a kind of like quote unquote active listener. It's difficult on Discord. These are things that I would usually signal through body language or something else. I just want to make sure that people know I'm very conscious of coming off as a genuine good faith interlocutor and not trying to like kind of throw some kind of, I don't know, just like lob things in and like watch the chaos unfold. I will try and be more conscious of that, and I do apologize.
Back to Tracy's point about the lasers.
If we are looping back to that, just to finish the thought that I was saying before, I think that it's a very good salient line of argumentation. I think that for most even more educated interlocutors, even people who are engaging with some kind of an understanding of why that is a meaningful point to make, I think that it still has to be made and presented carefully, right? This is something that I would highly recommend for like a Socratic style line of argumentation. Walk somebody through. What would you think would happen if you had these 3 different lasers of 3 different wavelengths? What would you expect to see on a flat or a globe model? Do you think
Hold
it would
on.
be reasonable?
Stop right there, friend. I'm only stopping you because I have a salient example. Okay? So, the military conscripted a university to do a test at 120 kilometers. Okay? From one Hawaiian island to an observatory on another Hawaiian island, where they had a 4-meter telescope to receive the lasers. They had the lasers on a gimbal, right? They're tri-band, so they have the differential of refraction, right? And of course, they're trying to make an accurate laser targeting system, algorithms, and all that for the military. That was their job. So they did the test, they got the results, and then they started crunching the results. Now, one of the guys involved did his thesis paper on it, and all this information's available. And what he found was, after the fact, when he was scrutinizing the data, he realized that this data doesn't fit the globe model. Because if the globe model of refraction was true, then the lasers shouldn't have all hit the scope. But they did. Right? And of course, there's implications for that he fleshed out. But this is an example of a person who went in blind, not expecting anything in particular, just started scrutinizing the data with the globe model that he had available, found it didn't fit, and wrote a whole thesis paper about it. All right, go ahead.
Actually, I think that would be a really, really good good point to bring up. That's a great example, because not only is it an example of somebody who probably came in with a globular, which I just love that word, I'm sorry, a globular assumption, but who through their own engagement, their own experimentation, their own experience, was able to kind of arrive at some points of conflict, some points of friction, and thus kind of engage with like a genuine questioning of their own belief set. I think that'd be a really, really good example to bring up. If you have some kind of if you have evidence, like some citation to back that with, I would think that'd be like a really like strong nail to hammer down, so to speak.
Wait, was the guy like he was just a part of the U.S. military? Like what? Like was he a qualified individual?
The U.S. military hired or conscripted, or whatever the term is, contracted this university and their staff and the things that they had available to do this test for them. So I want to say he was part of the test team. Hold on.
Yeah, that's another reason why it would be a particularly salient point of evidence. Yeah, because especially if you're including some element of kind of good faith, like, oh, I'm showing you somebody who probably, you would trust as a reasoned individual. I would think that would be a really good example to bring up.
Andrew, I wonder what would people do if I just walked here, bro? They would never seen a black person in their life, bro.
Dude, what are you talking about, bro?
What do you mean, what?
Listen, friend, I've never seen a black person in my life because I see human beings. I don't see color.
Well, if I walk down this town, dude, the people are definitely going to see my color, dude, and they're probably going to get afraid or interested.
Yeah, I'm so afraid that I actually have to... Listen, I'm so afraid for our lives in here, I'm going to have to kick you out. So there you go, bro. Goodbye.
See you later.
Oh, no, don't do that.
No, I do that.
Oh, please do it. Please do it, please.
I apologize. My traditional female aesthetic response.
I can't do it as quickly as possible. So someone's gonna have to tell me who he was. Otherwise, I'll have to do a bunch of work.
I don't know, but please do it.
Yeah, it's tough because this is the criticism that is most frequently leveled against me, that like the level of empathy and belief that there's a way to reach even the most kind of irrationally ridiculous individuals. Yeah, I am trying to learn better kind of boundary markers for that, because I do understand that there are people who just do need to be kind of or not the most functional in every conversation.
Oh, my friend
I mean,
Drace, can you post? Hold on, Drace, can you post that laser thing? You posted it earlier, so maybe you have it quick accessible.
Yeah, you want to get Indio's the Dayton triple laser beam test.
Yeah.
Bundy lasers? Was Bundy lasers? When does a ruler bend in reality?
When I shake it up and down very quickly in front of your eyes, and it appears to do so. Ooh.
Yeah, but that's not bending. That's just the optics.
Right.
Oh, if you turn it sideways and do that same motion, it bends for sure. Trust me.
Wait, hold on.
That's the point, though. That's the entire point. Your perception of the reality is probably not in line with the actual reality of what's going on.
Listen,
And
lady. Hold on. Before you go crazy again, okay? 'Cause I've been listening for a while. I'm not coming here just fresh. I had an hour. I've been walking from work, an hour listening to this shit. But here's my thing before I mute myself again. Yeah. And with all that, I kind of hold on. It's gonna come back. Give me a second, because you're so fast. You know, you start talking, and just the point just goes pop, pop, on its own.
I don't mean it in an intentional way. I'm sorry.
I know. Hey, listen. My question first is: are you a Glober? Or are you a fence sitter? Because it's not really clear. The whole time you've been talking, it's not really clear. Are you a fence sitter or are you a Glober? Because you're one or the other. You're not a flat Earth.
I'm definitely, so the only thing I can say is the experiments that I've done don't falsify the globe model, but I have not engaged with it enough to my own satisfaction to make some kind of like assertive claim where I would try and convince other individuals of my own opinion, is what I'll say, which I know is dissatisfactory and I know is not what people want to hear.
Let's talk about that, because you were in the other day and you claimed you did a Foucault's pendulum experiment.
Yes. Yep.
Oh, cool.
Oh, so you demonstrated two separate reference frames. The Earth underneath.
Yeah, I did one when I was living. I did one when I was living in Sydney, and I did one when I was living in London. I did.
Awesome. So that means you demonstrated two reference frames, yes or no?
Demonstrated two reference frames, and there was like each one was like it. They weren't in the same reference frame.
Awesome. So that would mean the Earth moving underneath the pendulum, which is kind of a problem because we don't observe this anywhere else in nature. The Earth moving underneath the aeroplane, for example, or under anything else that leaves the Earth's surface. You do understand the problem with Foucault's pendulum, right?
Yes, that is why I don't use it. I do not believe that it is proof in a particular direction. That was why I specifically did not make that claim.
Awesome stuff. So as long as you understand that it's not proof of anything either way, that's brilliant. Because the claim within Foucault's pendulum is two separate reference frames where everything above the surface of the Earth would appear to deflect for you, the observer, standing on the rotating reference frame. You understand that, right?
Yep, absolutely. And I think that that's intuitively, unfortunately, it is something that can feel particularly salient, especially if you do take the extra step of kind of doing the math and using the observations to kind of line that up with your expected kind of position on the globe model. I think it's something. This is what you always are going to have to be cognizant of with these physical experiments: is what is the emotional kind of intuitive response to viewing this. And I think that's a really good point. The fact that you were kind of brought that up as like hang on a second, make sure you take a step back, make sure that you're aware of what this is actually telling you, and don't make intuitive leaps based on the assumptions that you're going to kind of have a response to that with. That's a really good point.
Brilliant, thank you. Shout out to Timbo.
What are some of the other experiments that you were talking about that lead you to believe you live on a spinning spaceball?
I never said that. That was not the claim that I made.
You
I
said
specifically
experiments
said
that you had
has
done.
not falsified, has not, that would be potentially in line with both, which is what I find really, really interesting, and something that I bring up a lot of the time to people who come in, because there are some people that I encounter who try and assert the globe model based on they think, just really quickly, they think that the whole point with the flat Earth side is that, oh, you haven't observed this yourself, therefore you can't make claims. So they'll do something, but the problem is they're coming in basically kind of expecting a certain conclusion. They're trying to validate their thoughts coming in. So they will do some kind of, they'll make some kind of observation, they'll do some kind of experiment, even in the most kind of accurate way, but then they aren't looking at it with a real, genuine, critical eye. They're looking to use it as validation of their previous beliefs. I spend a lot of time, I spend probably more time outside than I do inside. I spend a lot of time observing the stars. I'm pretty good at mapping things out in a celestial sense. Those would probably be the majority of the kind of like observations that I would probably claim. But again, I do not believe most of them, I find really interestingly, can be validated within either model. So I don't think that they're very strong evidence one way or the other. My only point is that they don't seem to falsify one or the other.
Okay. So what's the strongest evidence that you live in
It's
a
a good
ball?
question. I don't. That's a good question. I haven't really thought about what the strongest piece of evidence would be. I might have to take a minute to think about that, but that's a good question.
While you take a minute, can somebody unmute Lunatic?
Where is he? He's not in here.
Maybe he got kicked out. Okay.
And just to kind of like, just to tie things up a little bit so it's not like just left open, I just want to be really clear, like my interest in this, as I say, kind of from the beginning, I think this is a topic that is super rich in terms of my own interest in having conversations that are rooted in people's deeply held beliefs. For me personally, my kind of thought, as you can probably tell based on my whole spiel about not being certain that I'm on Discord, if one model or another model is robust enough to allow me to navigate my own daily life, I don't know that it really matters for me personally. Obviously, I'm not speaking in a broader sense. For me personally, I don't really feel the need to necessarily like dogmatically assert one capital T truth over the other. I think it's far more important to use it as an
That's good.
example of like understanding that our observations and our experiences are limited, that our ability to understand the reality around us is limited, and that we would be very, very foolish to kind of assume that we know the way that things are from a very, very, very small slice of experience.
Well, that's the thing, isn't it? Like, you know, there's nothing in your daily life that would require you to live on a ball.
There you go.
Hold on a second. You forgot to say, therefore the earth is a ball.
Oh my god, that's actually so funny. Yeah, do you guys think, and it's like a broader question of the room. So given the fact that this globe model is something that is taught from a very early age, the word indoctrination is thrown around. And that this is something that past that point, past your kind of like third grade science classroom, whatever, it seems to not even enter into like why would somebody think about it unless they were engaging with the topic? It doesn't say, and this is why I think so many Globers come in here, they see the title like and they're like, oh my god, well duh, it's dumb to believe in a flat earth because like I know it's round, but they haven't engaged with it, they haven't critically examined, they probably haven't thought about it since they were in that third grade class, right?
Yeah,
So
well, look at the extent that they go to, you know, during school to explain to you where you live. Like it's not a lot, is it? They come up with a
right.
solar system. They say all these planets rotate around the sun. This one takes this many days to rotate around the sun. They don't show you the sun moving either. They show you the sun as a stationary body And
True, very true.
You learn the names of the planets, the order that they're in, and then further than that, you don't really learn much more about it.
And then from there, it's actually reinforced, through movies. It's the first thing you see at the beginning of every single movie, right? Is a ball.
Yeah,
And then,
Universal Studios.
newspapers. Your first iPhone,
Sure.
of course, had a picture of a globe on it.
Yeah, the newspapers are called global, or
Before we leave past this point, so when you're told the proposition that the Earth is a globe, you're not given it as a proposition. You're not given the tools logically, nor could you possibly possess them to scrutinize the proposition. You're given it at a time when you're experiencing psychological developmental stages where you're imprinting your psyche and your id with your identity that you're going to carry with you into your adult life, like who you are, where you come from, your language, all of these things at an early childhood stage, right, where you're vulnerable, right? So you show up to school or you show up to the world and you're just told blatantly, this is the world you live in by who you think are trustworthy, either your parents, right, who have first order proximate authority over you because they created you, or the people that your parents give authority over you. And so by proxy, they have the trust of your parents, and therefore they have your trust. That is why the globe is imprinted upon people's psyche as a measurable part of their identity, and they defend it as if they're defending their mother's honor or their own life.
Mm.
I believe everything you say, that all of that I believe to be true. I do think the part that's missing is the part that the role of people who come in and challenge that belief, right? And that too, or not. So maybe
Are
it's
you
an
saying
issue
are
of
you saying
not
it's up
not
to us
challenging
to
beliefs.
prove where we don't live?
No, what I'm saying is maybe with parents and things like that, we could do our best to not only teach them what we know, but also teach them to challenge what's being
Yeah,
taught to them. Ask
I do that.
questions.
absolutely.
I do that
I'll give
actively.
you
I
a,
have. Yeah.
yeah,
I'll
go
just
ahead, brother.
quickly AI. So I've got actively 3 kids in school at the moment, and I'm not going to tell them to learn. So I'm going to teach them about questioning things, but I'm not going to teach them to be outcasts at school. Yeah. So when they come back with all this information that I know is wrong and made up, I go along with it and I say, okay, well, let's look at the other options. Yeah, I don't say no, the Earth's flat. No. So as a responsibility that I have as a parent, I can't just say, you're saying you got to teach them this and that and that and that.
You
But
could.
like you can't. Yeah, I know you could, but that's for later on in life. I think anyway.
I
With
think it might be a little bit
way
later
of
on. Yeah.
with my way of parenting, it's when they're out of school, they've got their friendship groups. That's when they can start questioning things a lot more. Otherwise, they're going to be an outcast, and it's going to ruin their social skills and friendship groups. So because we are pretty much outcasts in society. So
I think I've told you. I agree. I've got a daughter, and I kind of like teach her the same way for the most part. Like maybe a little bit stronger than what you just described, but
yeah,
not all the way. Like I've told her, I was like, look, this is the truth of the matter, and if you have questions, come to me. I'm always here to talk to you. Yeah, but I told her straight up from the bat in the very beginning of school, like they're going to teach you a lot of things that are just untrue. Um, and she has a good head on her shoulders. Like she understood a lot of things. She had a lot of questions, and it wasn't like I forced it on her. It was that she had the questions already, and I started saying like, these are great questions. These are great things to talk about and to to ask and to wonder about.
So how are you
And
any different from Dahmer in how he poses questions to people?
are you a fucking psycho? What the fuck's wrong with you?
He is though.
Or who was that famous cultist?
Ah,
Not Dahmer, but
He's not a psycho.
and psychopath returns again.
He actually portrays a psycho. He's a character. He's being a character of a.
I think the word you're looking for here is trolling.
Yeah, he's trolling.
He's a professional. Yeah.
Yeah. No, look. When your children have questions at a young age, that are natural questions to have, it's completely normal to tell them. Like, instead of saying, here's the answer, and just because you have a question, you might have a question, but it's because you don't know better, and here's the truth. Here's what we know as a fucking psychopathic society. Here's what we fucking know. We say, these are natural questions to have, and I don't know if anybody really has the answer, but it's not weird to think about these things. Like,
especially to a parent.
Yeah, like it. I've told her, you know, she understands what makes sense logically. She's got a good head on her shoulders, and I told her that there would be people in school and teachers and so on that were going to try to teach certain things, and that a lot of that probably wouldn't be true. And if she wants to talk about it, I'm always here to talk about it with her. But I also told her that she probably shouldn't bring it up in school because that would be, you know, a point of contention. You know, like she doesn't quite understand that word. But like I was like, you know what? Bring it instead of bringing it up in school, talk about it with me. We'll talk about it.
Yeah.
And I've always been the kind of the kind of parent too, like that. I'm not going to just teach her my way of thinking. I'll tell her, here's what they say, and here's what some other people say. Here's what you're gonna learn. Here's what some other people think. Here's what they believe. You know, that type of a thing.
Presenting
And
both
I just
sides.
want her to. I want her to be well rounded. I want her to know. Uh, I want her to know how to make decisions for herself. I want her to know how to discern truth from
Yeah.
reality for herself.
Hmm. Yeah. Also, what my dad did with me was if I was asked, because I ask a lot of questions, I always have, and he would say, "Well, that I don't know. That's an empirical question. We can actually study that." So if I wanted to know if like you know fiddler crabs were more right or left handed, because they have one large claw, right? Each crab has one large claw, and I wanted to know, and I was in
Oh,
second grade or something crazy. And he was like, "That's an empirical question. We can study that." So we collected a sample of 60 crabs and counted and figured it out. So what it's like he took it even a step further instead of like,
that
well,
makes me so happy.
yeah, he definitely cultivated curiosity in me, and yeah, it is an empirical question, and like let's see, you know, we can actually look at that because this was a simple thing to do, right? All we had to do was catch the crabs.
Yeah.
Yeah, but just as a
It's
child,
not.
like
It's so good because that's not just. Yeah, it's not just curiosity though, right? Because I think people validate children's curiosity a lot of the time with just they're like, "Oh, I'm so glad you asked the question." But the idea of indicating, and this is one of the things that I try and highlight all the time to people coming into this type of conversation is like one of the biggest, like most positive things coming out of the flat earth movement in my mind is this idea of, you know, challenge your assumptions, question your beliefs, do the work. If you have a question that is empirically based, you have access to, like, you can do that. You can go out and test things and figure things out and experiment. And I think that in the same way that, like somebody brought up before, you know, past a certain point, we just tell you, you know, it's like, oh, the Earth, you know, this is the solar system, moving on. You know, there's no space left for legitimate thought or legitimate questioning in so many areas. And I love that story. That is such a great story. That makes me so happy.
Yeah, I mean, I don't want my daughter to believe in the flat Earth because I told her so.
Hold
I want her to
on.
find it for
The next
herself.
person's
Right?
turn.
Right.
The next person's turn. All right. Yo, it's a round robin. So, my turn now. So, what I did is I took my son to the lake and I demonstrated to him in front of his own two eyeballs that the proposition that the only way that things can disappear from the bottom up is because of Earth curvature based on a radius of 3,959 miles is false. And he witnessed it with his own eyeballs. And so now he's cured from any stupid retard coming along and saying, I can't see the bottom of the boat, therefore Earth curvature, because that's the only thing that can obstruct the bottom of the boat.
How'd you
So
do
in a
that?
sense, I mentally inoculated him. Oh, it's very simple. I just took him to a lake, right, that's small enough to where there's absolutely no way any geometric obstruction based on the radius that they claim would have any sufficiency whatsoever, right? So we can disregard that model. Then we can also clearly see that the lake is level and flat. We can also clearly measure the height of the ripples, and we could see the boat and the height of the boat, and we could get on the one side and get low towards the water. And as we start to recede towards the water, we can reach a critical angle to where the boat of the bottom blinks in and out of existence. And you can actually bob up and down with your own eyes and see it blink in and out of existence.
Yeah.
That's
No,
how.
look, those are logical arguments that you can present to adults, but to a child, they don't understand that. So, like, are you talking about inoculating a child to
Friend, let me be clear to you. He understood it. I understand that he understands it, and your
I
inability to
understand
understand that he
also when
understands
you
it is
call
irrelevant.
somebody friend, that means they're your enemy. I also know that.
Okay, cool, dude.
I mean, there's a time and age for
Any other
everything.
mental, any other therapy issues you want to talk about?
You can call me by name. You don't have to say friend. Friend means it's somebody you're just trying to sound friendly, even though you're not.
What? Dude, cool story, bro.
Linguistic conventions that are, yes, there's social signifiers and there are emotional signifiers within these conversations. I can understand that it would feel potentially like somebody is trying to be a little bit more, non-blunt with their speech when they're saying friend. I get that. I don't know that I would take that to mean the extreme kind of end of that
You
lead.
don't have to get involved here. This goes deeper. I've heard him do it many times. He only does this
Goes
to
deeper in your
Glovers.
psyche.
He usually only does this to
What?
Glovers
No,
when he
that's not
calls them.
true. Oh my goodness, dude. You wonder why you're always muted, so you're going back on mute, bro. It's
Oh
freaking
yeah.
ridiculous.
You're the one who's been.
No, I haven't
Well,
been actually. So cry about it.
Well, I would say I did the
Fucking
same thing for my
dude.
9-year-old daughter,
I know,
and
but
she did
I just gotta
understand as well.
say something, bro. Hold on, I don't want to interrupt what you're saying, but can we just knock it off with the
Cutting out a
data
little bit, yeah.
shit in the room? For goodness sake.
You're robotic. I
All right,
can't
continue.
understand you.
I'm saying, go ahead, bro. Go ahead.
Bad, man.
Yeah, I mean, all drama aside, I do think it's an important conversation, especially for parents. And I do like when it comes up just because my 5-year-old, when she was 5, she turned to me and said, Dad, are we moving? And I turned to her and I said, what do you think? Right. Because I could have easily told her that it was flat because, I knew that. But like Lou was saying too, you want them to find it for themselves. You want them to defend themselves eventually, right? And have critical thought. So it's very important. And I was actually kind of curious, Allison, did you ever ask your dad if the Earth was a globe?
No, I don't think we ever had that conversation. It was more, we did several experiments and collected data and things, but nothing like having to do with the shape of the Earth.
I'd be interested if you asked him now, because I bet he'd still answer.
Yeah. Well, what would you? So what you would say from what you just said to your child would be, well, what do you think and why? And okay, what part
Correct.
are you missing to that, right? What else do we
So I
need
mean,
to do to make sure?
she asked me
hmm
tons of questions, right? And I ask her what she thinks, and she'll respond sometimes, sort of logically fallacious. I mean, she is 9 now, but so I correct her on those things, and I go, well, let's take a look at that. Let's talk about logic. Okay, what's logic, right? And you teach them these fundamentals, these bases of reality. But there comes a time where we're at the beach, and my daughter already knows the Earth is the Earth, and so it's not really a big deal to her. Like she always asks me, "Why are you always talking to, with your fellow flat earthers?"
Yeah, I can
But
see that.
to us, it's actually the lie that is so important, right? That other people are being lied to. I hate seeing my brothers and sisters being lied to every day and making more of them every single day without most parents even really knowing. And which is why I think some of these conversations are so important, that we're taking that authority back. And we've been kind of blinded for quite some time into a society that was slowly giving that authority away, right? And I would agree when, my next daughter is ready, I'm going to show her too, right? Because my 9-year-old, she was like, let's go to the beach, um, I talked about the boats on the curve. She's already heard that at school. They told her the sun was going to explode. That actually scared her. She's actually told me she has friends that also know about the Earth, right? And that their parents know, and that they told them not to say it at school, and I kind of tell her the same thing. I teach her both models when she's kind of ready to hear the advancedness of the globe. And of course, I would say even like the advancedness of fundamentals, right? Like perspective or optics or refraction, right? Why we know it's not a geometric horizon is because it's not physical, right? It's an apparent phenomenon. So yeah, it's important to, of course, teach those fundamentals.
I have a question about one of the things you said. I love all of that. I love that you're engaging in those conversations. I have a question about the geometric horizon. This is, again, not my arena. I say it all the time, which is why I have so many questions. But when you say there is not a geometric horizon, and therefore, and then you said a bunch of stuff after, we can't determine this or that. What requires there to be, like, what would require the horizon to be a geometric place? Like, isn't everything, can't you create a geometric
Well, you can
I
model
guess
those things, right? Like we could scale them down, you can model it, because like one of the arguments is, well, you don't have a Earth to test this on, right? When we're
right.
standing on one, right? Of course, the same one, right? Um,
Hmm.
but what I'm trying to say is the optical phenomenon that's present is a horizon, right? It's horizontal, and it's even the way that we calculate perspective, right? And use the laws of reflection to actually test and grade our optics, right? So that we can actually
Sure.
use them and at different angular resolutions. And it's a really good point that I know is a hard pill for a lot of people to understand, is how did we get it in the first place, right? How do we get this claimed geometry, right, that we can even test for now and know that it's globe falsified, right? I mean, that just wrapping your mind around where did they get this assumed radius? And you find that, there's old stories of Eratosthenes and Alberuni and all these people that assumed certain elements to come to a measurement claim, right? Even though it's not a direct demonstration of measurement, right? So, I mean, don't get me wrong, there's a lot of misinformation out there saying that, well, no, it is a globe, right? And of course, you take that as a kid, and especially even maybe an unaware parent, and you teach that to your kid. You're not lying. That's just what you were told, right? I don't think a lot of people think that they're doing something fallacious, but when it comes to like refraction, right? It actually, that's the flat earthers' claim that we said, look, right? This would have to mean that if it was a physical geometric horizon, that it could not change, right? Because that would mean the ball was inflating and deflating all the time. But, we do have air turbulence, right? There are a lot of things, especially at greater distances, that mess with the light between the camera and the object in question. However, in the instances like Black Swan, the horizon is actually behind the distance markators, right? Like, and that's really eye opening, and for some people can instantly trigger cognitive dissonance. I've seen it in friends. I've seen it in lots of people, right? So it's definitely not new to a lot of people here, right? And we definitely understand almost point by point. You can hear it in the person's voice, right? It's that we falsified the globe's model many times, right? To the point to where it's not even really a scientific model. We hear that thrown around a lot too.
Here's my thing with that is that I mean, just through graduate school and things, it's like you are taught to be critical. You're taught to poke holes in theories, poke holes in even outcomes of very well developed experiments and methodology. You poke holes and stuff. You're the biggest critic.
Absolutely.
But at the same time, you're also taught, have you figured out a better way to explain this? And so that is my biggest hang up with this, because I actually don't care it doesn't affect my life, the shape of the earth, so to speak. But I do think
Yeah, it
that
doesn't change if you wake up tomorrow and you're like, oh, maybe it is
right,
flat. It didn't change
right.
outside. It changed you, right? You're no longer
So
believing the
yeah.
lie.
Well, yeah. So I guess yeah. So you get my point.
An irrelevant lie. It doesn't matter if the earth is flat or not to my life.
Yes.
So even
How
if
do
I
you know
believe
something that you
believe
don't
a lie or don't
know?
believe a lie, it's not impacting my life.
How
Yeah, I'm
would you
not
know
gonna get
something
into the
that you
how do you
don't
know
know?
fucking yeah, okay. How do you know that like that's even a thing? We're done. Okay. Thanks for playing. Try again tomorrow.
Nice dodging.
Yeah.
Keep coping, man.
Get wrecked.
If it doesn't matter, why do they push the globe so much in TV, education? They push it everywhere. It's like all over your face,
No,
24/7,
no, they
24/7
don't. They
globe
don't
everywhere.
actually. Yeah, they don't.
24/7 globe. You must believe it. You
Literally
must believe it.
everywhere.
They take 85 million a day, and it
Again,
doesn't
like
matter
I
to
said,
Last
them.
if you
time that
have a
somebody
better
told you you must
model,
believe, except on the Discord 24/7 Flat Earth channel, that somebody came along and told you must believe the Earth is round.
Why do you have
Galileo.
to believe if it is? Why would you have to believe?
Dude,
Beliefs are for
that's not even
religion.
what they just said, brother. Yeah, but that's not even what they just said. You're
Oh
miscategorizing
well,
what just happened.
then please reframe it. Like he said, then why are they always pushing it that you must believe the globe is round?
What?
Okay.
what I was saying
That's not
is,
what he
all I
said.
was trying to say,
Were you
all I
here?
was trying,
Hold
They
on,
do put it
friend.
at the beginning
Hold
of
on.
every
Listen, this is what
movie.
I'll do. Hold on. This is what I'll do. I'll go on mute and I'll go search the stream and see what happens.
No,
And I'll
he
report back.
said that it doesn't matter to his life, and I said, why do they have to push the globe on the other side? And it's everywhere they push the globe, like you
Well, he
must
did say
believe
that.
it.
Exactly. Right. Exactly. He did
Yeah,
say
like
that.
when we
okay, so
when
let
we
me ask
okay
you
whatever
this.
okay whatever, but like when people come in here and question the panel and they say, "You guys don't believe in the globe? Are you retarded?"
Nobody
Right.
said
This is
that.
what I was
I was
no,
just,
but this is what I was speaking to earlier. The idea that somebody who has been served this information as such a truism dogmatically from an early age, I think intuitively is going to have an emotional response or an emotional rejection to the idea of flat earthers in any serious, meaningful sense. So I would assume that the majority of people coming in are not coming in from a reasoned position of, I've examined the evidence on both sides and have concluded that the earth is a globe. They're coming in, oh, I know it's a globe. You are delusional, idiotic, stupid, laughable, etc., for believing otherwise, which, when you are somebody on the other side who has engaged with this topic in a meaningful way, is obviously going to feel particularly insulting and derisive.
Well, you got to remember there's a lot of disinformation about flat Earth as well, especially 2015
Very
and
good
on.
point.
So a
Very
lot of
good
these
point.
guys, they've only seen Professor Dave and stuff that has smeared flat Earth, and then looked into the globe model is hilarious, right? We ask these guys what the radius is, and we often have to teach them what the globe model even claims or says. They don't even know.
That's why way
let me,
back,
can
I was thinking it
I,
might be an interesting thing to kind of turn tack and look towards a more educational view of, oh, you're coming in, oh, you don't know what the radius is? Okay, you know what I mean? But it's just a tone thing, and Discord is not really meant for that kind of tone, so I understand the limitations of the space.
Sure, but my point is, you know, it's there. Like, I mean, like Jim C was saying, why do they push it? And it is pushed, right? And I mean, just look at any logo of any major
Well,
company.
why do you think? Why do you think?
Why do I think what?
So what I was going back to, like, my point, is
Sure.
that how we study things, we're critical of things, we're skeptical of things, we try to poke holes in it. If you, you know, if you are being critical of something, you being critical is easy, and that's kind of a weak thing considered in, like, academia. But if you can criticize something and come up with a better way, that's what you're pushed to do.
Well, in terms
Otherwise,
of a
don't even
process or
say.
method, sure. But when it
Well,
comes to measuring objective reality, it's actually quite simple. And I got to tell you, myself included, I started as a glober, right? 99% of us, I would say, do start as globers. I've only met maybe one, even in our server, that really
but
did
go back
learn
to
at a
the
very
part where
early age. But
go back to the part where so you did you created a model, a better model.
well, I started looking at the globe more skeptically, right? And started testing
Sure.
things for myself. In fact, it started when I was in my master's program for architecture. And we were designing a house in which we had to study the violet hours of sun and moonlight. So I went above and beyond and started getting the temperature readings. I started time lapsing both the sun and the
Cool.
moon. And I had
Yeah.
questions for my professors that weren't answered, right? Like, I still don't really understand to this day why the moon can look super moon, right, at the horizon. I mean, clearly I would say some sort of optical phenomenon, but you know, at the same time, I was doing the same thing globers do today. I was looking at the sky, right? It wasn't actually until maybe about a year later that I did my beach observations in the Gulf of
Wait,
Mexico.
so you believe the Earth is flat?
I don't believe the Earth is flat. I know it is, and measures and is
Okay,
used.
so how does
flat.
That's
so
an
now how
unusual
does a
claim,
satellite
Ryan.
revolve around the Earth? How does a satellite revolve around the Earth? How does it orbit?
Have
You
you
want a
ever
funny
seen
answer?
quantum elevation?
Can I get the real answer for that?
That's not a thing.
Well, say you went to school and got a master's in like rocket like science, like rocket engine, like and like you understood like the science.
All right, there was a question on the table already, and towards our friend that wants to reply flat level water. So, what was the question? Satellites is the question or something? Go ahead.
Yes. So how does it, if the Earth is flat, how does a satellite orbit around the Earth?
Does
It doesn't.
Does
I
it?
mean, if it did orbit around, say, a flat plane, hypothetically and speculatively, I would say you could achieve the exact same thing with a balloon with some technology attached to it. Do you remember seeing that about a couple months ago?
Yeah.
Where everybody was like, "Oh my gosh, there's this satellite." I mean, balloon with surveillance, right? It was clearly a satellite technology being
Satellites
held
do
by
orbit around the
balloons.
Earth, though.
Another fact you should look into is that who consumes and purchases the most helium on Earth? It would have to be NASA, right? Why do they need all this
My point,
helium?
though. Satellites do orbit around the Earth, though.
What would be your evidence that you would present if you were going to kind of back up that claim?
Low Earth orbit satellites.
Just saying what they are, though, isn't really very helpful. No, like, and I'm coming from a very like genuine position here. Like, if you're thinking about this in terms of like your goal is to convince somebody that your point is correct, you're asserting that there's satellites that orbit the globe. What is your best piece of evidence to demonstrate that fact?
So my best piece of evidence to what do you want me to explain? Like,
You believe that wait, hang on, just for a quick sec. Imagine, like, take the mind of the other side. So somebody who doesn't believe the same kind of set of beliefs that you do, to them, just saying something like, well, obviously, it feels obvious to you that satellites are orbiting the Earth. This feels like just a thing that just is. From the other perspective, you're going to have to actually take a step back. There's a whole bunch of underpinning assumptions that are validating that claim. So kind of start from the beginning, take a step back.
Well, it's
You
not
want to
really
convince somebody.
assumptions. It's facts. It's facts. It's not
Wait.
assumptions.
Within the argument, if the other person doesn't believe it, you're coming from your perspective. Try and hold on to the other person's perspective.
It's not
Yeah,
true.
but you need to
Basing it
wait.
off facts. You're basing it off
You need to
something
right.
else.
So if it's fact, it should be something. And genuinely, I know that you don't know me at all, but genuinely, I'm truly coming from like an empathetic, supportive side here. If you want to show that to somebody, if you want to convince somebody that that's true, how are you going to go about doing it? So to you, it's like you're just describing the facts, right? And I totally get that. But from their perspective, you need to justify that in like a meaningful way. So start from the beginning, justify the idea that there are satellites rotating.
Oh, I mean, they.
Sounds like you may be roboting.
No, he's not. He's just stuttering because he can't figure out how to answer the question.
Actually, it might be his satellite
How do you
connection.
know?
I mean, you can start from like the rocket science that like launches the satellites.
How they get the radius to get that thing in orbit, or to make the calculation.
Wait, hang on. If we're gonna be a little bit patient with him, because I'm asking him to take a big step back for his like original line of argumentation.
Sure. How do you know satellites exist?
I mean, photographic evidence, like
They put cameras.
What about like when it's like
So
like satellites? You know, it's live.
So the
beam.
difficulty you're going to run into with that type of evidence is that it's by nature, not only is it secondhand, but I'm sure even disregarding any type of like modern recent steps into AI generation, I'm sure you can understand that, like, that if somebody presented you, let's say somebody presented you with a photo of like Barack Obama without his clothes on, and under his clothes he was just like I got to be really careful here. His skin was neon green under his suit, like his hands, everything you see normally is like normal human color, but then like under his clothes he's like neon green. You would immediately dismiss that and be like, okay, even if it looks super hypo photo real, you would have a lot of questions about that, right? One piece of photographic evidence, I'm not saying there's only one piece, but you can understand intuitively that, like, to somebody who doesn't hold the beliefs that you do, it's easy, and this is the kind of trick, right? Evidence that is, like, affirming your opinion is going to be a whole lot easier to produce than evidence that is, like, if you're trying to convince somebody who's holding an opposite perspective. So photographic evidence is...
Interrupt?
I think I muted.
Oh, okay, but the photographic evidence comes from a source. It comes from whoever's operating, the telescope. I mean, not the telescope, the satellite. So I don't see how it would really, how you would not believe that. Really,
Well, they
I
were
don't
saying
know.
it's secondhand.
Well, you'd have to take somebody else's word for it.
Yeah, so
wouldn't you?
I have a question. So like imagine like later on in life, like you are given the opportunity to like fly into like outer space. Like would that potentially like make you a believer like the Earth could be actually round? Or do you
No,
be
because
skeptical
that's
still
the
then?
second thermodynamics law violation. Can't go
But also,
into something that doesn't
nobody's.
exist.
My bad, bro. Nobody's denying high altitude balloons and photograph from high levels of the medium that we're in. So yeah, we're getting photographs, and you're saying what? That because you're getting high altitude photograph, that determines that you live on a spinning globe in a second law thermodynamics violation. That
Well,
will be
the
impossible.
photos and videos of Earth from space show it as a sphere, as a sphere. So
You said yourself that they come from
I
low
mean, that's
Earth.
just how it looks like.
Low Earth.
That's just from my perception.
That's
I
not
don't know
high
how.
enough to show you any curvature. And if the thing
It is though. It is.
curvature, if the thing in question, if the curvature, wouldn't you go to the thing in question, like the Earth, to measure that, or the waters across it, to check the curvature and to verify that the photograph that you're looking at of with curvature that curvature is actually present in reality and it's not like an optic thing that you're looking at? Is that a valid question? So you're saying that the thing you look at in the photograph or the image, it's curving, right? Sometimes you can see some of the photograph and it's gonna look not curving or concave curving instead of convex like a ball. It will be concave like you're inside of the ball. So you get evidence. If you're gonna use a photograph as evidence, you have evidence for multiple shapes: concave, not curving like horizontal plane, or convex. So which one is which one is it? You have to go to the thing in question and measure that directly, and then you might
This
get the
is the yeah. Photographic evidence, you're going to run into these types of problems, right? And again, I'll kind of I understand that from an intuitive level coming from your position, it feels like this is really, really strong evidence because it validates the assumptions coming in. But this is when you're talking to somebody who doesn't share that same set of beliefs, it can be difficult sometimes to remember, like maintain that frame of reference. But photographic evidence like that, I think you're going to have a fair amount of pushback pretty consistently in these arguments.
Right. So hold on, Fred. Before you go on, just so we can have some salient examples to talk about, right? We got in the text chat there alleged footage from a space station, then alleged footage from a different space station, which are only supposed to be the height of 23 kilometers difference in their orbits. Yet look at the horizon that the different viewpoints show. So which one do we believe?
Believe that Jim Butler cheated on his wife.
What does that have to do with anything?
So, can you repeat that one more time? I apologize.
Okay, I'm going to repost these. You can look in the text chat associated with this VC if you can, if you have the ability.
I'm looking right now. Here. Yep.
Okay, so we got supposed images from the ISS and then supposed images from China that show a different horizon. So which one should we believe?
Well, is that looks pretty low orbit to me, if you ask me.
Right. So one of these, these are supposed to be 23 kilometers difference in their alleged distances from the Earth.
Big difference.
23 kilometers?
That's a lot.
Compared to the size of the globe?
And compared to the size of their orbit, they're supposed to be, what is it, 240 miles or 340 miles off the surface?
Seems
right?
like
So 23 kilometers is a very small percentage of differential, and you're telling me that's gonna make the Earth look that different?
I'd say slightly, yeah.
Does that look slightly different to you?
I mean, yeah, when you bring in the difference between the distance, yeah. I mean, if it's about 360 miles higher, of course it's gonna. Oh,
It's not. They're not 360 miles different.
Did you just say?
They're both approximately that distance, but they're 23 kilometers apart in their height. Okay, so that, obviously, let's see. Hold on, let me get the exact numbers for you. So 420